Love has moved online. With a swipe, two strangers can meet, talk, and fall for each other. But not every match ends with happily ever after. On Daily Story, we share the raw, unfiltered experiences of people navigating love in the digital age, from fairy tales to heartbreak and everything in between. Fleeing into the night. I accepted. The city lights blurred into streaks of neon as I ran, a primal engine of terror and exhilaration driving me forward. Sarah's blood, warm and metallic, still slicked my talons. I could feel it, a ghost of its presence, under my fingernails, a sticky reminder of what I had done and what I had become. The transformation was not just physical, it was a fundamental shift in my being. The human part of me, the one that screamed and wept, was still there, but was buried deep, struggling for air under layers of predatory instinct. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to escape. Escape the apartment, escape the memory of Sarah's dying gasp, escape the scent of her fear. But most of all, escape the truth of what I was. I was a monster, a creature of the night, a rogue element. Sarah's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy fulfilled. I found refuge in the forgotten corners of the city, the places where the shadows were thickest and the human gaze rarely fell. Abandoned warehouses, overgrown industrial parks, the skeletal remains of buildings swallowed by kazoo and neglect. My body ached, a constant thrumming of newly acquired strength and old, lingering pain. My senses, once merely sharp, were now a hyper-aware tapestry of the world around me. I could hear the skittering of rats in the walls, smell the distant exhaust fumes of a late-night bus, feel the subtle shift in air pressure before a gust of wind. The hunger was a constant companion, a gnawing emptiness in my gut that no amount of raw meat could truly sate. After Sarah, I had tried to go back to my old ways, hunting small animals. Raccoons, stray cats, even a particularly large opossum. But it was never enough. It was like trying to fill a bottomless pit with pebbles. The craving for blood, for the life force, was specific, potent, and utterly terrifying. I was a predator, yes, but a predator with a conscience. A predator haunted by the ghost of its former self. The loneliness, though, was the worst. It was a cold, hollow ache that no amount of physical sustenance could ever touch. I was alone in a world that did not know I existed, a world that would hunt me down if it did. The thought of Chloe, wherever she was a constant, dull throb of guilt. Had she escaped? Was she safe? I had no way of knowing, no way of finding out. I was a ghost, and the living world was a distant, unreachable shore. Days bled into nights, and the cycle of hunting and hiding became my new normal. I learned to blend, to move through the periphery, a phantom in the urban sprawl. But the human part of me, the part that yearned for connection, for a voice that was not just my own echoing in the darkness, refused to die. It was a foolish, dangerous yearning. I knew. Sarah had taught me that lesson with a silver chain and a knife. But the sheer, unbearable weight of isolation eventually started to wear me down. I found myself one moonless night, staring at my reflection in a grimy puddle. The face staring back was still mine, but it was sharper, gaunter, with eyes that held a feral glint I did not recognize. My hands, though no longer talons, were still too long, my fingers too slender, ending in nails that were too hard, too pointed. I was a mockery of my former self, a distorted echo. And yet, in that distorted reflection, I saw a flicker of the girl I used to be, a desperate plea for something, anything, resembling normalcy. It was an act of pure, unadulterated madness. But I did it anyway. I got a burner phone, a cheap, throwaway device, and downloaded Hinge again. A new profile, a new name, a new persona. Someone completely different from a naive woman who had met Sarah. This time, I was cautious, meticulous. Every photo was carefully selected. Every word in my bio crafted to be innocuous, charming, but ultimately forgettable. I was not looking for love. I was looking for a distraction, a brief, fragile tether to the human world. a way to remind myself that I was still capable of connection, even if it was a lie. I swiped for days, rejecting most matches, my enhanced senses picking up on subtle tells in their profiles, an overly aggressive pose, a predatory gleam in the eyes, a bio that felt a little too smooth. I was looking for something gentle, something quiet, something that would not set off the screaming alarms in my transformed brain. Then I saw him, Alex. His profile picture was a candid shot of him laughing, a genuine, easy smile lighting up his face. He had kind eyes, a scattering of freckles across his nose, and a shock of sandy brown hair that fell perpetually into his eyes. His bio was simple, almost understated: loves old books, rainy days, and finding beauty in forgotten parts of the city. My interests exactly, or at least the interests I used to have. The interests I wanted to have again. There was something about him that felt safe, unthreatening. My internal alarms, usually blaring, were silent, almost purring. It was a strange sensation, one I had not felt since before my transformation. Maybe, just maybe, this could be different. Maybe I could glimpse a sliver of my old life, even for a moment. We matched. Our conversations were easy, flowing. He was intelligent, witty, and genuinely curious. We talked about obscure historical facts, forgotten authors, the quiet melancholy of decaying architecture. He even mentioned a specific, abandoned library building on the outskirts of town that I knew well, a place I often frequented in my nocturnal wanderings. It was eerie, almost too perfect. But the loneliness was a powerful drug, silencing my growing unease. Our first date was at a dimly lit coffee shop, just like I preferred. I arrived early, staking out the place, observing every person who entered. My senses were on high alert, my body coiled, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. But when Alex walked in, he was exactly as he appeared in his photos. Taller than I expected, with a comfortable aura that put me at ease despite myself. He saw me, his face breaking into that same easy smile. "You must be Amelia," he said, using the fake name I would chosen. His voice was warm, a low baritone that was surprisingly soothing. "That is me," I replied, my voice a little rougher than I remembered. I would barely spoken to anyone in weeks. We talked for hours. It was nice. So incredibly, terrifyingly normal. He listened intently, laughed at my dry wit, and shared stories of his own. He was a history teacher, he said, at a local high school, which explained his fascination with the past. He seemed utterly, completely human. And for the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of something akin to hope. We went on several more dates. Each one felt like a careful dance on the edge of a precipice. I kept my guard up, always. I chose the locations quiet, out-of-the-way places, never too crowded, always with an escape route in mind. I kept my distance, never letting him get too close, never letting him see the true darkness lurking beneath my carefully constructed facade. I made excuses for my nocturnal habits, for my preference for dimly lit environments. He seemed to accept it all with an easygoing shrug, attributing it to my artistic temperament. He was charming, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in me. He never pushed, never pried. He simply existed, a warm, steady presence in the chaotic storm of my new reality. And slowly, dangerously, I started to let my guard down. A little. One evening, after a particularly engaging conversation about the lost city of Atlantis, he suggested we go back to his place. "I have a first edition of Plato's Timaeus," he said, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "It is a beautiful translation, and I think you would appreciate it." My stomach clenched. Going to his apartment felt like a massive leap of faith, a direct violation of every protective instinct I had developed. But the idea of seeing that book, of sharing that quiet intimacy, was incredibly tempting. And the human part of me, the part that craved connection, was screaming louder than the predator. "Okay," I heard myself say, the word feeling alien on my tongue. "Just for a little while." His apartment was in an older building, well maintained, with high ceilings and large windows. It smelled faintly of old paper and something earthy like potting soil. Bookshelves lined every wall, overflowing with ancient tomes and modern paperbacks. It was exactly what I would have imagined for him. "Make yourself comfortable," he said, gesturing to a worn leather armchair. "I will make some tea." I sat, my senses immediately taking in every detail. The faint dust motes dancing in the lamplight, the rhythmic hum of the refrigerator, the subtle scent of his skin, something clean, almost sterile, but with an underlying sweetness that was vaguely unsettling. It was not the metallic tang of a predator or the musk of a human. It was different, but I chalked it up to nerves, to my heightened paranoia. He returned with 2 steaming mugs of Earl Grey. "Here you go," he said, handing me a mug. His fingers brushed mine, and I felt a jolt, not of electricity, but of something cold, something almost inorganic. I quickly withdrew my hand. He did not seem to notice. He sat opposite me, nursing his tea, and began to talk about the book. His passion was infectious, and for a while, I forgot my anxieties, lost in the world of ancient philosophy. Then he stood up. "I will go get the Plato," he said, heading towards a distant shelf. As he walked past a large, ornate mirror hanging on the wall of his living room, something caught my eye. My breath hitched. He was walking, his form clear and distinct. But his reflection in the mirror, it was not him. It was a different man. The man in the mirror was taller, broader, with dark, slick-back hair and a lean, hungry face. His eyes were cold, calculating, and his mouth was twisted into a cruel, knowing smirk. He wore a dark, tailored suit, not the comfortable sweater and jeans Alex had on. And as Alex's physical form moved across the room, the reflection moved in perfect sync, yet remained utterly, terrifyingly different. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My enhanced vision, usually a blessing, was now a curse, showing me a truth that my mind struggled to comprehend. It was not a trick of the light. It was not my imagination. It was real. Alex, the man I had been dating, the kind, gentle history teacher, was walking away from me towards a bookshelf. And in the mirror, a stranger, a predator, watched me with chilling intensity. He reached the bookshelf, his back to me. The reflection in the mirror turned, its cruel eyes still fixed on me, a silent, predatory gaze. It was like looking at 2 different people occupying the same space, one a puppet, the other the puppeteer. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. What was this? A shapeshifter? A demon? A possession? My own transformation had given me a new understanding of the hidden horrors of the world. But this was something else entirely. Something subtle, insidious. I forced myself to breathe, to control the tremor in my hands. My human instinct screamed to flee, to run as fast and as far as I could. But my predatory instincts, sharpened by weeks of survival, were urging caution, observation. I had to understand. I had to know what I was dealing with. "That is a beautiful mirror," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, though it felt like gravel in my throat. Alex, or whatever was presenting itself, as Alex paused, turning back towards me, a genuine smile on his face. "Oh, that old thing. It was my grandmother's. A bit gaudy for my taste, but it is a family heirloom." He glanced at the mirror, and for a split second, I saw it again. The reflection of the other man, his smirk widening almost imperceptibly as Alex looked at him, as if sharing a private joke. I needed to get closer to the mirror. I needed to see if it was just his reflection, or if it was something about the mirror itself. It has a certain presence. I continued, forcing a casual tone. "Mind if I take a closer look?" "Not at all," he said, retrieving the book. "Just be careful, it is quite old." I walked toward the mirror, my steps deliberate, every nerve ending screaming. As I approached, the image of the dark-haired man in the reflection became clearer, more distinct. He was handsome, in a severe, unsettling way, with eyes that seemed to hold ancient secrets. He was not just different, he was the antithesis of everything Alex presented himself to be. I reached the mirror, my fingers hovering inches from the cool glass. I could see my own reflection now, superimposed over the other man's. My gaunt, intense face, my two long fingers. But there was nothing unusual about my own reflection. It was just me, the monster I had become. The dark-haired man in the reflection stared at me, his eyes piercing, as if he could see right through my carefully constructed facade, right into the primal hunger within me. A shiver ran down my spine, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. He knew. He saw me. Is everything all right? Alex's voice came from behind me, startling me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was standing there, the Play-Doh in his hand, his kind eyes filled with concern. He looked completely normal, utterly harmless. But I knew what lurked beneath the surface. Yes, just admiring the craftsmanship. I lied, forcing a smile that felt brittle. It is truly unique. I backed away from the mirror, keeping my eyes on Alex. The reflection of the other man seemed to follow my gaze, his smirk still in place, a silent, chilling commentary on the charade unfolding. I needed to leave. Now. But I could not just bolt. That would confirm his suspicions, whatever they were. I had to play along, at least for a little while longer. So, the Play-Doh, I said, trying to redirect the conversation, to sound as normal as possible. You were saying something about the translation. He launched back into his explanation, his voice earnest, his gestures animated. But all I could hear was the echo of the other man's silent smirk in the mirror. I pretended to listen, my mind racing, trying to piece together the puzzle. Was Alex a host, a puppet, or was the reflection a separate entity, somehow bound to him? The idea of a being that could project a false image, a false persona, while its true self lurked in the reflective surface, was deeply unsettling. It was a perfect camouflage, a perfect trap. My enhanced senses, would have been lulled into complacency by a seemingly harmless demeanor, were now screaming. The subtle sweetness in his scent, which I had dismissed earlier, now felt cloying, artificial. The coldness of his touch, inorganic. His movements, while fluid, had a strange, almost too perfect precision, like a mechanism rather than a living being. I started observing his eyes. They were a warm hazel, but sometimes, when he was particularly animated, I thought I saw a flicker of something else deep within them, a darkness that quickly vanished. It was so subtle. I could have dismissed it as a trick of the light, but combined with the reflection, it painted a terrifying picture. I had to get out, but I also had to be careful. I had killed Sarah, a trained hunter, but this felt different, more insidious, more ancient. I am so sorry. Alex, I interrupted, feigning a sudden realization. I completely forgot. I have an early meeting tomorrow. I really should get going. His smile faltered, just for a moment. Oh, already. But we have barely scratched the surface of Play-Doh, and I was hoping we could have dinner. Another time. I said, already moving toward the door, my body tense, ready to spring. This has been wonderful, truly. He stood up, following me. Let me walk you out. No, it is fine. I insisted, my hand already on the doorknob. I am parked right outside. Thank you for the tea and the fascinating discussion. I pulled open the door, my eyes darting past him to the mirror. The dark-haired man's reflection was still there, his smirk wider now, a look of chilling amusement in his cold eyes. He raised a hand, a slow, mocking wave. A jolt of pure adrenaline shot through me. He was acknowledging me. He knew I had seen him. I did not wait for Alex to respond. I bolted out the door, down the hallway, and down the stairs, my heart pounding like a drum. I could hear his voice calling my name, a note of confusion, then something else, Something harder, colder. I did not stop until I was out of the building, into the cool night air. I did not look back. I just ran, my predatory speed carrying me through the empty streets, a blur of motion in the darkness. I found myself in a deserted park, panting, my lungs burning. I collapsed onto a cold stone bench, my body trembling. The image of the other man's reflection, his cruel smirk, his knowing eyes, was burned into my mind. He was not just a reflection. He was a true entity, the one wearing Alex's skin, using his persona as a mask. And he knew I had seen him. What was he? Another specimen. A different kind of monster entirely. And why had he allowed me to see his true reflection? Was it a warning? A game? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I had been so focused on hiding my own monstrous nature, on seeking a fleeting connection, that I had walked straight into another trap. This time, not a hunter, but something far more ancient, far more subtle. My previous encounter with Sarah had been a brutal, straightforward fight for survival. This was different. This was a psychological game, a slow, insidious reveal. And the fact that he had let me go, it meant something. I did not know what his game was, but I knew one thing: I was no longer the prey. I was a predator, and I had just been toyed with by something even more dangerous. The loneliness that had driven me back to Hinge now felt like a distant, foolish memory. The only thing that mattered now was survival and understanding the new, terrifying landscape of the hidden world I inhabited. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, but they were also strong. Capable. They had killed Sarah. They could fight again. The city slept, around me, oblivious of the hidden horrors that walked its streets. I was one of them now, but I was also an anomaly, a rogue element in a world of shadows. And somewhere out there, Alex, or rather, the entity wearing his skin, was watching, waiting. I had accepted my transformation, my primal hunger. Now, I had to accept a new reality. I was not alone in the dark. And some of the other things lurking in the shadows were far more cunning, far more ancient than I could have ever imagined. My hunt for connection had led me to a new kind of horror, a new kind of enemy. And this time, I knew he was coming for me. I just did not know when or in what form. The game had just begun. The fixed smile was a mask. I realized not of politeness, but of something deeper, something profoundly wrong. It had been there when Julian first walked into the restaurant, a dazzling, perfect curve of lips and teeth that promised charm and warmth. And for a brief, desperate moment, I had bought it. After the Alara incident, after my apartment had been violated and my sense of safety shattered, I was craving anything that felt normal, anything that promised a flicker of light. Sarah, bless her well-meaning heart, had thought Julian was that light. She would have been wrong. He was handsome, in an almost unervingly flawless way. Sculpted cheekbones, eyes the color of warm honey, and that smile, always that smile. It did not crinkle at the corners when he laughed, a smooth, rich sound that seemed to come from somewhere far away. It did not tighten with concern when I recounted the frustrating saga of my insurance claim, or when I spoke later of the lingering paranoia after the break-in. His eyes, those warm honey pools, held a placid sympathy, but his mouth remained locked in that beatific grin. It was like watching a perfectly synchronized puppet, its strings pulled by an unseen, indifferent puppeteer. I tried to test him, subtly at first. I talked about a particularly gruesome documentary I would watch, describing the details with a morbid flourish, hoping for a flicker of disgust, a slight down under the lips. Nothing. The smile held. I even made a dark joke about my own trauma, a desperate attempt to break the tension, to elicit a genuine human reaction, even if it was just an uncomfortable grimace. Instead, Julian chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound, and his smile widened, if that was even possible. "Oh, you are a survivor," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "Always have been." That last phrase hung in the air, a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor any otherwise placid conversation. Always have been. It felt odd, like he knew me not just from the past hour, but from a much longer timeline. I brushed it off. First dates. People say weird things, try to impress, try and connect. But the creeping dread that had started as a whisper was now a low hum beneath my skin. The dinner ended, predictably, with Julian insisting on walking me home. I lived only a few blocks away, and despite the unsettling feeling, a part of me, the part that still craved normalcy, found it gentlemanly. As we walked, the city lights reflecting in his unblinking eyes, he kept up a stream of charming chatter. He talked about his work, something vague in finance, his hobbies, his passion for obscure European cinema. All the while, the smile remained. When we reached my building, he paused, turning to face me. The streetlights cast long shadows, making his perfect features seem sharper, almost predatory. I had a wonderful time, he said, his voice a low purr. I feel a very strong connection to you. My stomach churned. It was interesting. I managed, trying to sound polite but distant. He laughed again, that smooth, unsettling sound. Interesting. Yes, that is one word for it. But I think it is more than that. Do not you. He took a step closer, and I instinctively took one back, bumping into the cold brick of my building. His hand reached out, not to my arm, but to my face. His fingers were surprisingly cold, almost icy, as they traced a line of my jaw. And that smile, it was no longer charming. It was fixed, triumphant, and utterly devoid of warmth. I have missed you, he whispered, his eyes locking onto mine. It has been a long time. My heart hammered against my ribs. I think you have the wrong idea. Julian, I stammered, trying to pull away. His grip, though not tight, was firm, unyielding. Wrong idea. His head tilted slightly like a curious bird. Oh no, this is exactly the right idea. We are finally together again, just like we were always meant to be. He leaned in, and I could smell a faint, cloying scent of lilies, and something else, something metallic like old blood. His lips, still curved in that unholy smile, brushed against my ear. My darling, he breathed. You have no idea how long I have waited. I shoved him away, my adrenaline finally kicking in. Get away from me. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them. Julian merely watched, his smile never wavering, as I scrambled to pick them up. He did not move to help, did not move to stop me. He just observed, a silent, smiling predator. I jammed the key into the lock, practically tearing the door open, and slammed it shut behind me, fumbling with the deadbolt until it clicked into place. I leaned against the door, gasping, my eyes squeezed shut. The sound of his quiet, knowing chuckle seemed to echo through the thick wood. That night, I did not sleep. Every shadow seemed to hold his smiling face. Every creak of the old building sounded like his footsteps. I kept telling myself it was a misunderstanding, a weird guy, a bad date. But the words, my darling, you have no idea how long I have waited, played on repeat in my head, a terrifying lullaby. The next morning, my phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. Good morning, my love. Did you sleep well? I thought of you all night. My blood ran cold. It was not just a weird guy. He had my number, and he knew where I lived. Sarah must have given it to him. I immediately texted her, demanding to know if she would give him my number. Her reply came back, quickly of course. I gave him your number. He is a catch. What is wrong? I typed out a furious reply, deleting it, then typing another. How could I explain? He is creepy. He thinks he knows me. He called me his darling and said he had been waiting for me for a long time, and he never stopped smiling. It sounded insane. Instead, I just wrote, he is not for me. Please do not set me up with anyone else for a while. I blocked the unknown number, but it was a futile gesture. A new text appeared from a different number just minutes later. You can't block destiny, my dear. Then another, I will be seeing you very soon. Panic began to set in. This was not just a bad date. It was something else entirely. I called work, feigning illness, needing to feel safe in my apartment, even though the thought of being alone there, knowing he was out there, was terrifying. I spent the day drawing the blinds, checking the locks, jumping at every sound. Around lunchtime, there was a knock at my door, a soft, insistent rhythm. I froze. I did not order anything, was not expecting anyone. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. And there he was, Julian, standing perfectly still, facing the door, his head tilted slightly, that unchanging smile on his face. He was not looking at the door, though. He was looking directly into the peephole, into my eye. I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. He knew I was there. He knew I was watching him. The knocking continued, a relentless, patient sound. I backed away further, retreating into the living room, my phone clutched in my hand, ready to dial 911. But what would I say? There's a man at my door who won't stop smiling, and he thinks he is my past life wife. They would send a psych evaluation team. The knocking stopped. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly replaced by a fresh surge of terror. He had not left. I heard a faint scratching sound, then a soft thud. I crept back to the door, peering through the peephole again. He was gone, but on my welcome mat, nestled against the doorframe, was a single, perfect white lily and a small, folded note. My hands trembled as I unlocked the deadbolt, just enough to snatch the note. I did not dare open the door wider. The note was written in elegant, flowing script. You always loved lilies, even when you claimed to hate them. A contradiction, my love, just like you. I know you are scared. You always get scared when things feel too real. But it is time to remember. It is time to come home. You belong with me. You always have. Your devoted Julian. I sank to the floor, the note clutched in my trembling hand. He knew about the lilies. It was true. I had always had a strange aversion to them, despite their beauty. My grandmother had loved them, filled her house with them, and I would always associate them with her funeral, a morbid connection. How could he know that? It was not something I ever told anyone, let alone a blind date. The fear morphed into something colder, sharper. This was not just a stalker. This was something supernatural, something utterly unhinged. I called Sarah again, this time with a desperate plea. Sarah, you have to tell me everything you know about Julian. Everything. Who is he really? Where did you find him? Sarah sounded confused. What are you talking about? I told you. He is a friend of Mark's from work. Mark said he was a great guy, recently single, looking for something serious. He works in finance. I think, what is going on? You are scaring me. I explained, my voice tight with terror, about the text, the lily, the note, the fixed smile, the past life comment. Sarah listened in stunned silence. Oh my God, she finally whispered. That is insane. Mark just said he met him at a networking event. Seemed totally normal. I swear, I had no idea. She promised to call Mark immediately to get more information. While I waited, I searched for Julian online. Julian, what was his last name? I did not even know. Sarah had not mentioned it. I tried searching for Julian finance in my city, but it was too broad. I felt completely adrift, exposed. Later that afternoon, Sarah called back, her voice tight with concern. Mark said he does not really know him. He met him at a professional mixer a few weeks ago. Julian approached him, complimented his work, seemed very charming. Mark just had his number saved as Julian Finance. He said he seemed a little intense, but nothing like this. Mark said He has not seen him since. So he just materialized out of thin air. I asked, my voice barely a whisper. It seems like it. Sarah said, Mark is freaking out too. He said he is going to block his number. He is so sorry. He feels terrible. I did not blame Sarah. Julian was a master at deception, a chameleon. He had used Mark to get to me. But why? Why me? The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I did not leave my apartment. I ordered groceries online. Every shadow, every sound, every passing car sent shivers down my spine. I kept the blinds drawn, the lights on, even at night. I slept fitfully, haunted by dreams of a smiling face in the darkness. Julian's text continued, always from a new blocked number. They were not threatening, not explicitly. They were intimate, familiar. Remember that little scar above your left eyebrow? You got it falling off the tire swing when you were 5. I tried to kiss it better. You always hated the way I hummed that old folk song while I cooked, said it was off key, but I knew you secretly loved it. The way your eyes crinkle when you laugh at something truly funny. I could watch it forever. Each text was a punch to the gut. The scar, the folk song, my laugh. These were things only someone incredibly close to me would know. Things from my childhood, my private life, my quirks. The folk song was my grandmother's favorite, the one she always hummed. And yes, I had found it annoying. How could he possibly know? I started to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Was I having a breakdown? The Alara incident, the break-in, the stress was all combining to create this elaborate delusion. But the physical evidence, the lily, the notes was real. And the texts, each one more specific than the last, were undeniable. One evening, I was curled up on my couch, trying to distract myself with a movie, when my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I almost did not answer, but something compelled me. A morbid curiosity. Perhaps, hello. A pause. Then, Julian's voice, smooth and calm. My darling, I am so glad you picked up. My breath hitched. How are you doing this? I whispered, my voice trembling. How do you know these things? He chuckled, a soft, pleasant sound that now filled me with absolute dread. Because I was there, my love. I was always there. You just forgot. You always forget. Forgot what? I demanded, my voice rising. Our life, of course, he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Our beautiful, complicated, eternal life. You were my wife, my everything. And then you left me. I do not know what you are talking about. I screamed, tears welling in my eyes. I have never met you before that date. Oh, but you have, he insisted, his voice gentle, almost pitying. Many times, in many lives, and each time you forget. Each time, I have to find you again. But this time will be different. This time, you will remember, and you will stay. His conviction was absolute. There was no anger, no malice in his voice, only a profound, unsettling certainty. It was the certainty of someone who truly believed what they were saying, someone for whom this was simply reality. You are insane. I choked out. Perhaps he conceded, and I could almost hear the smile in his voice. But I am your insane, and you are mine. He hung up. I threw my phone across the room. It bounced off the wall, but thankfully did not break. I paced. I cried. I screamed into a pillow. This could not be happening. Reincarnation. Past lives. It was all too much. The next morning, I woke to a strange sensation. A faint ache in my lower back. A stiffness I had not had before. I stretched, tried to work it out, and caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror. My eyes widened. Just below my left shoulder blade, a faint, almost imperceptible line. A scar. I would never seen it before. It looked old, faded, like a healed wound. Then a memory, cold and sharp, flickered through my mind. Not my memory, but something alien. A flash of a dark, dusty room. A struggle. A glint of metal. A searing pain in my back. I gasped, clutching my shoulder blade. What was that? Was I losing my mind? Julian's presence began to seep into every corner of my life. I started seeing him everywhere. Not physically, not at first, but a man with his build, a flash of honey-colored eyes in a crowd, a voice that sounded vaguely like his, which sent me into a cold sweat. My paranoia was a living thing, crawling under my skin. Then, things escalated. I started finding things. Small, unsettling objects. A vintage silver locket, engraved with initials that were not mine, appeared on my kitchen counter. A delicate, antique lace handkerchief was folded neatly on my pillow. And always, a single white lily, left in the most impossible places on my doorstep, yes, but also once inside my mailbox, and another time tucked into the side mirror of my car, which I rarely used. How was he getting into my building, into my apartment? I called the police. They listened, patiently, professionally. They took notes. They asked if I had any proof of forced entry. I did not. They suggested I change my locks, install a security camera, and get a restraining order. I told them he kept changing his number, that he seemed to know things no one else could know. They gave me a sympathetic look, the kind that said, "We have seen this before, another delusional woman." They could not do anything without concrete evidence, without a physical threat. A smiling man leaving lilies and cryptic notes was not enough. I changed my locks. I bought a security camera, a fancy one that linked to my phone. For a few days, there was silence. No texts, no lilies, no strange objects. I started to breathe again, just a little. Maybe he would given up. Maybe the police visit, however ineffective, had scared him off. Then one evening, I checked my security camera feed. It was pointed at my front door, showing the empty hallway. But as I watched, a figure appeared. Julian, standing perfectly still, facing my door, that smile fixed on his face. He did not knock. He did not try the handle. He just stood there for a full 5 minutes, staring at my door. Then he slowly raised his hand, pressed his palm flat against the wood, and leaned his head against it as if listening. And through the camera's grainy feed, I could almost feel his presence, his silent, unwavering gaze, penetrating the very walls of my apartment. He finally turned and walked away, his movements smooth and unhurried. As he disappeared from view, I saw it, tucked into the crack between my door and the frame, a single perfect white lily. That night, I did not just feel fear. I felt a profound sense of despair. He was not going to stop. He could not be stopped. He was everywhere, always watching, always waiting. The texts resumed, but they were different now. Less about our past life, more about my current life. Your boss was in a foul mood today. Do not worry. He will calm down by tomorrow. That cute barista at your coffee shop. He was admiring you today. You always attract attention. You need to eat more greens. You are looking a little pale. My dear, he was watching me. Not just my apartment, but my life, my work, my routines, the people I interacted with. My world was shrinking, becoming a cage, with Julian as the unseen warden. I started to see the scar on my back more clearly. It seemed to deepen, to become more defined, and with it, more fragments of that alien memory. A woman's face, not mine, but somehow familiar. A sense of desperate love, and then a crushing betrayal. A man's face, distorted by rage. And then the cold steel, the pain, the darkness. I was losing myself. My own memories were blurring, replaced by these horrifying flashes. I started to question, if I was the one who was truly insane. Maybe he was right. Maybe I had forgotten. Maybe this was my past. One day, I came home from a quick, nerve-wracking trip to the grocery store. I had been out for less than an hour, constantly looking over my shoulder. As I unlocked my door, I noticed a faint scent in the air. Lilies, stronger than usual. I pushed the door open, my heart hammering. The apartment was pristine, just as I would left it. But on my coffee table, arranged in a crystal vase I did not own, was a magnificent bouquet of white lilies. And perched on top of them, a small, framed photograph. My hands trembled as I picked up the frame. It was an old photograph, sepia-toned, faded with age. It showed a man and a woman. The man, it was undeniably Julian. Younger, perhaps, with slightly longer hair, but the same piercing eyes, the same unsettlingly perfect features. And the smile, the same fixed, unchanging smile. The woman in the photograph, I gasped. She was beautiful, with long dark hair and eyes that were eerily familiar. They were my eyes, my exact eyes, looking out from a face that was not mine, but somehow deeply, profoundly connected. And on her left shoulder, just visible beneath the fabric of her dress, was a faint line, a scar, in the exact same place as the one now appearing on my back. Beneath the photograph, written in that elegant, flowing script, was a single sentence. "You were so beautiful, my love, and you still are." I dropped the frame, shattering the glass. The lily scent was suffocating. It was not just a past life. It was my past life. And Julian was not just a man. He was something else, something ancient, something that had haunted me across lifetimes. He had not found me by chance. He had always been looking. And now he had found me again. The phone rang. I did not even look at the number. I just knew. I picked it up, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped it. "You remember now, do not you?" Julian's voice was soft, triumphant. "The photographs always help. You always loved looking at them, even when you claimed to hate them." My throat was tight with terror. "What do you want?" I whispered. "I want you to come home," he said, his voice laced with an unbearable longing. "Our home, the one we built, the one you abandoned. I do not know where that is." I cried. "Oh, but you do," he purred. "It is in your dreams, in your forgotten memories. I have been showing you, piece by piece. You are almost there." I felt a cold dread settle deep in my bones. He was not just watching me. He was manipulating me, planting memories, guiding me. He was rewriting my reality. "I won't go," I said, trying to sound strong, but my voice cracked. He chuckled. "You always say that, and you always do, because you can't escape destiny, my love. You can't escape me. We are bound, forever." The next day, I started seeing flashes of the old house, a grand Gothic place filled with shadows and dust, a winding staircase, a hidden room, the scent of lilies. These were not just dreams anymore. They were waking visions, superimposed on my reality. I would be walking down the street, and for a split second, the modern buildings would vanish, replaced by crumbling stone walls. I was losing my mind. Or I was finally remembering. I knew I had to run, not just from him, but from it, from this inescapable past that was reaching out to reclaim me. I packed a small bag, just essentials. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from the lilies, away from the text, away from that unchanging smile. As I reached my front door, my hand on the doorknob, I heard a faint, familiar tune, a soft hum, an old folk song, off key. I froze. The humming came from inside my apartment. My blood ran cold. He was here. He was inside. I slowly turned, my heart a frozen lump in my chest. He was standing in my living room, by the window, looking out at the city. His back was to me. He was humming softly, that off-key tune. He turned slowly, as if sensing my presence. And there it was, the smile, broad, dazzling, and utterly, terrifyingly fixed. "Leaving so soon, my love," he said, his voice gentle. "I just got here, and I brought dinner. Your favorite. Remember." He gestured to the coffee table. Next to the shattered photo frame, now clear to the broken glass, was a plate. On it, a perfectly prepared dish. My favorite, indeed. A dish I had not eaten in years, one my grandmother used to make. My eyes darted to the window. The blinds were still drawn. The apartment door behind me was still locked. He had not come through the door. He had not come through the window. He was just here. I felt a scream building in my throat, but it never escaped. My legs felt like lead. I was paralyzed by a horror so profound it transcended fear. He took a step towards me, then another, his smile never wavering. "It is time to come home now," he said, his voice resonating deep within my very soul. "It is time to remember. And this time, my darling, there is nowhere left for you to run." As he closed the distance between us, his eyes, those warm honey pools, seemed to deepen, to swirl with ancient knowledge. And in their depths, I saw it, not just Julian, the charming man, but a flicker of something else, something older, something feminine, a profound, possessive love that had spanned millennia, a love that would never, ever let go. And as his cold, gentle hand reached out to cup my face, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was finally, irrevocably home, and I would never, ever leave again. The memory of Lena's house, of the splintered wood and the creatures within, was a brand seared onto my soul. I would escape, yes, but Lena's parting words, "You are tainted now," echoed in the hollow spaces of my mind, a chilling prophecy I initially dismissed as the ravings of a madwoman. I was a logical guy. Remember, I would always prided myself on that. But logic, I was learning, was a fragile shield against a world far stranger and more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. For weeks after that night, I lived in a state of hypervigilance, a prisoner in my own apartment. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sent my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. I slept with every light on, the harsh glow a poor substitute for peace, but necessary one. I bought thick blackout curtains, then went a step further, reinforcing my windows with steel mesh, convinced that the creatures, or Lena herself, were still out there, waiting for the dark to claim me. I was a wreck, a shadow of my former self. My friends called concerned. I lied, blaming a severe bout of food poisoning, then a stomach flu that just would not quit. Social interaction felt like an impossible task, a gauntlet of questions I could not answer without sounding utterly insane. Then the changes started. It began subtly, an insidious creep into my everyday life. At first, it was just a heightened sensitivity to light. A bright sunny day, once a source of simple pleasure, now felt like a physical assault. My eyes would water, a sharp, piercing pain behind them, even through sunglasses. I started wearing a wide-brimmed hat whenever I dared venture out during the day, which became increasingly rare. I told myself it was psychosomatic, a residual trauma from the incident. My brain, overwhelmed, was just manifesting physical symptoms. It was logical, right? But it was not just the pain. I found myself drawn to the shadows, to the cool, calming embrace of darkness. My apartment, once a sanctuary of light, became a series of dim rooms, the curtains permanently drawn, lamps replaced with lower wattage bulbs, or simply switched off entirely. I started waking up well after noon, feeling sluggish and drained, only to find a strange surge of energy as dusk approached. My internal clock had flipped. I would spend my nights pacing, reading by the faint glow of my phone, or staring out the window at the moon, feeling a strange kinship with the nocturnal world. The hunger was next. It started as a vague craving, a persistent gnawing in my stomach that was not satisfied by my usual diet. I found myself eyeing raw meat with an unusual intensity at the grocery store. I would buy extra, telling myself I was going to make a new recipe. But sometimes, late at night, in the privacy of my dimly lit kitchen, I would cut off a sliver of raw steak, just a tiny piece, and eat it. The taste, the texture was primal, satisfying in a way cooked food no longer was. I was disgusted with myself, horrified by the developing urges, but the satisfaction was undeniable. Lena's words, "You are tainted now," played on an endless loop in my head, no longer a dismissal, but a horrifying confirmation. I was changing. I was becoming something else. Something like them. I saw it in my reflection in the dark, my eyes seeming to glow faintly in the low light, reflecting back a predatory glint that was not mine. My skin, once a healthy tan, had taken on a pale, almost translucent quality. My teeth felt sharper, my senses amplified. I could hear the scuttling of mice in the walls of neighboring apartments, the faint whispers of conversations from across the street. It was a terrifying, exhilarating transformation. Despite the horror, despite the constant internal battle against these new instincts, loneliness began to gnaw at me. I was isolated, a hermit in my own home. My friends had stopped calling, probably assuming I was falling off the face of the earth, or was just being a weird recluse. The desire for human connection, for something resembling normalcy, was a powerful, dangerous siren song. Foolishly, stupidly, I found myself back on Hinge, the very app that had led me to Lena. The irony was not lost on me, but at that point, I was desperate. I craved a distraction, a brief respite from the monstrous reality I was becoming. I matched with Chloe. Her profile picture showed a vibrant, smiling woman with kind eyes and a cascade of sun-kissed blonde hair. She was a kindergarten teacher, her bio filled with cheerful anecdotes about tiny humans and glitter. She was everything Lena was not. Bright, open, full of life. I felt an immediate, terrifying attraction. She was a beacon of everything I was losing, everything I desperately wanted to cling to. Our initial conversations were surprisingly easy. She was witty, engaging, and genuinely curious. We talked for hours over text, and then on the phone, always late at night, when I felt most awake, most myself, or rather, most of my new self. I made excuses for my nocturnal habits, blaming a demanding freelance schedule that required me to work late into the night. She seemed to buy it, or at least, she was too polite to question it. Eventually, the inevitable question came. "We should grab a drink sometime," she texted, followed by a cute emoji. My stomach lurched. This was it. The moment of truth. How was I going to pull this off? I suggested a dimly lit speakeasy downtown, one known for its dark corners and intimate atmosphere. I am a bit sensitive to bright lights. I typed, adding a casual, self-deprecating emoji. Migraines, you know? It was the first of many lies I would have to tell. She responded quickly. "Oh, I totally get it. Dim lighting is way more romantic anyway. See you Friday." Friday arrived, and with it, a fresh wave of anxiety. I dressed carefully, opting for darker clothes, anything to blend into shadows. I arrived early, securing a booth in the furthest, darkest corner of the bar, my back to the wall, facing the entrance. When Chloe walked in, she was even more radiant than her pictures. Her smile lit up the room, even the dimly lit one I had chosen. She moved with an easy grace, a stark contrast to my own new, almost furtive movements. The date was surprisingly good. We talked easily, laughed genuinely. I found myself relaxing, almost forgetting, for brief moments, the monstrous secret I carried. But then a waiter would pass by, his tray reflecting the overhead light, and I would flinch, my eyes instinctively narrowing. Or a car would pass outside, its headlights momentarily sweeping across the window, and I would feel a jolt of pain, a primal urge to recoil. I would try to mask it, to turn it into a blink or a stretch, but I knew Chloe was noticing. Her brow would furrow slightly, her gaze lingering on me for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. "Are you okay?" she asked once, her voice laced with genuine concern. "You keep squinting. Is the light bothering you that much?" I forced a smile. "Just a really bad migraine day." I lied, rubbing my temples. "Comes and goes. Honestly, I appreciate you picking such a dark place." She nodded, but her eyes held a flicker of something I could not quite decipher. Suspicion. Curiosity. Our subsequent dates followed a similar pattern. I became a master of nocturnal planning. We went to late-night movies, always choosing the darkest rows, my hand instinctively shielding my eyes if a particularly bright scene flashed on screen. We walked through parks after sunset, the moon and streetlights providing just enough illumination for me to navigate, but not enough to cause me pain. We went to a jazz club, its stage bathed in moody blues and purples. I was always careful, always planning, always making sure I was in the deepest shadows, my back to any potential light source. Chloe, bless her heart, was incredibly understanding. Or at least she tried to be. She would suggest a Saturday morning coffee, or a stroll through a botanical garden, and I would always have an excuse. "Oh, I am working on a deadline," or "I have a weird client meeting," or "my migraines are really acting up in the mornings." Each lie felt like a stone added to the growing wall between us. One evening, after a particularly late dinner, she walked me back to my apartment. It was a clear night, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows. As we approached my building, she paused. "You know," she said, her voice soft, "I am starting to think you are a vampire." She laughed, a light, teasing sound. My blood ran cold. I forced a chuckle, trying to sound nonchalant. "What makes you say that?" "Well," she continued, "you only come out at night. You avoid sunlight like it is a plague, and you are always wearing sunglasses, even indoors sometimes. Plus, you are pale. Very handsome pale, but pale." She nudged me playfully. I managed a weak smile. "Just a night owl, I guess. And the pale thing. Good genes, bad sleep." The lie felt thin, transparent. Her laughter died down, replaced by a thoughtful expression. I could see the wheels turning in her mind. The taint was not just about light sensitivity anymore. The hunger grew more insistent, a constant, low thrum beneath my skin. I stopped cooking meat entirely, preferring it raw, the iron-rich tang a powerful, almost intoxicating sensation. I would sneak out to a 24-hour convenience store, buying packages of ground beef, eating them in the dark privacy of my apartment, washing it down with water, the metallic taste lingering on my tongue. My muscles felt denser, stronger. I could move with a quiet, almost unnatural stealth. My night vision was now absolute. Every detail of the darkened world laid bare before my eyes. I was becoming an apex predator, a creature of the dark, and the thought terrified me more than anything. I was losing myself, piece by agonizing piece. Chloe's curiosity, once playful, started to morph into genuine suspicion. She would try to test me, subtly at first. She would accidentally leave a curtain slightly ajar in her apartment when I visited, letting a sliver of moonlight stream in. I would flinch, my eyes watering, and she would immediately apologize, closing it with concerned expression. But I saw the way her gaze lingered, the analytical glint in her eyes. One night, we were at her place, watching a movie. It was late, and she had fallen asleep on the couch, her head resting on my shoulder. I felt a strange mixture of warmth and dread. I was so close to something normal, something human, but I knew it could not last. The movie ended, and the credits rolled, the screen going black. In the sudden darkness, I felt a shift within me. My senses sharpened further. The faint scent of her skin, the sound of her soft breathing, the warmth of her body against mine, it was all amplified, almost overwhelming. And with it, a hunger, a different kind of hunger, something primal and terrifying, stirred within me. I gently moved her head. Standing up, I needed to leave. I needed to get away before I did something I would regret, something that would confirm her worst suspicions. As I moved toward the door, I fumbled for my keys. I heard a click. Chloe, now awake, had turned on a small table lamp. A soft, warm glow filled the living room. I froze. The light, though dim, felt like 1,000 needles pricking my skin. My eyes burned, tears welled up, and I instinctively raised a hand to shield my face. I could feel the transformation stirring, the pain intensifying, my body reacting with an almost violent revulsion. "What is wrong?" Chloe asked, her voice laced with alarm. She stood up, walking towards me. "Are you really that sensitive to light? Should I turn it off?" I could not speak. I was trembling, my body fighting against the encroaching light, against the creature trying to claw its way out. My vision blurred, not from tears, but from the overwhelming pain. I could feel my teeth aching, a strange pressure behind them, as if they were trying to elongate. "It is not just migraines, is it?" Her voice was no longer soft. It was sharp, accusatory. She had stopped a few feet from me, her eyes wide, scanning my face, my recoiling body. "You are hiding something. You have been hiding something this whole time." I dropped my hand, trying to compose myself, but it was useless. The pain was too great. I could feel my face contorting. A snarl tried to escape my lips. My eyes, I knew, were glowing. I could see the fear bloom in her eyes as she finally saw it. The truth. "I can't." I choked out, my voice raspy, alien even to my own ears. "I have to go." I turned, stumbling toward the door, desperate to escape, to find the blessed darkness. But Chloe was faster. She stepped in front of me, blocking my path, her face a mask of determination mixed with terror. "No," she said, her voice surprisingly firm. "Not until you tell me what is going on. I care about you, but this is not normal. You are scaring me." Her words, her concern, were like a splash of cold water. A part of me, the last vestige of the logical man I once was, struggled to assert itself. I could not let her get hurt. I could not let her become a victim of what I was becoming. "Chloe, please." I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper, the pain making every word an agony. "You do not understand. You need to get away from me." But she would not budge. "Tell me," she insisted, her voice rising. "What are you?" At that moment, a car passed by outside, its headlights momentarily sweeping across Chloe's living room window, directly hitting me. The pain was excruciating. It was like 1,000 burning embers had been thrown into my eyes. I cried out, a guttural sound I barely recognized as my own. I doubled over, clutching my head, my body convulsing. I felt my teeth sharpen, my nails elongate, my skin tightening, stretching. The transformation was no longer a slow creep. It was an agonizing explosion. Chloe screamed, a raw, piercing sound that cut through the pain. I heard her stumbling backwards, knocking over the table lamp. Darkness. Blessed, beautiful darkness. The immediate agony subsided, replaced by a lingering throb and a terrifying clarity. My vision, now perfectly adapted to the gloom, picked out every detail of the room. I could see Chloe, huddled against the far wall, her eyes wide with terror, staring at me. And I could feel it, the primal hunger, no longer a craving, but an intense, overwhelming urge. An urge to hunt, to feed. I straightened up slowly, my body feeling different, stronger, more agile. My reflection in the darkened window showed a gaunt, pale face illuminated by the faint. eerie glow of my own eyes. My teeth, I could feel them, were now unnaturally sharp, glinting in the dark. I was one of them. Lena's taint had fully consumed me. Chloe whimpered, trying to scramble away, but she was cornered. I took a step towards her, then another, the sound of her ragged breathing. The center of fear was intoxicating. A part of me, a tiny, struggling flicker of my old self, screamed in horror, "Do not do it. Do not become a monster." But the other part, the new, dominant part, was already in control. My body moved with an instinct I no longer recognized as my own. My muscles tensed, ready to spring. I could feel the predatory growl rumbling in my chest, a sound I had once heard from Lena's pets, now emanating from me. I stopped just a few feet from her, my shadow looming over her trembling form. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine. She saw the monster. She saw what I had become. "Chloe," I managed, the word a rasping whisper, thick with a hunger that was not human. "Run." The word was a plea, a desperate, final attempt to save her, to save the last shred of my humanity. But even as I said it, my body betrayed me. My head tilted, my eyes narrowed, and the growl in my chest intensified, no longer a warning, but a prelude. The darkness had claimed me completely. I was no longer the logical guy. I was the monster in the shadows, and Chloe was simply the next step in my terrifying, tainted existence. I do not know if she ran. I do not know if she got away. All I know is a hunger in the endless, all-consuming night. You know, my life used to be pretty normal. Just navigating the city dating scene, swiping left on the boring ones, right on the ones with decent photos and a spark of personality. Then I matched with Mark. His profile was different. All shadows and intriguing words about twilight and the quiet places between the streetlights. No clear face shot, just an artistic, almost gothic silhouette. But when we started chatting, he was articulate, charming, witty, not like the usual riffraff. He had this way of making me feel seen, like he understood things about me I had not even realized myself. Our first date was at this speakeasy called the Velvet Gloom. No windows, just dim red light from sconces and candles. Every date after that was the same. A late-night park, a movie theater showing an old black and white film, even a drive-in where he parked us in the back row, far from projector's beam. I grew uneasy, unable to get a clear look at his face. He would subtly shift, claiming sensitive eyes, a migraine, anything to keep his features obscured. My friend Chloe's joke about him being a vampire started to feel less like a joke and more like a warning. My attempt to catch him in the light, a quick flash of my phone's camera. The tactical flashlight I was started carrying in my purse were met with violent recoils, a hiss of pain, and strained warnings that sent a chill down my spine. "Please," he would say, his voice tight, my eyes, they just can't take it. But it was not just discomfort, it was a primal, animalistic aversion. The unease became an obsession. I could not stop thinking about it, analyzing every interaction, every strange detail. Why no photos in sunlight? Why did he always wear long sleeves, even on warm nights? Why did he never seem to eat or drink anything substantial around me? Why did he always look so pale? Then he invited me to his apartment. My gut screamed no. Every fiber of my being, every horror movie trope, every ounce of common sense was screaming at me to run, to block him, to call the police. But the obsession, the morbid curiosity, was stronger. I had to know. I had to see. I had to prove Chloe right or wrong, even if it killed me. So I went, armed with that tactical flashlight, its beam a comforting weight in my hand, and a gut full of dread that churned like a washing machine on the spin cycle. His building was old brick, nestled deep in a part of the city I rarely ventured into, a maze of narrow streets and forgotten storefronts. No doorman, just a heavy, creaking wooden door with a brass knocker shaped like a gargoyle. The lobby was even worse dim, with a single flickering fluorescent light overhead that hummed a desperate, dying tune. The air was thick, smelling of dust and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood and roses. The elevator was a cage, slow and clunky, groaning its way to the top floor. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear in my ears a frantic drumbeat against the silence. When the elevator finally dinged, the door scraped open to a long, dark hallway. Only one apartment door was visible at the end, a heavy oak slab. No other apartments seemed to exist on this floor. My hand was shaking as I raised it to knock, but before my knuckles could connect, the door swung inward silently, revealing Mark. He stood there, framed by the gloom, impossibly tall, a faint, almost luminous pallor to skin that I would only ever glimpse before. His dark hair fell just so, obscuring part of his face, as always, but his eyes, even in the perpetual twilight he seemed to inhabit, were piercing, a deep, almost black hue that seemed to absorb what little light there was. He was wearing a dark velvet robe, the kind a reclusive artist might wear, but on him it looked ancient, regal, even. "You came," he said, his voice a low, melodic rumble that sent shivers down my spine, both of fear and an undeniable, unsettling attraction. "I was beginning to think you would not." He smiled, and for a fleeting second, I saw something in it that was not human, a flash of something too sharp, too predatory. Then it was gone, replaced by his usual charming, slightly enigmatic smirk. "Of course. I came." I tried to sound confident, but my voice was a little too high, a little too breathy. "You invited me." He stepped aside, gesturing into the apartment. "Please, come in. Make yourself comfortable." I took a deep breath, the metallic sweet smell intensifying, and stepped over the threshold. The door swung shut behind me with a soft thud that felt terribly final. The apartment was enormous, cavernous, and dark, so incredibly dark. Heavy, velvet curtains were drawn over every window, thick and impenetrable, blocking out even the faintest glimmer of city light. What little illumination there was came from a few ornate, antique lamps scattered around the room, casting pools of amber and crimson light that did more to obscure than reveal. The furniture was old, heavy, dark wood and rich fabrics. There were no mirrors. I scanned the walls, looking for a reflection of myself, of him, of anything. Nothing. Just dark, oil paintings depicting stormy seas and shadowy forests. "Can I get you anything?" Mark asked, gliding across the polished floorboards with an unnerving grace. "Wine. Tea. Water, please." I managed, my throat suddenly dry. My eyes darted around, trying to absorb every detail, every clue. The air was cool, almost cold, despite it being a warm night outside. A faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through floorboards, a low thrum that felt more like a vibration in my bones than a sound. He disappeared into what I assumed was the kitchen, and I seized the opportunity. My hand instinctively went to my purse, my fingers closing around the cold metal of the tactical flashlight. I kept it there, a hidden comfort. I walked slowly, cautiously, my footsteps muffled by a thick Persian rug. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant hum and the frantic beat of my own heart. On a large antique desk, I saw a stack of books. Old books, leather-bound, titles in languages I did not recognize. And then, something else. A small, intricately carved wooden box. My fingers brushed against it. It felt cool, smooth. "Do not touch that." Mark's voice, suddenly right behind me, made me jump. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was there, holding a crystal glass of water, his eyes fixed on me. He had not made a sound. He moved like a ghost. "Sorry," I stammered, pulling my hand back. "Just admiring your collection." He gave a soft, almost imperceptible smile. "Some things are best left undisturbed." He handed me the water. The glass was ice cold, a stark contrast to the burning anxiety in my chest. I took a sip, the cool liquid doing little to calm my nerves. He gestured to a plush velvet armchair. Please sit. Tell me about your day. You seemed preoccupied. I sat, tried to appear relaxed, but my muscles were coiled tight, ready to spring. He took a seat opposite me, in another armchair, shrouded in shadow. I could barely make out his features. This was it. This was my chance. I had to know. Mark. I began, my voice steadier now. We have been seeing each other for a while. And there are things I need to ask. He tilted his head slightly, a faint, almost amused expression on his face. Ask away, my dear. I have no secrets from you. The lie was so smooth, so practiced, it almost sounded convincing. Why is it always so dark? I blurted out, unable to hold it in any longer. Why do you always avoid the light? Why do you recoil when I try to get a better look at you? His smile faded. The air in the room seemed to grow colder. I told you, I have sensitive eyes. It is a condition. Nothing more. A condition that makes you hiss and recoil like a cornered animal. I pressed, my voice rising. A condition that makes you only meet me after sunset, in places without windows. A condition that means you have no mirrors in your apartment. I gestured wildly around the room. His eyes narrowed. The charming facade was cracking, revealing something colder, harder beneath. You have been looking around. It was not a question. I admitted, my hand tightening around the flashlight in my purse. And I have been thinking. Chloe, my friend, she made a joke once about you being a vampire. A low, guttural sound escaped his throat. It was not a laugh. It was something else entirely. Something ancient and dangerous. A vampire, he repeated, his voice laced with venom. Is that what you think I am? Some fictional creature from a children's story? I do not know what to think. I yelled, my fear finally breaking through. But I know something is not right. You are not normal. Mark, you are not human. He rose slowly from his chair, unfolding to his full, imposing height. The shadows seemed to lengthen around him, to cling to him. His eyes, now fully visible, were not just dark, they glowed with an internal, malevolent light. They were the eyes of a predator. You wound me, he said, but there was no pain in his voice, only a chilling amusement. After all our intimate conversations, all our shared moments, you reduced me to a myth. Just answer me. I pleaded, my voice trembling. Just let me see your face clearly. Just once. In the light, he took a step towards me, then another. You want light, little bird. You want to see. My hand shot into my purse, gripped the tactical flashlight, and pulled it out before he could react. I thumbed the switch. A blinding, piercing beam of white light erupted from the flashlight, cutting through the oppressive gloom of the apartment like a laser. It hit Mark full in the face. The reaction was instantaneous, violent, and utterly horrifying. He screamed. It was not a human scream. It was a shriek, raw and primal, full of agony and rage, that seemed to tear through the fabric of the air itself. He clutched at his face, his body convulsing, twisting away from the light. Smoke, thin tendrils of it, began to rise from his skin where the beam touched him. His features, briefly illuminated, were grotesque. His skin was not just pale, it was translucent, almost like old parchment, stretched taut over sharp, angular bones. His lips peeled back, revealing not just sharp canines, but a mouthful of needle-like teeth, far too many for a human mouth. His eyes, exposed by the light, were not just glowing, they were like black coals burning with an infernal fire, and they were melting, oozing like tar. You fool, he shrieked, his voice distorted, inhuman, a guttural rasp that ripped through the air. You absolute fool. You have no idea what you have done. He lunged. I did not think I reacted. I kept the beam fixed on him, scrambling out of the armchair, knocking it over with a crash. The light seemed to burn him, holding him at bay for a precious few seconds. He recoiled again, his hand still clawing his face, the smoke now thicker, carrying a sickening smell of burnt flesh and something else, something ancient and putrid. "Get out!" he roared, a sound that reverberated through the very floorboards. "Get out of my house." But he was still between me and the door. I had to get past him. My mind was racing, a kaleidoscope of terror and adrenaline. He was not a vampire. He was something worse. Something that sunlight did not just hurt, but actively destroyed. I kept the light on him, shining it directly into his face, then sweeping across his torso. The velvet robe, where the light hit it, began to smolder, then ignite in small, angry flames. He was writhing, his form shifting, becoming less human, more something else. His limbs seemed to stretch, his fingers elongating into talons. I spotted a heavy, brass poker near the fireplace. It was my only chance. Still holding the flashlight steady with one hand, I lunged for the poker with the other. My fingers closed around the cold metal, and I swung it wildly, blindly, towards where I thought his body would be. The poker connected with something solid, something that felt like bone and gristle. Another shriek, even more agonizing, tore from him. He staggered back, giving me a precious window. I did not hesitate. I sprinted toward the door, my heart hammering against my ribs, every muscle screaming. I fumbled for the doorknob, my fingers slick with sweat. It was heavy, cold. It would not turn. Locked, his voice, now a raspy whisper, came from behind me. "Did you really think I would let you just leave?" I turned. The tactical flashlight still clutched in my hand, its beam sweeping across the room. He was a horrific sight. His face was a ruined mess, skin charred, one eye a bubbling black crater. The other, still partially intact, glowed with an incandescent hatred. His form was less distinct now, wavering in the dim light, like heat haze off asphalt. He was dissolving, but reforming slowly, painfully, in the shadows. "You are a monster," I whispered, tears stinging my eyes, not just from fear, but from the sickening realization of what I had been so close to. "And you," he hissed, taking another slow, deliberate step towards me, our prey. I scanned the room desperately. No windows I could break. No other exits. This apartment was a tomb, designed to keep things in, or perhaps to keep things out. The heavy curtains, the lack of mirrors, the oppressive darkness, it was all part of his prison or his sanctuary. And now it was mine. My eyes fell on the wooden box I had almost touched earlier, the one he had warned me about. It was still on the desk. My mind, in its panic state, latched onto it. Why had he warned me? What was inside? What is in the box? I demanded, my voice surprisingly steady, considering the terror that was consuming me. He paused, his ruined face contorting into something that might have been a sneer. "Curiosity kills the cat, little bird, and you have already seen too much." He lunged again, faster this time. I did not have time to react with the poker. I threw the flashlight at him, a desperate, futile gesture. It hit him square in the chest, and the light, still on, exploded in a shower of sparks and shattered plastic. The room plunged back into near total darkness, broken only by the faint, eerie glow from Mark's one remaining eye. The sudden darkness was disorienting, terrifying. I felt a rush of cold air as he moved past me, a phantom touch. He was no longer reacting to the light. Or perhaps the light was no longer strong enough to harm him. He was regenerating, adapting. I heard a thud, a clatter. He must have knocked something over. I scrambled blindly toward the desk, towards a box. My fingers fumbled, found the latch. It was old, stiff. I yanked it open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single, tarnished silver locket. It looked ancient, intricately engraved with symbols I did not recognize. It was cold to the touch. "What is that?" I heard his voice, Closer now, a low growl in the darkness. I do not know why, but I grabbed the locket. It was heavy, substantial. As my fingers closed around it, I felt a strange surge of energy, a faint warmth spreading from the silver into my palm. Suddenly, a faint light emanated from the locket itself, a soft, ethereal glow, like moonlight condensed into a tangible form. It was not the harsh, burning light of the tactical flashlight, but a gentle, pervasive luminescence. The light seemed to push back the shadows around me, creating a small, shimmering bubble of radiance. And Mark recoiled again, a different kind of pain in his shriek this time. Not the burning agony, but a visceral, ancient fear. No, he roared, his voice filled with a desperate terror. Not that, not the lunar seal. He stumbled back, away from the locket's gentle glow, his form flickering, struggling to maintain its coherence. The metallic, sweet smell in the room intensified, mixed with the acrid stench of something ancient and corrupted. "What is this?" I whispered, staring at the locket, then at the retreating, tormented form of Mark. It is what binds me," he shrieked, his voice ragged. "What imprisons me. My curse. My eternal torment." He was thrashing, not just from pain, but from a profound, terrifying vulnerability. The locket's light, though soft, was anathema to him. It was not burning him, but it was exposing him, weakening him, stripping away his power. I realized then, this was not a weapon to destroy him, but a tool to control him, to hold him at bay. It was his weakness, his Achilles heel. He was retreating towards the deepest shadows of the room, his form shrinking, dissolving, try to escape the locket's reach. He was becoming less a distinct entity and more of a swirling vortex of shadows and malice. My mind raced. This was my chance. I could not kill him, not with this, but I could escape. I held the locket out, its light a beacon in the oppressive darkness, and walked slowly, deliberately, towards the door. Each step I took, he recoiled further, a whimpering, snarling mess of shadows in the corner of the vast room. The metallic, sweet smell was overwhelming now, making me gag. I reached the door. The doorknob was still locked. But this time, I was not just fumbling blindly. My eyes, adjusted to the locket's soft glow, saw a small, almost invisible keyhole beneath the knob. "You won't escape, little bird," Mark hissed, his voice barely a whisper, a promise of eternal hunt. "You will never be safe. I will find you. I will consume you." I ignored him, my fingers brushing against the cold metal of the keyhole. There was no key, but then I noticed something else. A faint, almost invisible symbol etched into the doorknob itself. It matched one of the symbols on the locket, with a surge of desperate hope. I pressed the locket against the doorknob. A soft click echoed through the silent apartment. The lock disengaged. I did not waste another second. I yanked the door open and burst out into the dimly lit hallway, the locket still clutched in my hand, its light illuminating my path. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran down the long, dark hallway towards the waiting elevator, my breath ragged, my lungs burning. The elevator doors were agonizingly slow to open, but when they finally did, I practically threw myself inside, slamming the button for the ground floor. As the elevator began its descent, I risked a glance back at the open apartment door. The locket's light was still strong, but the apartment beyond was a swirling vortex of impenetrable darkness. I saw no sign of Mark, but I felt his presence, a tangible wave of malevolence that seemed to press against the elevator doors. The ride down felt like an eternity. Every creak, every groan of the old machinery sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. I clutched the locket tightly, its gentle warmth the only thing tethering me to reality. When the elevator finally reached the lobby, I burst out, not even waiting for the doors to fully open. I ran through the dusty, echoing space, towards a heavy main door with a gargoyle knocker. I did not care who saw me, did not care how I looked. I just needed out. The door was heavy, but I shoved it open with a desperate strength I did not know I possessed. The cool night air hit me, fresh and clean, a stark contrast to the putrid air of the apartment. I stumbled out onto the street, gasping for breath, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. I did not stop running until I reached a well-lit main street, until I saw the reassuring glow of streetlights and occasional passing car. I flagged down the first taxi I saw, practically falling into the back seat. Just drive. I choked out, still clutching the locket, my body shaking uncontrollably. Anywhere, just away from here. The taxi driver, a kind-faced man who looked like he would seen it all, gave me a concerned glance but did not ask questions. He just nodded and pulled away from the curb as the taxi sped through the city streets. I finally allowed myself to look at the locket again. It was still glowing faintly in my hand. It was beautiful, ancient, and terrifying. It had saved my life. But as I stared at its intricate carvings, a chilling thought settled in my mind. Mark had called it the lunar seal. He had said it was what bound him, imprisoned him, his curse. And now, I had it. I had escaped his apartment. But I had not truly escaped him. I had taken his prison, his torment, his weakness. And if it was what bound him, what would he do to get it back? What would he do to me, now that I possessed the key to his eternal suffering? The taxi pulled up to my apartment building. I paid the driver, still numb, and walked into my own lobby, the locket still clutched in my hand. My apartment felt safe, familiar, but the sense of dread clung to me like a shroud. I locked the door, bolted it, and then locked it again. I drew the curtains, turned on every light, and sat on my couch, the locket still glowing faintly in my palm. My phone buzzed. It was Chloe. I could not bring myself to answer. How could I explain any of this? The night passed in a blur of terror and exhaustion. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. I did not sleep. I just sat there, clutching the locket, staring at the walls, listening. The next morning, I called Chloe. I told her some of it, enough to make her believe me, but not enough to make her think I was completely insane. I told her I was leaving the city, that I needed a break, that Mark was not who I thought he was. She understood, or at least, she pretended to. I packed a bag, bought a train ticket to a small town far away, and left my apartment, leaving behind almost everything I owned, except for the locket. That I kept. I could not bring myself to part with it. It was my protection, my burden, my constant reminder of the nightmare I had stumbled into. I live in that small town now. The sun shines here, bright and warm. I try to live a normal life. I got a job, made a few friends. But every night, before the sun sets, I check my locks, double-check my windows, and I always make sure the locket is close by. Its soft, lunar glow is a constant presence, a silent sentinel against the shadows. Because I know he is out there. I know he is looking for it. For me, he said he would find me, that I would never be safe. And I believe him. I saw what he was. I saw the pure, unadulterated evil in his eyes. He is not just a sensitive man, not just a vampire. He is something ancient, something that hungers, something that the light itself rejects. And I hold the one thing that keeps him from being truly free, truly powerful. Sometimes late at night, when the moon is full and the air is still, I hear a whisper on the wind, a low, guttural growl that seems to echo from the deepest corners of the darkness. And I know he is getting closer. The terror never truly leaves. Me, it just waits, lurking in the shadows, just like Mark himself, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what he believes is his. And I know that one day he will come, and I will have to face the monster I unleashed again. All right, so you know how sometimes you hear these stories, these twisted, messed up things that happen to people, and you think, man, I hope that never happens to me. Well, I have got one for you today that still makes my skin crawl, even thinking about it. It is not about ancient curses or shadowy figures like some of the other stuff I have talked about. No, this one's a lot more personal. It is about a silence that lasted for years, and then a sound that shattered everything I thought I knew. My sister, Sarah, disappeared 5 years ago. Just vanished. One day she was there, a vibrant, goofy, annoying little sister who was always stealing my hoodies and laughing too loud. And the next, she was gone. No note, no struggle, no witnesses. Just an empty apartment, a cell phone left behind, and a gaping hole in my life. The police did their thing. You know, the whole missing person protocol. Posters, interviews, search parties. Nothing. Not a single lead. It was like she just evaporated into thin air. That kind of loss, it changes you. It leaves a phantom limb, a constant ache where something vital used to be. For a long time, I was just a ghost, walking through life, going through the motions. Every phone call, every unexpected knock on the door, every unfamiliar face in a crowd, it was a fresh jolt of adrenaline, a flicker of hope that was immediately extinguished. I learned to live with the emptiness, or at least to function despite it. I stopped expecting answers. I stopped expecting to ever see her again. But I never truly stopped looking. Not really. The hope, however faint, was a cruel tether. My social life, as you can imagine, took a nosedive off a cliff. Who wants to date a guy who is half dead inside, whose eyes are constantly scanning for a ghost, whose conversations inevitably circle back to the gaping void in his family? So I isolated myself. Work, home, repeat. It was a bleak existence, but it was safe, predictable. Then, about 6 months ago, I met Eleanor. It was at a friend's barbecue, one of those awkward social obligations I usually tried to avoid. She was different, not in an eccentric way, but in a way that just seemed to fit effortlessly. She had this easy laugh, a sharp wit, and eyes that actually seemed to see me, not just a shell I would become. We talked for hours that night, about everything and nothing. I found myself opening up cautiously at first, then with a surprising rush of honesty. I told her about Sarah, about the emptiness, the lingering pain, and she listened, really listened, without pity, without judgment, just with a quiet, empathetic understanding. That, more than anything, drew me in. We started dating. It felt strange, almost alien, to feel that spark again. To laugh without feeling guilty. To actually enjoy someone's company. Eleanor was everything I had not realized I was missing. She was kind, intelligent, beautiful, and she had a way of making me feel lighter, like some of the immense weight I had been carrying was finally starting to lift. For the first time in years, I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could have a future that was not solely defined by Sarah's absence. It was a fragile hope, but it was there. After a few weeks of coffee dates and dinners out, she invited me over to her place. It was an older house, probably built in the 50s or 60s, nestled on a tree-lined street in a quiet part town. Charming, well-maintained, with a neat little garden out front. Inside, it was cozy and tastefully decorated. Lots of books, soft lighting, a general sense of warmth and comfort. No immediate red flags, nothing that screamed serial killer's lair or anything dramatic like that. Just a nice, normal home. I started spending more and more time there. We would cook together in her bright, spacious kitchen, watch movies curled up on her sofa, or just talk late into the night. It felt domestic, safe, a world away from the constant anxiety that had been my companion for so long. There was one door in the kitchen that I noticed early on. A plain, sturdy wooden door, painted the same off-white as the kitchen walls. It was always closed, and I just assumed it led to a utility closet or a basement. I did not give it much thought. Why would I? Every house is one. Eleanor never mentioned it, and I never asked. It was just part of the background noise of her home, like the gentle hum of the refrigerator or the creak of the floorboards upstairs. But as the weeks turned into months, and I grew more comfortable, more settled in her presence, I started to notice little things. Nothing overtly sinister, mind you, just quirks. Eleanor was meticulous, almost obsessively so. Every book on her shelf was perfectly aligned, every cushion fluffed, every dish put away immediately. It was admirable in a way, but sometimes it felt a little rigid, a little too controlled. And sometimes, late at night, when I was staying over, I would hear faint, unidentifiable sounds. A soft thud from somewhere in the house, a low murmur that I would dismiss as the wind or the pipes. Old houses make noises, right? I told myself I was just jumpy, still wired from years of hypervigilance. My mind was playing tricks on me. One evening, Eleanor was in the bathroom, and I was in the kitchen, pouring myself a glass of water. I was standing right by that plain white door. The house was quiet, save for the distant sound of running water from upstairs. And then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like a choked gasp or a stifled sob. It was so faint, so fleeting, that I immediately questioned myself. Was it the house settling? A cat outside? My own imagination, still trying to conjure ghosts from the past. I froze for a moment, my hand halfway to the water pitcher, listening intently. Nothing, just a silence, and then Eleanor's footsteps returning. I shook my head, dismissing it. Still jumpy. Daniel, I muttered to myself, still seeing things that are not there. We continued on, our relationship deepening. I was falling for her, truly. The thought of Sarah was still there, a dull ache, but it was less consuming, less urgent. It felt like I was finally, truly moving forward. That is the insidious thing about comfort. I guess it lulls you into a false sense of security, makes you drop your guard. Then came the night that burned itself into my memory, a night that redefined horror for me. We would have a lovely dinner, a bottle of wine, and Eleanor had gone to bed earlier than usual, saying she was tired. I stayed up, reading a book in the living room, which was just off the kitchen. The house was quiet, filled with the comfortable silence of a home where two people were growing accustomed to each other. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I put my book down and walked into the kitchen for a last glass of water. The overhead light was off, just a soft glow from the living room spilling in. As I approached the counter, I was again right by that plain white door, and this time there was no mistaking it. A sound, not a creak, not a pipe, not the wind. A human sound, muffled, distorted, as if coming through thick walls, but undeniably human. It was a low, desperate moan, followed by a faint, almost inaudible whisper. My heart slammed against my ribs. I stopped dead, every muscle in my body tensing. I held my breath, straining to hear. The whisper came again, a little clearer this time. A single word, cold, and then a shuddering breath, a sound that was undeniably a sob. My blood ran to ice. I took a hesitant step closer to the door, my ear almost pressing against the cool wood. The silence stretched excruciatingly, and then it came. A voice, faint, weak, but it was there, and it spoke my name. Daniel. The sound hit me like a physical blow. My name, spoken in a voice I had not heard in 5 years, a voice I had mourned, a voice I resigned myself to never hearing again. It was Sarah, older, weaker, laced with a raw, heartbreaking desperation. But it was her. Every fiber of my being screamed that it was her. My sister. I stumbled back, my hand flying my mouth to stifle a gasp. My mind reeled, trying to process the impossible. This could not be real. It had to be a hallucination, a cruel trick of my grief-addled brain. But the clarity, the undeniable recognition, it was too vivid, too precise to be a figment of my imagination. Sarah, in Eleanor's basement, panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I stood there frozen, staring at that innocuous white door, now transformed into a terrifying barrier. My sister alive after all this time, and trapped right beneath my feet. In the house of the woman I was falling in love with. The absurdity, the sheer monstrousness of it, threatened to overwhelm me. I tried the doorknob. Lock, of course. My hands trembled as I gripped it, twisting it uselessly. The metal was cold against my skin, a stark reminder of the cold terror that was now gripping my heart. What was I supposed to do? Confront Eleanor, burst into her bedroom, screaming about my missing sister being in her basement. She would think I was insane. She would deny it. And then what? Call the police. On what grounds? My missing sister, who vanished 5 years ago without a trace, is now apparently whispering my name from my girlfriend's basement. They would probably just send a mental health team. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I had to be careful. If Sarah was truly down there, if Eleanor was truly involved, then Eleanor was dangerous. And I was in her house. The next morning was a blur of forced normalcy. I woke up, feigning sleepiness, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Eleanor was her usual cheerful self, making coffee, chatting about her day. Every word she spoke, every glance she gave me, felt like a dagger. I studied her, searching for any tell, any flicker of malevolence in her eyes, any hint of the monster I now suspected her to be. But she was just Eleanor. Warm, loving, utterly convincing. The dissonance was maddening. I could not eat. My stomach was a knot of ice. I made an excuse about feeling a bit under the weather, a headache. Eleanor, ever the considerate girlfriend, fussed over me, offered to get me medicine. I just wanted to scream, to rip that perfectly composed facade from her face. But I could not. Not yet. I needed proof. Throughout the day, I found excuses to be near the kitchen. I pretended to look for a snack, to refill my water glass, anything to linger by that door. And I heard it again, fainter this time, but still there, a soft scraping sound, like something being dragged across a rough floor. A weak cough, and then a whisper, more urgent this time, more desperate. Daniel, please. It was undeniable. It was Sarah. I was no longer questioning my sanity. The question now was how, and why, and what was I going to do about it? I spent the rest of the day in a haze, my mind racing through every possible scenario. I could not call the police blind. If Eleanor was as clever as she seemed, she would have covered her tracks. I needed to get into that basement. I needed to see for myself. The opportunity came that afternoon. Eleanor had an appointment, a dental checkup that would keep her out of the house for a couple of hours. As soon as she closed the front door behind her, the mask dropped. The pretense of illness vanished. My heart pounded with a frantic energy, a mixture of terror and desperate hope. I went straight to the kitchen door. The lock was a simple deadbolt. I checked the usual spots on the mat on top of the door frame. Nothing. I went to kitchen drawers, pulling them open, rummaging through utensils and napkins. Nothing. My panic started to rise again. How could I get in? I was not a locksmith. Then, my eyes landed on a small antique wooden box on a high shelf, tucked behind a collection of cookbooks. It looked like a decorative piece, something Eleanor might have used for mementos. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cool wood. It was heavier than I expected. I pulled it down. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a single, tarnished brass key. It looked old, rustic, exactly the kind of key that would fit an old basement door. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped it. This was it, the moment of truth. My breath hitched in my throat. This key could either lead me to my sister, or to a horror I could not even begin to imagine. I inserted the key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying, albeit ominous, click. The sound echoed in the silent house, amplifying the tension to an almost unbearable degree. I gripped the doorknob, my palms sweating, and slowly, very slowly, I pulled the door open. A wave of cold, stagnant air rushed out, carried with a smell that instantly made my stomach churn. It was not the damp, earthy smell of a normal basement. It was something far more sinister, a cloying sweetness, like decaying flowers, mixed with something metallic and vaguely organic. It reminded me, sickeningly, of a mix of honeysuckle and blood, a scent I would only ever hear described in nightmares. The previous story, the one about Mark, had mentioned that scent. It was a phantom smell, a universal horror, and now it was here, real and sickeningly present. Darkness stretched before me, a gaping maw. I fumbled for a light switch, my hand brushing against the cold, grimy wall. Nothing. Of course not. Eleanor would not make it easy. I pulled out my phone, turning on the flashlight, its weak beam piercing the gloom. The stairs were old, wooden, creaking ominously under my weight as I descended. Each step felt like a descent into madness. The air grew colder, heavier, saturated with that awful smell. My flashlight beam danced across cobweb-draped walls, shelves piled with dusty boxes, and forgotten furniture shrouded in white sheets. It was a typical, albeit neglected, basement. But then, as I reached the bottom, the beam fell upon something that was definitely not typical. Tucked away in a far corner, behind a stack of old tires and workbench, was another door. This one was newer, made of thick reinforced steel, with soundproofing foam around the edges, and it had a heavy-duty padlock. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. This was it. This was where she was. I tried the padlock, but it was solid. My phone flashlight revealed no keyhole, no obvious way to open it without heavy tools. Despair threatened to engulf me. I was so close, yet still so far. I pressed my ear against the steel door, my breath ragged. The silence from within was absolute. No whispers, no cries. Had she heard me? Was she too weak to make a sound? Or was Eleanor's soundproofing just too good? I pounded on the door, a desperate, muffled thud. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Sarah, are you in there?" "It is Daniel. I am here." Nothing. Just the echo of my own frantic breathing in the cold, stale air. I slumped against the door, feeling utterly defeated. I had to get back upstairs. Eleanor would be home soon. I needed to think, to find another way. I turned to leave, my flashlight beam sweeping across the basement floor one last time. And that is when I saw it. On the dusty concrete floor, just beneath the steel door, was a small, almost imperceptible discoloration. A faint, reddish-brown stain, partly obscured by a thin layer of dust. And next to it, a tiny silver charm. It was shaped like a crescent moon, tarnished with age, but unmistakable. It was Sarah's locket. The lunar seal locket I had given her for her 16th birthday. A silly, sentimental gift I would picked up at a flea market, telling her it would protect her. She had never taken it off. Never. My blood ran cold. The locket, here, on Eleanor's basement floor. My sister was here, or had been. A sudden, sharp click from upstairs. The front door. Eleanor was home. My heart leaped into my throat. I was trapped. I had to move. Now. I scrambled up the stairs, my feet slipping on the dusty wood. I slammed the basement door shut, fumbling with the key, locking it just as I heard Eleanor's footsteps approaching the kitchen. I shoved the key back into the antique box, replacing it on the shelf, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped the cookbooks. I tried to compose myself, to wipe the frantic look from my face, to calm my ragged breathing. Eleanor walked into the kitchen, a smile on her face. "Hey, you are still up," she said, her voice light and cheerful. Feeling any better? I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of normalcy. "Yeah, a little." I managed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. Just got some water." She nodded, oblivious. Or so I hoped. My eyes darted to the basement door. It was closed, locked. The key was hidden. Everything looked normal. But nothing was normal. Nothing would ever be normal again. I spent the next few hours in a state of hyper-alert terror. Every time Eleanor moved, every time she spoke, I saw the monster beneath the charming facade. I could not bring myself to sleep. I just lay there, pretending, my mind racing. I had to get out. I had to get help. And I had to save Sarah. The moment Eleanor fell asleep, I slipped out of bed. I grabbed my phone, my keys, anything I could carry in quietly, carefully. I let myself out of her house. I did not look back. I just ran. I drove straight to the police station. The night shift officer looked at me with a mixture of pity and skepticism as I stammered out my story, my voice hoarse, my hands still shaking. My sister, Sarah, she is in my girlfriend's basement. I heard her. I saw her lock it. They listened. They took notes. They called Eleanor. Of course, she denied everything. She was shocked, hurt, confused. She painted a picture of a grieving man, unhinged by years of loss, suffering a breakdown. She was calm, composed, utterly convincing. They went to her house. I went with them, my hope a fragile, desperate thing. They searched the basement. They found nothing. No steel door, no soundproofing, no locket. The basement was just a normal, dusty, slightly cluttered basement. The officer gave me a sympathetic, yet firm, look. "Mr. Miller, we understand you are going through a lot of pain, but there is nothing here." I stared at the empty space where the steel door had been, where the locket had lain. It was gone. All of it. Eleanor had cleaned it up. Fast. How? I did not know. But she had. The monster was smarter, faster than I could have imagined. I was discredited. They suggested I seek counseling. My friends, the ones who had introduced us, were horrified by my accusations. They sided with Eleanor, believing her tears, her calm demeanor, over my frantic, unhinged story. My life, which had just begun to mend, shattered completely. I never saw Eleanor again. She moved out of the house a few weeks later, sold it, and vanished without a trace, just like Sarah. The police never found anything. Sarah's case remained cold, colder than ever. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I know that for a brief, terrifying moment, my sister was alive, trapped, and then gone again. And I know that Eleanor, the woman I had almost loved, was a monster. Now, years later, I still hear it sometimes. Not just Sarah's voice, but that smell, that cloying, sickly sweet scent of honeysuckle and blood. It lingers in the quiet corners of my apartment, in the darkest reaches of my nightmares. And every time I hear a faint, unidentifiable sound in the night, every time I see it after Julian, I thought I was done. Done with dating. Done with trusting. Done with ever feeling safe again. The police have been useless, just shrugging off my terror as unsubstantiated claims. A man who smiles too much is not a crime, madam. One of them had actually said, like it was some kind of sick joke. But it was not a joke to me. Every shadow was Julian. Every blocked call. Every rustle outside my window. Every creak in my old apartment building, it was him. He was everywhere in my head, in my nightmares, a constant, grinning presence lurking just beyond my sight. And the scar god, the scar. It was a jagged line, right on my lower back, exactly where he would said it would be. An old scar, he would called it, from a past life. It burned sometimes like a phantom limb, a constant, physical reminder that he was not just in my head, he was in my skin. I would tried everything to get rid of him. Changed my number, deleted all my social media, even considered moving out of state. But the truth was, I was paralyzed. The thought of starting over somewhere new, alone, with the knowledge that he could still find me, was almost as terrifying as staying put. So I just existed. I went to work. I came home. I locked myself in, and I tried to pretend that the world outside my four walls was not a terrifying place where a smiling monster lurked. My friend, Sarah, bless her heart, tried to get me out of my shell. She would call, she would text, she would even show up at my door with coffee and a forced smile, trying to coax me back into the land of the living. You can't let him win. Maya, she would say, her voice soft but firm, you need to reclaim your life. Go out. Meet someone new. Just try. The idea of meeting someone new made my stomach clench. Every man felt like a potential Julian. Every friendly smile. A mask. But after weeks of feeling like a prisoner in my own home, the loneliness started to gnaw at me. The silence in my apartment, once a comfort, became a deafening roar, filled with the echoes of Julian's chilling words. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe I needed a distraction. Something normal. Something safe. So, with a trembling hand, I downloaded Tinder. I set up a bare bones profile, no recent photos, just a couple of old, generic shots. I swiped with extreme caution, my heart thudding against my ribs with every profile. I was not looking for fireworks, just a normal conversation. Someone who did not make my skin crawl. That is how I found Alex. His profile was bland. In a good way. Pictures of him hiking, playing with a dog, smiling a perfectly normal, non-threatening smile. His bio mentioned a love for craft beer and bad puns. He looked like the kind of guy you would see at a coffee shop. Totally unremarkable, totally safe. We matched. We chatted. He was polite, a little awkward, and mercifully, he did not ask too many personal questions. After a week of casual text, he asked me out for coffee. My anxiety was through the roof, but I forced myself to say yes. It was just coffee, after all, in a public place. What could possibly go wrong? The coffee shop was bustling, which was a relief. I spotted Alex immediately. He looked exactly like his pictures, maybe a little taller. He had kind eyes, a slightly crooked nose, and a laugh that actually sounded genuine. We talked about work, about our favorite movies, about the ridiculousness of dating apps. He was easy to talk to, a welcome balm after months of living in a constant state of hypervigilance. For the first time in what felt like forever, I almost forgot about Julian. Almost. Every now and then, a flicker of paranoia would dart to me. Was he too nice? Was this a trick? But Alex was just Alex. A normal guy on a normal date. We talked for almost 2 hours. When he finally stood up to leave, he walked past the wall next to our table, heading towards the exit. I watched him go, feeling a strange mix of relief and something else. And that is when I saw it, or thought I saw it. As Alex's body moved away from the wall, his shadow, for just a split second, seemed to linger. It was a dark, amorphous patch, slightly darker than a normal shadow, that seemed to detach from his form, hanging suspended against the pale yellow paint for a beat longer than it should have. Then, as if snapping back into place, it zipped forward, rejoining his body just as he reached the door. I blinked hard. My heart gave a little jolt. What was that? I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. The wall was just a wall. The light from the window was casting perfectly normal shadows. I shook my head. It must have been a trick of the light, the way the sun was hitting the glass, or maybe I was just tired. Julian had messed with my head so much. I was probably seeing things. Paranoia, that is all it was. Alex waved goodbye, his smile friendly and unassuming. I forced a smile back, my mind still replaying that fleeting image. I told myself to forget it. It was nothing, just my overactive imagination. But I could not forget it. It gnawed at me all the way home. The apartment felt colder than usual, even with the heat on. Every time I walked past a window or a lamp, I found myself glancing back, half expecting my own shadow to play tricks on me. It did not. A few days later, Alex and I had our second date. Dinner this time at a small Italian place downtown. It was going well. He was still charmingly awkward, still making me laugh. I was starting to relax, to think that maybe, just maybe, I could actually move on. We were waiting for our food when Alex got up to use the restroom. He pushed his chair back, stood, and walked away from our table, heading toward the back of the restaurant. And there it was again, clear as day, no trick of the light this time. As his body moved, his shadow, clinging to the wall behind him, stretched. And then it peeled away. It was like watching a separate entity, a darker, denser patch of blackness, detach itself from his form. It hovered there for a moment, a perfect silhouette of him, suspended against the patterned wallpaper. Then, with a subtle ripple, it flattened itself, sinking back into the wall as if it were a part of the decor. It just stayed there, long after Alex had disappeared around the corner. My breath hitched. My fork clattered against my plate. My blood ran cold. This was not a trick of the light. This was not my imagination. This was real. I stared at the spot where the shadow had been. Nothing, just the wallpaper. But I knew what I had seen. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. Julian's face flashed in my mind, his unblinking eyes, his unchanging smile. Was this him? Was he somehow doing this? Was he messing with me in a new, even more insidious way? The scar on my back, the one Julian had promised, suddenly began to itch, a deep, unsettling burn right beneath my skin. Alex returned a few minutes later, oblivious. "Everything okay?" he asked, noticing my pale face and untouched water. "Yeah, fine." I managed, my voice a strangled whisper. "Just feeling a little dizzy." He looked concerned. "You want to head out? We can get the food to go." "No," I said, perhaps a little too sharply. "No, I am fine. Really, just need a minute." I needed to observe. I needed to know if it would happen again. The rest of the dinner was a blur. I kept glancing at the wall, at Alex, at the shadows cast by the restaurant's dim lighting. Every time he moved, I braced myself, but nothing. The shadow behaved normally. It was like it had never happened. I tried to tell myself I was crazy, that Julian had finally broken me. But the memory of that detached, lingering shadow was too vivid, too precise. We walked back to my apartment. The streetlights cast long, dancing shadows of us as we moved. I found myself subtly lagging behind Alex, watching his shadow, trying to catch it in the act. It stayed stubbornly attached to him, a normal, boring shadow. I felt a flicker of relief, then a wave of self-loathing. I was losing my mind. When we reached my door, Alex leaned in for a goodnight kiss. I flinched, pulling back slightly. He looked hurt. "Sorry." I mumbled. "Long day." He nodded a little awkwardly. "Well, I had a great time." "Maya, me too." I lied, my eyes darting past him, toward the wall of my building. He turned to leave. He took 2 steps. And then it happened again. His shadow, cast by the porch light, separated from his form. It was no longer a flat, 2-dimensional outline. It was deeper, a swirling vortex of pure blackness, like a hole ripped in reality. It did not just linger, expanded, growing wider, taller, until it was almost twice Alex's size. It pulsed, a silent, malevolent beat, and then, with a speed that made my stomach lurch, it retracted, snapping back into Alex's form with a faint, almost inaudible whoosh. Alex, completely unaware, continued walking down the path, whistling a cheerful tune. I stumbled back into my apartment, slamming the door shut and locking it with every lock I had. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely turn the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. This was not Julian. This was something else. Something worse. The next few days were hell. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that impossible shadow, pulsing, expanding, retracting. I avoided mirrors, fearing what I might see behind me. I kept the lights on 247, convinced that darkness was its domain. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a cage. I tried to talk to Sarah, but how do you explain something like this? Hey, so my new Tinder date shadow detaches from him and does weird stuff, and I think I'm going insane, but also, I have this scar from my stalker, so maybe I am not. She would think I would completely lost it. And honestly, I was starting to think I had. I started researching. Lingering shadows, detached shadows, shadow people. Most of what I found was folklore, urban legends, or mental health forums. None of it offered any real answers. But one obscure article, buried deep in a paranormal forum, mentioned something about psychic residue or shadow imprints. The idea was that intense emotions or traumatic events could leave a kind of energetic mark, a shadow that could take on a life of its own, especially if the person was particularly sensitive or vulnerable. Vulnerable. Julian had certainly made me vulnerable. He would crack open my world, leaving me exposed to whatever horrors lurked beneath the surface. Was this shadow a manifestation of his lingering presence, or something entirely new, drawn to my raw fear? I tentatively texted Alex. My fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long time. What could I say? Hey, saw your shadow detach from you the other night. Pretty weird, huh? No, absolutely not. I settled for something innocuous. Hey, Alex, had a great time the other night. Just checking in. He replied almost immediately, his usual cheerful tone. He asked if I was free for another date. My stomach twisted. I wanted to say no, to run, to never see him again. But a terrifying thought occurred to me: if the shadow was his, then avoiding him might not be enough. If it was attached to him, it would just follow him wherever he went. And if it was my fear attracting it, then it would follow me. Maybe, just maybe, if I understood it, I could fight it. So I agreed. A movie in a dark theater. The perfect place for a shadow to do its thing. I spent the entire movie on edge, not watching the screen, but watching Alex. The dim light from the screen cast his shadow onto the seat in front of him, a dark, motionless shape. Nothing. I was starting to feel foolish, my heart pounding for no reason. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I was just seeing things, because I was so desperate to find a new monster after Julian. Then, as the credits rolled and the lights slowly began to come up, Alex stretched. He reached his arms above his head, and as his body elongated, his shadow on the seat in front of him stretched too. But then, as he brought his arms down, the shadow did not immediately retract. It hovered there, a distorted, elongated version of him, for a sickeningly long moment. And then it shifted. It was not just a flat silhouette anymore. It was like it had depth, a swirling, inky blackness. And it began to move. Not subtly. It rippled like smoke across the back of the seat. It flowed down, then across the aisle, towards me. My blood froze. I could not breathe. My eyes were wide with terror, fixed on this impossible phenomenon. The shadow reached my seat, and then, slowly, it began to climb. Up the armrest, onto my lap, a cold, weightless pressure. It felt like a chill, a profound absence of warmth, seeping into my skin. I wanted to scream. I wanted to jump up and run. But I was paralyzed, glued to my seat by sheer terror. It continued to spread, crawling up my chest, toward my face. I could feel its cold touch, a silent, suffocating presence. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure panic. Just as it reached my chin, Alex turned to me, a casual smile on his face. Ready to go, the shadow instantly snapped back. It zipped across the seats, a blur of black, rejoining Alex's own shadow. which was now perfectly normal, hugging his form like any other shadow. I gasped a small choke sound. Alex looked at me, his smile fading. Maya, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I just stared at him, unable to speak. His eyes were kind, concerned. He had no idea. He had no idea what was clinging to him, what was using him as a host, what was reaching out to me. I need to go. I stammered, scrambling out of my seat. I am really not feeling well. I practically ran out of the theater, leaving Alex bewildered in his seat. I did not stop until I was outside, gulping down lungfuls of cold night air. My entire body was trembling. The scar on my back was burning, a fiery line of pain that made me gasp. It was like Julian was reaching out, telling me, I told you so. You will always be mine. You will always be a survivor, but never truly safe. I went home and locked myself in, but this time, the locks felt useless. What good were deadbolts against a shadow? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of rare medical condition Alex had, something that affected his perception of light, or maybe it was a side effect of some medication. But deep down, I knew this was supernatural. This was a horror that transcended logic. The shadow was not just lurking anymore. It was aware. It had touched me. It had felt me. And it was coming for me. I spent the next few days in a constant state of fear. I did not answer Alex's texts or calls. I avoided going outside. I kept all the lights on, even in the bathroom, convinced that if there was enough light, the shadow could not exist. But that was not true. It did not need darkness. It was darkness. One night, I was trying to sleep, curled up in bed, the bedside lamp casting a warm glow over my room. I was exhausted, but every time I drifted off, I would jolt awake, convinced I felt a cold touch. I was staring at the wall, trying to focus on the mundane pattern of the wallpaper, when I saw it. A patch of shadow, darker than anything normal, began to form the corner of my room, away from any light source. It was not cast by anything. It just appeared. It started small, a fist-sized blotch, then slowly it began to expand. It pulsed like a slow, dark heartbeat. It was not flat anymore. It had depth. It was like looking into a void, a swirling, inky abyss. My breath caught in my throat. This was not Alex's shadow. This was itself. It had detached. It had found me. It started to move, slowly at first, creeping along the wall towards my bed. It was like watching a ripple in still water, silent and deliberate. As it moved, the air in the room grew colder, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into my bones. I could feel my teeth chattering, but I could not make a sound. It reached the edge of my bed. It flowed down onto the floor, then started to crawl up the side of my bed frame. It was like a living carpet of absolute darkness. My body was screaming at me to run, to fight, but I was frozen, my eyes wide with a terror that transcended anything Julian had ever inflicted. This was primal. This was ancient. It reached the covers, and then, slowly, it began to ascend. It moved over the duvet, a shapeless, formless mass of pure blackness. The cold intensified, a burning chill that felt like frostbite. I could feel its weight, a heavy, suffocating pressure, even though it was just shadow. It reached my chest. I could feel it pressing down, making it impossible to breathe. My lungs burned, desperate for air. The scar on my back was throbbing, a searing pain that made me arch my back. It was like the shadow was feeding on my fear, growing stronger, denser, with every beat of my terrified heart. Then, a shape began to emerge within the shadow. 2 points, like eyes, dark in the rest, seemed to form, staring at me. And then a mouth, a jagged, gaping maw of absolute blackness. It was not smiling like Julian, but it was just as terrifying. It was a smile of pure hunger, of predatory delight. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, try to make it disappear. But I could still feel it, the crushing weight, the icy cold, the burning scar. And then I heard it, a whisper, not with my ears, but directly in my mind. A cold, ancient voice that slithered into my thoughts. You belong to the darkness now. Little light. It was not Julian's voice. It was something far older, far more malevolent. Julian had opened the door, but something else had walked through. Something that fed on fear, on vulnerability, on the very essence of a shattered soul. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound tore from my throat. A sound I did not even know I was capable of making. It was a scream of pure, unadulterated terror, a desperate plea for help that echoed to the silent apartment. As soon as the sound left my lips, the shadow recoiled. It did not disappear, but it pulled back, shrinking slightly, losing some of its density. It flowed off my bed onto the floor and retreated back to the corner of the room, where it hovered, a pulsating blotch of pure black. I lay there, gasping, shaking uncontrollably. My entire body ached, my throat raw. The scar on my back felt like it was still on fire. I slowly opened my eyes, staring at the corner. The shadow was still there, a malevolent presence, watching me, waiting. I knew then that I could not stay. Not here, not in this apartment, not in this city. This was not just about Julian anymore. This was about something else. Something that Julian had inadvertently unleashed. Something that was now irrevocably tied to me. I had to run. I had to escape. But how do you escape a shadow? How do you escape something that lives in the periphery, that feeds on your fear, that can simply appear? I did not know. But I knew one thing for sure: I would never look at a shadow the same way again. And I would never, ever go on another Tinder date. Not when every encounter risked bringing me face to face with the lurking horrors that the world and my own shattered mind seemed so eager to reveal. The shadow in the corner pulsed, a silent promise that this was just the beginning. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would be back. The air at the Whispering Stones was thick, heavy, and tasted of ancient earth and something metallic like a fresh wound. Mark stood before me, a silhouette against the faint, sickly glow that emanated from the gnarled, moss-covered monoliths. His eyes, twin points of malevolent light, were fixed on me, a predator sizing up its prey. Ben lay sprawled somewhere behind me, a choked gasp the last sound he would made before Mark's spectral form had lashed out. I did not dare look back, did not dare confirm what I already knew. Ben was hurt, maybe worse. And it was my fault. Bound to me, Mark's voice slithered through the clearing. Not quite a whisper, not quite a shout, but a sound that vibrated in my bones, chilling me to the marrow. Your foolish hope, your little flicker of happiness with that mortal, it was a feast for me. It drained your pretty trinket, little lamb. Now, there is nothing left to protect you. He gestured vaguely at the lunar seal locket, which still hung heavy around my neck, though its warmth had long since faded. It felt like a cold stone now, a useless weight. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, to swallow that fragile spark of defiance whole. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching darkness. The scent of honeysuckle and blood, Mark's signature, was so potent here it felt like I was drowning in it. But then I remembered Ben. His kind eyes, his gentle smile, the way he would listen to my half-truths and still offered his unwavering support. He was out there for me. He had risked everything for me. I would not let him be for nothing. I would not let Mark win. You are wrong. I choked out, my voice thin but steadying with each word. It is not over. I won't be yours. Mark let out a low, guttural chuckle, a sound that grated on my nerves like fingernails on a chalkboard. Oh, little lamb. Still bleeding. How adorable. You think a few pretty words will change anything. You are a beacon, a challenge, and I have answered. Now you will fulfill your purpose. He began to circle me slowly, his movements fluid, unnaturally graceful, like a shark in dark waters. The ground beneath my feet felt cold and uneven, littered with unseen roots and stones. The air grew colder with his proximity, biting at my exposed skin. I could feel his gaze on me, dissecting me, stripping away my courage piece by piece. The ritual, I said, forcing the words out, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The ancient text. It spoke of a cleansing. Mark stopped, just out of arm's reach, a predatory grin stretching his features. Ah, yes, the quaint little stories the mortals weave. You think a few chanted words and a bit of spilled blood will undo what has been forged between us. This is not some campfire tale, girl. This is real. This is us. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a seductive, venomous whisper. And we are forever. His words were like poison, seeping into my mind, twisting my resolve. Forever. The thought was a cold dread, a living nightmare that would never end. But then I remembered the text. It was dangerous, yes, but it offered a way out. A chance. It said the veil here is thin. I countered, my eyes darting around the circle of stones. They pulsed with faint, internal light, an almost imperceptible hum vibrating through the ground. It said this place could sever bonds. It said it could banish things like you. Mark threw back his head and laughed, a harsh, echoing sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the night. Banish. My dear, you flatter yourself. You think a few ancient scribblings hold power over me. I am older than these stones, deeper than your shallow understanding of the world. You seek to sever a bond that was forged in fear, nurtured by your very existence. Do you even know what the ritual entails? Do you know the cost? His eyes flashed, and suddenly, the shadows around him seemed to deepen, to coil and writhe as if they were alive. I felt a pressure in my chest, a crushing weight that stole my breath. It was a psychic assault, a desperate attempt to break me before I could even begin. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, fighting against a suffocating despair. No, I would not let him. I forced my eyes open, scanning the stones, trying to recall the exact words from the text. It was a blur of ancient symbols and cryptic instructions, but one phrase echoed in my mind the heart's truth, offered at the threshold. The heart's truth. I whispered, testing the words. Mark's laughter died, replaced by a low growl. You think you understand. You think you know what that means. It demands more than just a truthful confession. It demands a piece of you. A true sacrifice. A cold dread washed over me. A sacrifice? What kind of sacrifice? I could not afford to be vague. Ben needed me. I needed to be free. My gaze fell upon the locket again, lying cold against my chest. It had been my shield, my hope. Now it was a reminder of my failure, of the hope that had apparently drained its power. But what if its power was not gone? What if it merely needed to be recharged? Or perhaps, what if it was the key to the ritual itself? The ancient text had mentioned the lunar seal as both a shield and a beacon, but it also hinted at its true purpose, something more profound, something about balance. When the seal is broken, the balance restored, the shadow recedes. The seal is not broken. I said, my voice gaining strength. It is dormant, and it is part of the ritual. Mark's face twisted into a snarl. Foolish girl, you cling to a child's toy. That locket is nothing now. It is a hollow shell, like you will be when I am done. He lunged, not physically, but with a surge of dark energy that hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled backward, landing hard on the cold, damp earth. The impact jarred my teeth, and a sharp pain shot up my spine. My head hit something solid, and for a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes. I tasted blood, a metallic tang on my tongue. As I struggled to push myself up, a hand closed around my ankle. It was not Mark's. It was Ben. He was pale, his eyes fluttering, but he was alive. The locket, he rasped, his voice barely audible. It is It is a conduit. The ritual needs your spirit. His words were a jolt of ice water, clearing the fog from my mind. My spirit, not just my truth, not just a sacrifice, but my spirit. The text had mentioned that the ritual required a direct connection, a channeling of one's own essence into the seal. It was a dangerous gamble, risking not just my life, but my very soul. Mark was upon me again, his shadowy form looming, his eyes burning with renewed fury. He speaks nonsense. He dies for you, and still you grasp at straws. You are mine. He reached for me, his spectral fingers like icy claws. I instinctively recoiled, scrambling backward on my hands and knees, away from his touch. I could hear Ben groaning faintly, struggling to move, but he was too weak. I was alone in this. I looked at the locket, then at the stones. The text had been specific. The ritual had to be performed within the circle, at the heart of the thinning veil. I had to get to the center. No, I screamed, a raw, primal sound torn from my throat. I am not yours. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head and the sharp ache in my back. I ran, not away from Mark, but into the stone circle, heading for the central, largest monolith. Mark shrieked, a sound that made the very air vibrate. You dare defy me, little lamb. You dare to think you can escape. He was right behind me, his presence a suffocating wave of cold and dread. I could feel his breath, cold and fetid, on the back of my neck. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest, threatening to burst. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to hide, but there was nowhere to go. This was it. I reached the central stone, its surface rough and cold beneath my trembling fingers. It pulsed with faint, almost imperceptible energy. This was the threshold. This was where the veil was thinnest. I fumbled with the locket, tearing it from my neck. It was cold, heavy, useless. But Ben had said it was a conduit. My spirit. The ancient text flashed through my mind to cleanse a mark. The spirit must merge with the seal, and the heart's truth be spoken into the ether. A sacrifice of self to reclaim the self. A sacrifice of self. This was not about blood or an object. It was about me, my essence, my very being. It was a terrifying prospect, a gamble with my existence. Mark was closing in, his shadowy form solidifying, becoming more corporeal, more terrifying. His eyes burned with a triumphant hunger. Give up, little lamb. It is useless. You are mine. I stared at the locket in my palm, then at the central stone. I had to connect them. I had to connect myself to them. I placed the locket flat against the rough surface of the monolith. It felt strangely warm there, almost as if the stone was drawing something from it. Then, I pressed my own palm against the locket, sandwiching it between my hand and the stone. A jolt, like static electricity, shot through my arm, up my shoulder, and into my chest. It was not painful, not exactly, but it was intense, a sudden awakening of something deep within me. The locket began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that I could feel in my very bones. A faint, silver light began to emanate from beneath my palm, spreading across the locket, then seeping into the stone itself. Mark roared, a sound of pure rage and disbelief. What are you doing? Stop it. You fool, you do not know what you unleash. He lunged again, but this time he met an invisible barrier. The silver light from the locket expanded, forming a shimmering, ethereal dome around me and the central stone. Mark crashed against it, his shadowy form dissipating into wisps of darkness, then reforming, snarling with frustration. He could not get through. Not yet. I closed my eyes, focusing on the warmth, the hum, the connection. My mind raced, trying to recall the heart's truth. What was my deepest truth? My fear, my love for Ben, my desire for freedom. Then it hit me. It was not just a truth. It was the truth that had allowed Mark to bind me in the first place. My hope had drained the locket. Mark had said, my hope had made me vulnerable, but it was also my hope that had brought me here, that had made me fight. My truth was both my weakness and my strength. My truth. I whispered, opening my eyes and looking directly at Mark, who was still raging against a shimmering barrier. My truth is that I am afraid. I have always been afraid. Of you. Of what you represent. Of what you tried to make me. The silver light intensified, pulsing with my words. Mark recoiled, his form flickering, as if my confession was physically painful to him. But my truth is also, I continued, my voice growing stronger, that I am not defined by that fear. I choose to be free. I choose to fight. I choose hope, not as a weakness, but as a weapon. I choose to live, not as your prey, but as myself. As I spoke the last words, a wave of energy surged through me, a feeling of pure, unadulterated power. It was not Mark's dark power, but something purer, brighter, drawn from the ancient earth and the thinning veil itself. The silver light exploded outwards from my hand, from the locket, from the stone, engulfing the entire circle. Mark screamed, a sound of agony and pure, unadulterated terror. The honeysuckle and blood scent in the air curdled, turning sour and acrid. His shadowy form writhed, twisting into grotesque shapes, trying desperately to escape the blinding light. The ground trembled beneath my feet. The whispering stones themselves seemed to vibrate with the intensity of the energy. I could hear a distant, mournful sound, like the wind wailing through ancient trees. But it was closer, more immediate, as if the veil itself was tearing. I held my breath, pouring every ounce of my will, my spirit, my defiance into the locket, into the ritual. The sensation was overwhelming, a merging of my consciousness with something vast and ancient. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. I felt like I was dissolving, becoming one with the light, with the stones, with the very essence of Havenwood. Mark's screams grew fainter, more distant, as if he was being pulled away, dragged into some unseen abyss. His shadowy form stretched, thinned, became transparent, like smoke caught in a hurricane. His eyes, those twin points of malevolent light, were the last thing to fade, burning with a hatred so profound it almost scorched my soul. Then, with a final, ear-splitting shriek that seemed to rip through the very fabric of reality, he was gone. The silver light pulsed one last time, then slowly, gradually, began to recede. The humming died down. The trembling of the earth ceased. The air, though still heavy with the lingering scent of ozone and something akin to burnt sugar, began to feel lighter, cleaner. I stood there, my hand still pressed against the locket, against the stone, utterly drained, completely spent. My body felt like a hollow shell, every muscle aching, every nerve ending screaming. I slowly pulled my hand away from the locket. It was no longer warm, it was cool to the touch, and it glowed with a faint, internal silver light, a gentle pulse that spoke of renewed power, of a barrier restored. I sank to my knees, my legs giving out beneath me. The silence that followed Mark's banishment was deafening, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just erupted. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant hoot of an owl. Then a faint groan. Ben. I pushed myself up, my body protesting with every movement, and stumbled towards where I had last seen him. He was still there, lying motionless near the edge of the stone circle. My heart leaped into my throat. Had I been too late? Had Mark taken him even in his defeat? I knelt beside him, my hands trembling as I reached out. He was cold, so cold, but there was a faint pulse beneath my fingers. His chest rose and fell, shallow breaths, but breaths nonetheless. The wound Mark had inflicted was still there, a dark, bruised mark on his side, but it seemed to have faded, losing some of its angry red hue. The honeysuckle and blood scent, though still present, was no longer clinging to him. Ben, I whispered, shaking him gently. His eyelids fluttered, then slowly, agonizingly, opened. His eyes were unfocused at first, then they slowly found mine. A flicker of recognition, then a weak, pained smile. You did it, he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and stinging, blurring my vision. I did it. I repeated, the words catching my throat. We are safe. You are safe. But were we? Really? The horror Mark had inflicted, the terror he had sown, it would not just vanish with his banishment. The memory of his voice, his predatory gaze, the metallic scent of his presence, those would linger, etched into the deepest parts of my mind. I helped Ben to sit up, supporting his weight as he leaned heavily against me. He was weak but conscious. He looked around the stone circle, his eyes wide with awe and a lingering trace of fear. What? What happened? He asked, his voice a little stronger now. Where is he? He is gone. I said, my voice laced with exhaustion and a fragile hope. Banished. The ritual. It worked. Ben looked at the locket, which I had put back around my neck. It still glowed faintly, a steady, comforting pulse. The lunar seal, he murmured. It is truly a protector now. I nodded, clutching it tightly. It felt different now, not just a shield, but a part of me, intrinsically linked to my defiance, to my will to survive. Getting Ben out of the Whispering Stones was a slow, agonizing process. Every step was a struggle. Every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hold the potential for Mark's return. My body ached, my head throbbed, and a lingering scent of honeysuckle and blood, though faint, still clung to my clothes, a constant reminder of the nightmare I had just endured. We finally stumbled out of the treacherous forest as the first hints of dawn began to paint the sky a pale, bruised purple. The quiet streets of Havenwood, usually a balm, now felt different, changed, as if the town itself had witnessed a horror that unfolded just beyond its borders. We made it back to my cottage, and Ben collapsed onto the small sofa, utterly spent. I tended to his wound as best I could, cleaning it and bandaging it with what little medical supplies I had. He needed a doctor, but I was terrified of leaving him, terrified of attracting any attention, terrified of what might still be lurking. As I sat beside him, watching his shallow breaths, a profound weariness settled over me. Mark was gone. I was free, but the freedom felt heavy, burdened by the trauma of what happened, by the cost of my survival. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and paranoia. Ben slowly regained his strength, but the experience had left its mark on him too. He was quieter, his eyes holding a depth of understanding that had not been there before. He looked at me differently, with a mixture of reverence and lingering concern. I could not sleep soundly. Every creak of the old cottage, every whisper of the wind against the window pane, sent a jolt of terror through me. I checked the locks multiple times a night. I kept the locket clutched in my hand, its faint warmth a small comfort. The metallic, sweet scent of honeysuckle and blood was gone from my cottage, but I still imagine I caught faint whiffs of it sometimes, especially when the wind blew just right, or when I was alone in the dark. It was a phantom scent, a ghost of memory, but it was enough to send shivers down my spine. Ben tried to reassure me, to tell me that Mark was truly gone, that the ritual was absolute. But how could he know? How could I know? The ancient text had said banished, not destroyed. What if banishment was not permanent? What if it was merely a temporary reprieve? The world outside my cottage, the world I had once sought refuge in, now felt like a dangerous place. I still went to the library, but I was constantly looking over my shoulder, scanning every face, every shadow. Havenwood, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, a place where I had fought for my life and barely escaped. One evening, a few weeks after the ritual, Ben and I were sitting on my porch, watching the stars begin to pepper the darkening sky. The air was cool, carrying the familiar, comforting scent of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, almost idyllic. You know, Ben said softly, breaking the silence, you are different now. I looked at him, my brow furrowed. Different how? He smiled a gentle, knowing smile. Stronger. There's a fire in your eyes that was not there before. You faced something truly horrific, and you won. You found your power. I touched the locket at my throat, its faint warmth a constant presence. I guess so. I admitted. But it does not feel like winning. It feels like surviving. He reached out and took my hand, his touch warm and reassuring. Sometimes surviving is winning. And you did not just survive. You fought back. You reclaimed yourself. His words were comforting, but a chill still ran down my spine. I had reclaimed myself, yes. But at what cost? What lingering effects did the ritual have on me? I felt different, more attuned to things. Sometimes, a strange sensitivity to the atmosphere, to the subtle shifts in energy around me. Was it a side effect of merging my spirit with the seal? Or was it just a lingering paranoia, the heightened senses of a survivor? I still had nightmares. Vivid, terrifying dreams of shadowy figures, of chilling whispers, of the overwhelming scent of honeysuckle and blood. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, convinced that Mark was back, that he was lurking just beyond the threshold of my consciousness. The locket, my protector, my conduit, was also a constant reminder. It was a symbol of my victory, but also the battle I had fought, the darkness I had faced. I knew I could not stay in Havenwood forever. This town, as beautiful as it was tainted for me now. It held too many memories, too many shadows. I needed to move on, to find a new place, a new beginning, where the past could not reach me quite so easily. But even as I thought that, a cold, unsettling thought crept into my mind. The ancient text had not explicitly said Mark was destroyed, only banished, and the veil between worlds, once thin at the Whispering Stones, had been stretched, perhaps even torn, during the ritual. What if banishment was not an end, but merely a temporary setback for a creature like Mark? What if somewhere in the vast, unseen spaces between worlds, he was merely biding his time, gathering his strength, waiting for another opportunity? The thought was a cold knot in my stomach. I had fought so hard, sacrificed so much. I had found my courage, my defiance. But a part of me, the part that lived in fear for so long, knew that the true horror of Mark was not just his presence, but the lingering fear he left behind. The knowledge that some nightmares, once awakened, never truly go away. They just wait. And as I looked up at the vast, indifferent expanse of the night sky, a shiver, unrelated to the evening chill, traced its way down my spine. I had won this battle. But the war, I realized with chilling certainty, might never truly be over. And that in itself was the most terrifying horror of all. The mocking wave in the mirror, Alex's face twisting into that cruel, predatory smirk, burned itself into my mind like a brand. It was not just a reflection, it was a ghost, a puppet master, pulling the strings of the man I had foolishly, dangerously started to trust. My blood, what little warmth I had left in my monstrous veins, ran cold. I had been toyed with, a pawn in a game I did not understand, and the loneliness that had driven me to him was now replaced by a chilling realization I was not just alone. I was hunted. I fled Alex's apartment like a bat, out of hell, the city lights blurring into streaks of neon and white. My talons, still stained with Sarah's blood from that first horrific transformation, scraped against the pavement, a sound lost in the urban cacophony. The forgotten corners, the alleys reeking of refuse and despair, became my refuge once more. But this time, they did not feel like a sanctuary. They felt like a trap, the walls closing in, every shadow concealing a threat. The initial shock gave way to a simmering paranoia. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every fleeting shadow seemed to hold a cold, calculating eyes of that reflection. My enhanced senses, once a source of terrifying power, now felt like a curse, amplifying every potential danger. I could smell the fear of my scurrying through garbage, hear the distant thrum of traffic miles away. feel the subtle vibrations of footsteps on a distant street, all of it coalescing into a symphony of dread. The hunger, that constant, gnawing ache for blood, intensified, but now it was laced with bitter irony. How could I hunt when I felt like the prey? How could I feed when every living thing seemed a potential accomplice to the entity that had toyed with me? Days bled into nights, a blur of hiding, observing, in a desperate, futile attempt to make sense of what I would seen. I stalked the rooftops, a gargoyle come to life, watching the city below. My mind replayed every interaction with Alex, searching for clues, for any sign I would miss. His gentle smile, his thoughtful questions, the way he would listen when I spoke of my old interests, all of it felt like a meticulously crafted performance. The thought made my stomach churn, a sensation far worse than the physical hunger. I had yearned for connection, and instead, I had been offered a carefully constructed lie. The loneliness was still there, a hollow ache that no amount of physical sustenance could touch, but was now overshadowed by a burning need for answers. Who was that man in the mirror? What did he want with me? And why had he chosen Alex as his puppet? The entity's mocking wave haunted my waking hours and infiltrated my fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep. I needed to understand. I needed to know what kind of monster I was dealing with, beyond my own reflection. My enhanced senses, though a burden, also offered a glimmer of hope. That night at Alex's apartment, I had not just seen the entity, I would felt it. A subtle shift in the air, a cold pressure, a faint, almost metallic tang that lingered even after I had fled. It was not a scent I could describe in human terms, but my new, monstrous nose recognized it. It was distinct, ancient, and deeply unsettling. I started searching for it, not consciously, but instinctually. I would wander forgotten corners, my head tilted, sniffing the wind, feeling for subtle vibrations, for any echo of that presence. It was a maddening, fruitless quest for weeks. The city was a maze of distractions, a cacophony of smells and sounds that drowned out the faint signal I was seeking. I grew gaunt, even for my transformed self, my fur matted, my eyes burning with an unnatural intensity. The hunger was a constant companion, but I forced myself to ignore it, to focus on a hunt for something far more dangerous than a stray animal. Then one night, as I perched on the spire of a forgotten church, overlooking the sprawling urban landscape, I felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible hum, like a distant bell. It was not in the city. It was beyond, far out in the rural darkness that skirted the edges of civilization. It was a metallic tang, stronger now, almost calling to me. It felt like a thread, impossibly thin, stretching out into the unknown. Every instinct screamed at me to run in the opposite direction. This was a trap. This was what prey felt when the predator closed in. But the need for answers, the desperate hope that understanding might somehow alleviate the suffocating paranoia, overruled my fear. I had to follow the thread. I moved with a newfound purpose, a grim determination. The city quickly fell behind me, its noise and light replaced by the rustling of leaves and the vast, oppressive silence of the countryside. My talons, once scraping on concrete, now dug into soft earth. My powerful legs carried me through moonlit forests. The air grew colder, cleaner, but the metallic tang persisted, growing stronger with every mile. It was a scent of old iron and something else, something like dried blood and forgotten dust, an aroma that spoke of deep time and ancient things. The thread led me down winding country roads, past fields of dormant crops, and through groves of skeletal trees. The moon was a cold, indifferent eye in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed around me. The unsettling silence of the countryside was punctuated only by the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, sounds that, to my hypersensitive ears, felt like whispers of foreboding. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the thread terminated. Before me, nestled deep within a cluster of ancient, gnarled oak trees, stood a house. It was not dilapidated, not in the way one might expect an old, isolated house to be. Instead, it was immaculately preserved, almost unnaturally so. A grand, two-story colonial, its white clapboard siding pristine, its dark green shutters freshly painted. A wide porch wrapped around the front, adorned with ornate railings that seemed to mock the isolation of the place. No lights were visible through the windows, yet the house did not feel abandoned. It felt still, too still, like a tableau frozen in time. The air around it was heavy, thick with a metallic scent, now so potent it prickled my nostrils. My monstrous instinct screamed danger, a primal, guttural warning that reverberated through my bones. This was a lair, a den of something ancient and powerful. But the need for answers, the morbid curiosity that had driven me this far, compelled me forward. I was a moth to a very dark, very cold flame. I approached cautiously, my movements silent, my senses on high alert. The gravel path crunched softly under my weight, a sound that felt deafening in the profound silence. As I drew closer, I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from inside, not enough to cast light, but enough to hint at a presence. My heart, or what passed for in my transformed chest, hammered against my ribs. Just as I reached the edge of the porch, a light flickered on inside, casting a warm, inviting glow through the front window. Then, the heavy oak door, without a sound, swung open. Standing in the doorway was a woman. She was old, her hair a silver bun, her face a road map of wrinkles, but her posture was ramrod straight, and her eyes, though deep-set, held an unnerving clarity. She wore a simple, old-fashioned dress, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on her lips. She did not look surprised to see me. She looked expectant. "You are finally here," she said, her voice soft, yet carried an authority that cut through the night air. There was no fear in her eyes, only a profound sense of relief, as if she had been waiting a very long time. My breath hitched. My human mind screamed at me to turn and run, to vanish back into the darkness. But my monstrous body, perhaps recognizing something deeper, something beyond my current comprehension, remained rooted to the spot. The metallic scent was overwhelming here, emanating from the house, from the woman herself. "I think you have the wrong person." I managed, my voice a rasp, and used a human speech after so long. I tried to sound confident, but the words felt hollow, even to me. The woman's smile widened, a gentle, almost pitying expression. "Oh no, dear boy, we have been waiting for you. Come in. The others are eager to see you." She extended a hand, her skin papery and cool, but with surprising strength. There was an antique silver ring on her finger, intricately carved with symbols I did not recognize. Against every fiber of my being, I found myself stepping forward, crossing the threshold. The air inside was warm, almost oppressively so and thick with a metallic scent, but also with something else old wood, dried flowers, and a faint, sweet aroma that reminded me vaguely of lilies. The house was immaculate, a museum of a bygone era. Polished dark wood, heavy velvet drapes, and ornate furniture filled the space. It felt less like a home and more like a carefully preserved tomb. As I entered, more figures emerged from the shadows of the living room, gathering in the entryway. A tall, gaunt man with piercing blue eyes and a solemn expression. A younger woman, perhaps in her late 20s, with hair the color of midnight and a serene, almost vacant smile. And a boy no older than 10, who clutched a worn wooden toy soldier, his eyes wide and unblinking. They all shared the same unnerving stillness, the same expectant gaze. They were a family, yet they felt utterly alien. The old woman gestured to the group. "See, I told you he would come. He always does." She turned back to me, her eyes softening. "Welcome home, dear one. You have returned at last." The words hit me like a physical blow. Welcome home. Returned at last. My mind reeled. I do not understand. I stammered, my gaze darting from one impassive face to another. "I have never been here before. My name is," I almost said my old human name, but stopped myself. What was my name now? The monster I had become did not have a name. The gaunt man stepped forward, his voice a low rumble. Your name is not important now, not as it was. What matters is that the cycle has turned. The long sleep is over. He reached out, and before I could react, his cool, dry hand brushed against my arm, just above where my talons began. His touch sent a shiver through me, not a fear, but profound disorientation. He did not flinch at my monstrous form. He did not even seem to notice it. The long sleep. I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. My senses were screaming at me. These people, they were not right. I could not hear their heartbeats, not in the normal way. There was a faint, slow thrum, like distant thunder, deep within them, but it was nothing like the frantic beat of a human heart. Their scent was the same metallic tang, amplified, mingled with that strange, sweet floral aroma. The younger woman, the one with dark hair, smiled. Her smile was beautiful, but utterly devoid of warmth. You were tired, little brother, so very tired. But the world calls again, and you have answered, little brother. The words echoed in my mind, twisting my already fractured sense of self. I was an orphan, an outcast, a monster. I had no family. You are mistaken. I insisted, trying to take a step back, but the old woman's hand, still on my arm, held me with surprising strength. I do not know any of you. The old woman chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. Of course you do not. Not yet. The awakening is always disorienting. But memory will return, in time. It always does. She led me further into the house, into the living room, where a fire crackled merrily in a large stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across the walls. A heavy antique sofa, upholstered in dark velvet, sat before the fire. Sit, dear. You must be weary from your journey. I hesitated, my monstrous instincts urging me to flee, to fight. But something in their unwavering certainty, their calm acceptance of my presence, held me captive. They did not see a monster, they saw me. Or, rather, someone they thought was me. I sank onto the sofa, the velvet cool beneath my fur. The boy with the toy soldier sat on the floor, his unblinking eyes fixed on me. We had prepared a meal, the gaunt man said, gesturing vaguely toward the grand dining room visible through an archway. A long, polished table was set with exquisite china and gleaming silver. For your strength. My stomach clenched. Food. Human food. I had not eaten anything but raw meat in weeks, and even then, the hunger was for blood. The thought of a prepared meal, of sitting at a table like a human, felt grotesque. I am not hungry, I said, my voice strained. The old woman's smile did not falter. Ah, yes, the initial aversion. It will pass. Your true appetite will return in time. Her eyes lingered on my talons, then on my mouth, where my fangs were subtly elongated. She saw it. She knew. A horrifying thought began to coalesce in my mind, a chilling whisper that threatened to unravel what little sanity I had left. What if they were not mistaken? What if my transformation was not an accident, a curse, but a return? What if I was not just a monster, but their monster? I looked around the room, really looked. The photographs on the mantelpiece, faded sepia prints of men and women in old-fashioned clothing, their faces sharing the same unsettling stillness, the same clear, unblinking eyes. And then I saw it, a photograph of a young boy, perhaps 10 or 12 years old, sitting stiffly in a formal suit. His hair was dark, his eyes a startling shade of green. He looked familiar, uncomfortably so. A mirror image of my human self, before Sarah, before the blood, before the transformation. But not quite. There was a subtle difference in the set of his jaw, the curve of his lips. Yet the resemblance was undeniable. Who is that? I asked, my voice barely audible, pointing a clawed finger at the photograph. The younger woman's smile softened. That is you, little brother. From your last awakening. We had hoped you would remember. My blood ran cold. Colder than it had when I first killed Sarah. Colder than when I saw the entity in the mirror. My last awakening. The words echoed with a terrifying implication. This was not just a mistake, it was a revelation. A horrifying truth that twisted my entire existence into a grotesque joke. No, I whispered, shaking my head. That is not me. I do not remember any of this. The gaunt man sighed, a sound of gentle patience. Memory is a fickle thing, especially after a long slumber. But it will come. The world changes, but some things endure. He stepped closer, and I could feel the cold emanating from him, a deep, pervasive chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. You were always the most sensitive, the one who struggled most with the transitions. But you always returned to us, to your purpose. Purpose. The word hung in the air, heavy and ominous. What purpose could a creature like me have, other than to hunt, to feed, to hide? I decided I had to leave. This was not a family, it was a cage. A gilded, velvet-lined cage, but a cage nonetheless. I stood abruptly, my claws scraping against the polished wood floor. I need to go, I said, my voice firmer now, infused with rising panic. I do not belong here. The old woman's smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound sorrow. But you do, dear, more than you know. As I turned toward the door, the gaunt man moved with an unnatural speed, blocking my path. He did not touch me, but his presence was a wall. The younger woman and the boy also shifted, their movements fluid, silent, surrounding me. They were not aggressive, but their eyes, those unervingly clear, unblinking eyes, held a quiet, unwavering resolve. You can't leave, the gaunt man said, his voice soft, almost regretful. Not again. Not until the cycle is complete. I snarled, a low, guttural sound that ripped from my throat. My fangs elongated, my claws flexed. This was a threat. I could feel it deep in my monstrous bones. They were not just welcoming me, they were claiming me. Get out of my way. I hissed, my voice a blend of human fear and primal rage. The gaunt man simply shook his head. We understand your distress. The change is always difficult. But we are your family. We are here to guide you. My gaze fell on the boy, who was still clutching his toy soldier, his wide eyes fixed on me. In his innocent yet ancient gaze, I saw it, a flicker of that same cold, calculating intelligence I had seen in Alex's reflection. The entity. It was not just one being, it was them. This family. They were all connected, all part of the same insidious tapestry. And then I saw my own reflection, not in a mirror, but in the polished surface of a grandfather clock in the corner of the room. My monstrous form, fur matted, eyes burning, fangs bared. But something else was there too. Beneath the feral hunger, beneath the raw fear, there was an ancient light in my eyes, a spark of recognition, a deep, unsettling familiarity that was not my own. It was a reflection of their eyes, a mirror of their stillness, their ancient power. The truth hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not just a monster. I was one of them. My transformation was not a curse, it was a reawakening. A return to a lineage I had no memory of, a purpose I could not comprehend. The loneliness that plagued me, the desperate yearning for connection, was replaced by a different kind of terror, the terror of belonging to this. Welcome home, little brother, the dark-haired woman said again, her voice a soft, chilling echo. We have so much to teach you, so much to remember. I tried to fight, to lash out, to break free from the invisible bonds that held me. But their stillness, their calm, unwavering presence, was more potent than any physical restraint. They simply watched me, their eyes filled with an ancient patience, a knowledge that transcended my own fragile understanding. The metallic scent, the sweet floral aroma, the oppressive warmth of the house had all coalesced into a suffocating embrace. I was home, they said, and the horrifying truth was a part of me, a part one did not know, a part that was ancient and monstrous, felt a terrifying, undeniable pull. I was trapped not by chains, but by a bloodline, by a past I did not remember, and a future I was only just beginning to dread. The cycle, they had said, and I was back in it, whether I wanted to be or not. I do not know if Chloe escaped. That is the truth. 1 minute. Her face was contorted in terror, illuminated by the dim lamp and then the searing headlights of a passing car. The next, my body was a screaming canvas of agony, muscles tearing, bones reshaping, my jaw stretching into something inhuman. The old me, the man who clung to the illusion of normal, was screaming inside, begging for it to stop, begging for her to run. But the new thing, the predator, was already in control. The last thing I remember clearly was a taste of copper in my mouth, the primal hunger that erupted, not just a craving, but an all-consuming, undeniable need. And then darkness, a blur of instinct, a flash of red. When I came to my senses, I was back in my apartment, huddled in the darkest corner of my living room, the reinforced blinds pulled tight against the brutal morning sun. My body ached, a deep, radiating thrum that felt like every cell had been violently rearranged. My throat was raw, my stomach a cavern of emptiness that screamed for sustenance. And my hands, they were no longer, quite human. My nails were thick, almost talons, and my skin, already pale, now had an almost translucent quality. The memory of Chloe, her fear, the transformation hit me like a physical blow. Guilt, a heavy, suffocating blanket, descended. What had I done? Had I killed her? The thought was a sickening knot in my gut, but a part of me, the new, cold part, felt a strange, detached curiosity. If I had, what then? Would it matter? The old me would have been shattered. This new me, I just felt a profound, terrifying emptiness. The hypervigilance I would live with for weeks now had a new, sharper edge. It was not just paranoia, it was survival. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My senses, already amplified, were now operating at an inhuman level. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the apartment below, the distant chatter of a late-night talk show from across the street. The world was a cacophony, and I was perpetually on edge. The hunger was the worst. It was not just a physical craving, it was a mental assault, a constant, gnawing void that threatened to consume my every thought. I would try to fight it, to deny it. I would try to force down raw steak from the grocery store, but it was never enough. It only dulled the edge, never truly satisfied the deep, primal thirst. I knew, with a chilling certainty, what it truly wanted, what it needed. I spent the next few weeks in a self-imposed prison, the apartment becoming my lair. I only ventured out under the deepest cover night, a ghost flitting through the alleyways, driven by an insatiable hunger that shamed the last vestiges of my humanity. Small animals at first, stray cats, rats, but the emptiness only grew. Each kill was a moment of terrifying clarity, a stark reminder of the monster I would become, followed by a wave of self-disgust that was almost as potent as the hunger itself. I was Lena's prophecy made flesh, a tainted, predatory thing. The loneliness, though that was the most insidious torture. Even as a monster, the human part of me still craved connection. It was a phantom limb, an ache for something that was no longer possible. I missed the mundane, the casual conversations, the shared laughter. I missed being seen as a person, not a threat, not a thing. The internet, my old escape, became a window to a world I could no longer inhabit. I would scroll endlessly through social media feeds, watching lives unfold, feeling like an alien anthropologist observing a species he could never join. One night, in a moment of profound weakness, or perhaps a twisted form of denial, I found myself back on Hinge. It was a foolish, dangerous act, a moth drawn to a flame, knowing full well it would burn. What was I hoping for? A cure For someone to see past the monster, to pretend, just for a little while, that I was still human. I do not know. All I knew was the crushing weight of isolation and the desperate, illogical urge to break free, even if it meant risking everything. I uploaded a carefully curated photo taken months ago, before the real changes, before the permanent pallor and the unnatural glow in my eyes. I crafted a profile full of half-truths, a ghost of my former self. And then, I waited. Her name was Sarah. She was different, not bright and bubbly like Chloe. Sarah's profile was intriguing, a bit mysterious. She listed her interests as vintage books, urban exploration, and forgotten histories. Her photos were always in dimly lit settings, old libraries, antique shops, a sepia-toned selfie with a faded map in the background. She had a sharp, intelligent gaze and a faint, almost melancholic smile. Something about her appealed to the darker, more introspective part of me, the part that was now more dominant. She felt less like a potential victim and more like a fellow nocturnal creature, albeit one of different species. Our initial conversations were surprisingly easy. We talked about obscure historical facts, forgotten authors, the hidden corners of the city. I found myself drawn to her intellect, her quiet intensity. It was a dangerous game, but for the first time in months, I felt a flicker of something other than hunger or fear. I was careful, of course. My excuses for my nocturnal schedule were even more elaborate, now a demanding research project, a night shift job, a chronic sleep disorder. My light sensitivity was a rare eye condition. I was a master of deception, honed by weeks of survival. Our first date was at a small, independent cinema that played old foreign films. It was perfect, dark, quiet, an easy escape if needed. I sat in the back row, my back to the emergency exit, my senses on high alert. Sarah was captivating. She spoke softly, but with passion, her eyes alight when discussing a particularly obscure film director. I found myself almost forgetting, for brief moments, what I was. Almost. The hunger was always there, a low hum beneath the surface. But her presence, her intelligence, provided a strange, temporary distraction. It was a fragile piece, built on a foundation of lies and a terrifying secret. After a few more dates, always in similarly dark, secluded spots, she invited me back to her place. My instinct screamed at me. No, danger, retreat. But the loneliness, that persistent human ache, was stronger. I wanted to see her world, to step, however briefly, into a semblance of normalcy. I wanted to believe that this time, it could be different. I wanted to believe that maybe, just maybe, she would not see the monster. Her apartment was in an old, brick building downtown, the kind with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors. It was exactly as I would imagine, filled with books, stacked high on every surface, spilling out of shelves. Antique furniture, dark wood, and a faint scent of old paper and something else, something metallic and earthy, hung in the air. The lighting was always dim, warm lamps casting long shadows. It was a haven for a creature of the night, even if unintentionally. We talked for hours, sitting on a worn leather couch, sharing a bottle of red wine which I only pretended to drink, the taste of blood still the only thing that truly registered. She had an impressive collection of old maps, some dating back centuries, unfurled on a large, scarred wooden table. She pointed out forgotten towns, ancient trade routes, places that no longer existed. Her passion was infectious. At one point, I excused myself to use the bathroom. It was down a narrow hallway, past a door that was slightly ajar. Curiosity, a dangerous trait for someone like me, got the better of me. The room beyond was not a bedroom or another living space. It was a study or perhaps a personal archive. The air in there was colder, heavier, charged with a strange energy. The walls were lined with more bookshelves, but these were not fiction. They were filled with old, leather-bound tomes, scientific journals, and what looked like stacks of yellow documents. On a large, heavy desk in the center of the room, under a single focus lamp, lay a scattered array of papers. Police reports. My heart, or what was left of it, gave a strange lurch. Police reports. What was Sarah, a history enthusiast, doing with police reports? My enhanced senses, usually a curse, now became a tool. I could smell the faint scent of old ink, the dust clinging to the paper. I felt a compelling, undeniable urge to look closer. I moved silently, a shadow within shadows, my new predatory grace allowing me to cross the room without a sound. The reports were old, some dating back decades, their corners frayed. They detailed various unsolved cases, missing persons, bizarre incidents with no logical explanation. My eyes scanned them, drawn by a morbid fascination. And then I saw it. A name. My name. My breath hitched. My own name, printed in a faded, typewritten font, on an official police document. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation, a coincidence. Someone with the same name. But no, the details. I picked up the document, my hands trembling slightly. It was not a main report, but an addendum, a supplementary file to a larger, more complex case. The heading read Missing Persons Case Subject David Miller. That was my name. Below it, a date October 20th, 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That was before Lena, before the prophecy, before the transformation began subtly. That was when I was still mostly human. The report detailed a bizarre incident in a remote, wooded area outside the city. A group of hikers had stumbled upon what they described as a makeshift altar and evidence of a strange ritual. When police investigated, they found no altar, but did find scattered personal effects, a backpack, a wallet, a driver's license. My driver's license. The report stated that I was listed as a missing person, presumed dead, after an extensive search yielded no trace of me. It mentioned unexplained circumstances and local legends about the area. My blood ran cold. I remembered that. Or rather, I remember a fragment of it. A camping trip with friends. A dare to explore an old, abandoned cabin. A strange feeling of unease. I had gotten separated from them, wandered off the path. I remembered a sudden, blinding flash of light, a disorienting sense of falling, and then nothing. I would woken up days later, disoriented, miles away, with no memory of how I got there. I would brush it off as a bad fall, concussion, a strange dream. My friends had been frantic, relieved to find me, but I would always felt off ever since. A subtle shift, an undercurrent of something unfamiliar. This was the incident. This was it. This was not just a random missing persons case. This was the origin. Lena's prophecy, "You are tainted now," was not just about her. It was about this. This was where the taint began. This was where I stopped being fully human. I stared at the report, the words blurring, the implications crashing down on me. Sarah had this. She had my missing persons report. Why? How? And what did it mean? My eyes darted around the room. More reports. Other names. Other missing persons. All with similar unexplained circumstances. All from around the same period, or perhaps leading up to it. Was this a collection of victims? Or was it a collection of specimens? A faint sound from the living room, Sarah laughing at something on her phone, jolted me. She was still out there, completely unaware that I had stumbled into her secret. Or was she? I carefully placed the report back exactly where I found it, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to maintain my composure. I had to act normal. But how could I? I was a monster, and I had just discovered that my monstrousness was not just a curse, but perhaps a deliberate act, an experiment, or a consequence of something far older and more sinister. And Sarah, my date, was at the center of it. I walked back into the living room, forcing a casual smile. Great collection of maps. I said, trying to sound nonchalant, "You have got a real passion for history." Sarah looked up, her smile soft. It is more than history. David, it is about uncovering what is lost, what has been forgotten, or what has been deliberately hidden. Her eyes, usually warm, held a strange, knowing glint. My blood ran cold again. She knew. She had to. The way she said lost, forgotten, hidden. Was she talking about me? About what I had become? I tried to keep the conversation light, but every word she spoke now sounded like a coded message, every glance a probing inquiry. I felt like an insect under a microscope. My heightened senses, which usually brought me such discomfort, now served as a warning system. I could smell a faint, metallic scent on her, beneath the perfume and old paper. It was subtle, but unmistakable to my new nose. Blood. Old blood. You know, she said, leaning forward slightly, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I have always been fascinated by liminal spaces. Those places where one world bleeds into another, where the veil is thin. I forced a tight smile, like abandoned buildings. She shook her head slowly. More than that, places where reality itself is permeable, where things can slip through, or where things can be changed. Her gaze was fixed on me, intense, unwavering. You seem like someone who understands that. David, like you have been to such places. My throat felt dry. She was not just guessing. She was hinting. She was telling me she knew. What makes you say that? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but I could feel the growl building in my chest, a low rumble of primal fear and aggression. The monster was rising, sensing a threat, sensing a predator. She smiled then, a slow, deliberate smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Oh, just a feeling. A researcher's intuition, perhaps. Or maybe I have been looking for someone like you for a very long time. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with unspoken meaning. My senses were screaming now. The scent of old blood was stronger. The metallic tang was almost overwhelming. It was not just on her, it was in a room, embedded in the very fabric of the old apartment. Looking for me, I asked, my voice a low rasp. The human facade was cracking, the monster pushing through. My teeth ached, elongating my eyes. I knew, were glowing with an unnatural light. Sarah's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed, for a fleeting moment, a little too sharp, a little too white. Her eyes, in the dim light, seemed to glint with an unholy amusement. Yes, David, you are a very rare specimen. A survivor. Most do not last this long. Most succumb to the hunger, or they simply unravel. She stood up, moving with a fluid grace that mirrored my own, a predatory elegance I had not noticed before. She walked towards a large wooden table, her back to me, and picked up one of the antique maps. It was not a map of a city or a country. It was a hand-drawn map, covered in strange symbols and markings. At its center, a small, faded X. This is a place, is not it? She said, her voice soft, almost melodic. The place where you were reborn. She turned, holding the map out to me. The X was precisely where I remembered that terrifying flash of light, that feeling of falling. The wooded area from the police report. You were a fortunate accident. David, she continued, her voice growing colder, harder. A byproduct of a larger ritual. We thought you were lost, a failed experiment. But then the reports started coming in. The disappearances, the strange sightings. And then, Lena Miller. She was a messy variable, but useful in her own way. She confirmed our suspicions. Lena, my blood ran colder than ice. Lena was involved. She was not just a madwoman, she was a symptom, or perhaps a guardian, of something far more ancient and terrifying. Who are you? I demanded, my voice a guttural growl, the last pretense of humanity shattering. My body was tense, ready to spring, ready to fight, ready to kill. Sarah laughed, a low, unsettling sound. Who am I? I am the one who cleans up the messes, the one who studies the results, the one who ensures the balance is maintained. She took a step closer, her eyes fixed on mine, not with fear, but with an almost scientific curiosity. And you, David, are an anomaly, a rogue element. You had defied expectations. She reached out, her fingers brushing against my cheek, and a jolt of something electric, something ancient and powerful, shot through me. It was not a caress, it was an examination. The hunger must be unbearable, she whispered, her voice laced with strange empathy that was more chilling than any threat. The isolation, the constant battle against what you have become. Tell me, David, does it ever truly satisfy you? My fangs ached, pushing against my gums. My eyes were burning, not from pain, but from the raw, predatory instinct that had fully awakened. She was not just a researcher. She was something else. Something connected to the source of my transformation. She was a hunter, a keeper, or perhaps even a creator. You knew. I snarled, my voice barely human. You knew what I was. You brought me here. Of course, she said, her hand dropping from my face. I have been tracking you for months. Your unique signature, the residual energy from the ritual, it is quite distinct. Chloe was just another data point, a test of your control. And you failed, did not you? The mention of Chloe, the casual dismissal of her fate, ignited a furious rage within me. It was not just about my survival anymore. It was about her twisted game, her casual cruelty. What do you want? I growled, my body coiled, ready to strike. Answers. David, she said, her eyes gleaming. And perhaps a solution. You see, the ritual that changed you was incomplete, unstable. You are a ticking time bomb. You will either consume yourself, or you will become something far worse, something uncontrollable. She gestured around the room, to the books, the maps, the reports. I am trying to prevent that, to understand it, to contain it. Contain me. I scoffed, a dark, humorless sound. You think you can contain this? Oh, I am quite certain, she said, her smile returning, cold and sharp. You are strong, yes, but you are still bound by certain rules. The sun, for instance, and the need for sustenance, and the lingering shadow of your humanity. That is your weakness. David, that is what makes you predictable. As she spoke, I noticed a subtle shift in the room. The air grew colder and a faint, almost imperceptible hum started to fill the space. My enhanced hearing picked up on it, a low frequency that vibrated through my bones. My instinct screamed. This was not just a conversation, it was a trap. What have you done? I demanded, my eyes scanning the room, searching for an exit, for a weapon, for anything. Just preparing for our long overdue discussion, she said, her hand moving toward a small, ornate box on a nearby shelf. You see, the reports are not just about your past, David. They are also about your future, and I intend to write the next chapter. She opened the box, revealing a collection of small, intricately carved wooden stakes, each tipped with a polished obsidian point. And then, from beneath the desk, she pulled out a long, silver chain, its links glinting ominously in the dim light. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through my monstrous resolve. This was not a game. She was not just a researcher. She was a hunter, a captor, and she had planned this. She had lured me in, using my desperate need for connection against me. The hum in the room intensified, and I felt a strange weakness begin to spread through my limbs, a dull ache behind my eyes. It was not the sun, but something else, something designed to suppress my new strength. A ritual, perhaps, or some ancient knowledge she possessed. You are not going to contain anything. I snarled, my voice a guttural roar. You are going to die. I lunged, a blur of motion, powered by rage and terror. She was quicker than I anticipated, surprisingly agile. She sidestepped my attack, the silver chain whipping out, catching my arm. It burned, searing my flesh, not like a normal metal, but like a brand, like holy fire. I cried out, a sound that was half human, half beast. The pain was excruciating, but it fueled my anger. I broke free of the chain, tearing at it with my bare hands, the silver burning my skin, but my strength was too great. She gasped, her eyes widening for the first time with a flicker of genuine fear. "You are stronger than I thought," she whispered, backing away, her hand reaching for one of the obsidian stakes. "You made a mistake," I hissed, my fangs fully extended, my eyes glowing with feral intensity. "You brought the monster into its lair." I charged again, ignoring the burning pain, ignoring the weakening hum. This was not just about survival anymore. This was about vengeance. For Chloe, for Lena, for what she had done to me, for what she represented. The last shred of my humanity was consumed by a primal, terrifying fury. She screamed as I reached her, the stake falling from her grasp. The scent of her fear, the metallic tang of her blood, was intoxicating. My fangs sank into her, not out of hunger, but out of a desperate, monstrous need to assert dominance, to reclaim my agency, to silence the knowledge she held. The struggle was brief, brutal. Her screams died in her throat. The hum in the room flickered, then faded. The scent of old blood was replaced by the fresh, vibrant coppery tang of new. When it was over, I stood panting, my body still trembling from the residual effects of the suppressive energy. But the rage had subsided, replaced by a cold, hollow satisfaction. I was still a monster, but I was no longer a specimen. I was not a victim of her research. I looked down at her, at the lifeless eyes that had held such cold curiosity. The antique maps, the police reports, the strange symbols they lay scattered around us, silent witnesses to the horror. I did not stay. The apartment, once a place of dangerous allure, was now tainted with her blood, with her secrets, with the echoes of my own origins. I fled into the night, a shadow among shadows, leaving behind the remnants of her twisted research. The cold, hard truth settled upon me as I ran. There was no going back, no return to humanity, no more foolish attempts at connection. Sarah had not been a solution. She had been another confirmation. The world was full of secrets, and I was one of them. I was Lena's prophecy, the missing person from the police report, the monster that walked among men, unseen, unheard, forever hunted, forever alone. The loneliness was still there, a constant companion, but I have always considered myself a pretty level-headed guy, not prone to dramatics, not one to see monsters under the bed. I like my life predictable, my relationships straightforward. Maybe that is why, when things started to get weird, I tried so hard to find a logical explanation for everything. Looking back, that was my first mistake, my biggest mistake. It all started, as so many modern horror stories do, with a dating app, Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, take your pick. I was on Hinge, swiping through the usual parade of gym selfies and travel photos, when I came across Lena. Her profile picture was a bit blurry, a dark-haired woman with striking green eyes and a faint, almost shy smile. Her bio was short, just a quote about loving quiet nights and old books. No red flags, nothing that screamed future serial killer. She seemed intriguing, a little mysterious, but in a good way. We matched, and our initial conversations were pretty normal. She was witty, intelligent, and did not bombard me with endless emojis or one-word answers. We talked about movies, books, our job. She was a freelance graphic designer. I am a software engineer. After a few days of texting, I suggested we meet for coffee. Our first date was, well, fine. She was even prettier in person, though a little more reserved than I would expected. She had this quiet intensity about her, a way of looking at you that made you feel like she was seeing right through you, but not in a creepy way, more like she was just deeply observant. She mostly listened, offering thoughtful comments here and there. I did most of the talking, which is not usually my style, but she was a good audience. By the end of it, I felt like I had done most of the heavy lifting, but I also felt seen and intrigued enough for a second date. The second date was dinner. This time, she opened up a bit more, sharing anecdotes about her quirky art projects and her love for obscure documentaries. We laughed, we connected, and I started to feel a genuine spark. She had a dry sense of humor that I appreciated, and her intelligence was undeniable. When we parted ways, she gave me a quick, warm hug and a genuine smile. I left feeling pretty good about things. Maybe. I thought this could actually go somewhere. A few days later, she texted me, "Hey, I am working on a new project this weekend, but I would love to see you. How about you come over to my place on Saturday? I could make us dinner. It is nothing fancy, but I promise good company and even better conversation." My heart did a little flutter. An invitation to her place. This was a good sign. It meant she was comfortable with me, that she saw potential. I immediately agreed. I asked if I could bring anything, and she just said, "Just yourself." Saturday rolled around, and I was actually excited. I bought a nice bottle of wine, just in case, and dressed a little nicer than usual. She would give me the address, which was a bit out of the way, nestled in an older part of town I was not very familiar with. It was about a 30-minute drive from my apartment, through some winding, tree-lined streets that eventually turned into dirt roads. The houses out here were sparse, mostly older, sprawling Victorians or farmhouses, some beautifully maintained, others clearly neglected. As I pulled onto her street, the sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows. The streetlights were few and far between, and the air felt cooler, heavier than it had in the city. Her house was the last one on the lane, set back from the road behind a dense thicket of overgrown shrubs and trees. It was an old two-story, painted a faded, peeling gray, with a porch that sagged slightly in the middle. It definitely had character. I will give it that. But it also had something else. A quiet, almost brooding presence. I parked my car and took a deep breath. The wine bottle felt heavy in my hand. As I walked up the cracked stone path, I noticed the first thing that made a tiny, almost imperceptible alarm bell ring in the back of my mind. The windows. They were not just shut. They were sealed. Every single window on the front of the house, from the ground floor to the second story, was covered with thick, dark plywood, and not just loosely boarded up, like a house being renovated or protected from a storm. No, these were meticulously fitted pieces of wood, nailed firmly into the frames, leaving no gaps. And they looked like they would have been there for a long, long time. The wood was weathered, almost black in places, and the nails were rusted. I paused, my hand hovering over the doorbell. What the hell? Was this some kind of art project? Was she an extreme recluse? My mind immediately started, running through a list of logical explanations. Maybe the previous owners were paranoid. Maybe it was a very old house and the windows were drafty, so she boarded them up for insulation. Maybe she just really valued her privacy. I told myself it was probably nothing, just a quirky old house. I rang the doorbell. After a moment, I heard footsteps inside, then the click of a lock, and the heavy wooden door opened a crack. Lena peered out, her green eyes sparkling in the dim light. She was wearing a simple, dark dress, and her hair was pulled back in a loose bun. "Mark, you made it," she said, her voice a little softer than I remembered, almost a whisper. She opened the door wider, revealing a surprisingly dark entryway. "Hey, Lena," I said, trying to sound casual, despite the oddness of the boarded-up windows lingering in my peripheral vision. "Brought a bottle of wine. Hope that is okay." "Perfect." She smiled, a genuine, warm smile that momentarily pushed the weirdness out of my mind. Come in." I stepped inside, and the door clicked shut behind me with a solid thud. The air was immediately different. It was cool, almost cold, and carried a faint, earthy scent, like old wood and something else, something musty, but not unpleasant. Just ancient. The entryway was narrow, dimly lit by a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. There were no windows here either, just dark wooden walls. "Sorry about the lack of light," she said, noticing me glance around. "It is an old house, and I prefer a bit darker. Helps me focus on my work." "Right, the windows," I said, try and keep my tone light. "Looks like you have really gone all out on the privacy front." She chuckled, a low, melodic sound. "Something like that. Come, the kitchen's through here." She led me down a short hallway, and I noticed that every room we passed seemed to be similarly sealed off. No natural light anywhere. The house felt like a cave, an inverted fortress. My rationalization started to feel thinner, more desperate. This was not just quirky. This was deliberate. The kitchen was surprisingly modern, or at least recently updated. Stainless steel appliances, a sleek countertop. But even here, the windows were covered with the same dark plywood. A single bright fluorescent light hummed overhead, casting a sterile glow. Lena gestured to a stool at a small island. "Make yourself comfortable. Dinner's almost ready. I am making a mushroom risotto. Sounds delicious," I said, setting the wine bottle down. I watched her move around the kitchen, her movements fluid and quiet. "So, about the windows, is there a story behind that? I have never seen anything like it." She paused, stirring a pot on the stove. Her back was to me. "A story? Not really. Just practicalities. This house is very old, and the windows were in terrible shape. Rather than replace them all, which would have been incredibly expensive, I decided to just seal them off. Keeps the heat in, keeps the cold out. And it is much quieter." Her explanation was delivered calmly, almost matter-of-factly, and it made a certain amount of sense in a very specific, isolated context. But it did not feel right. It felt like a practiced answer, something she would said 100 times before. My logical brain was trying to accept it, but my gut was screaming, "This is not normal. Does not it get a little dark?" I asked, looking around the windowless kitchen. "I have plenty of lamps," she said, turning to face me, a faint smile playing on her lips. "I actually find it quite peaceful. No distractions. No outside world intruding." Her green eyes seemed to hold me in place. There was an intensity there that was both alluring and unsettling. I decided to drop the subject. Maybe it really was just her preference. People have strange habits. We ate dinner at the small island. The risotto was incredible, rich and creamy, and the wine was good. We talked easily, but I could not shake the feeling of being in a sealed box. I kept glancing at the walls where windows should have been, imagining the outside world, the stars, the moon, all blocked out. The silence in the house was profound. No traffic noise, no distant sirens, no chirping crickets. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the quiet clinking of our forks. After dinner, she suggested we move to the living room. "I have a fire going," she said. "It is much cozier." The living room was even darker, lit only by the flickering flames in a large stone fireplace and a few strategically placed lamps that cast long, dancing shadows. The furniture was old, heavy, and upholstered in dark fabrics. There were bookshelves lining one wall, filled with old, leather-bound volumes. It felt less like a modern home and more like a set from a Gothic novel. And, of course, no windows. Just a plywood, thick and unyielding behind dusty curtains. We sat on a large, plush sofa. The fire was warm, almost too warm. Lena sat close to me, her arm brushing mine. I could feel the heat radiating from her, or maybe it was just the fire. We talked for a while about our lives, our dreams. She shared more about her art, about the strange, almost macabre themes she sometimes explored. She spoke of shadows and hidden things, of the beauty and decay. It was fascinating, but also a little disturbing. As the hours passed, The wine flowed, and I felt myself relaxing, despite the lingering unease. She was captivating, intelligent, and her presence was oddly soothing. I found myself drawn into her world, a world where the outside did not matter, where only the dim, flickering light of the present moment existed. Then, I started to hear things. At first, I dismissed them as the house settling. Old houses make noises, creaks, groans, the shifting of wood. But these sounds were different. They were faint, almost imperceptible, coming from somewhere deep within the walls, or perhaps above us, on the second floor. A soft scraping, like claws on wood. A light tapping, rhythmic but irregular. I tried to ignore it, to focus on Lena's soft voice as she described a particularly intricate sculpture she was working on. But the sounds persisted. They were subtle, almost like whispers, like something was moving stealthily, just out of sight. I glanced at Lena. She seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed on the fire, a serene expression on her face. "Did you hear that?" I asked, cutting her off mid-sentence. She turned to me, her green eyes wide. "Hear what?" "Mark, that scraping sound, like something in the walls." She smiled a slow, knowing smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Oh, that, just the house. It is an old place, as I said. Lots of critters in the walls. Mice, squirrels. Nothing to worry about. Mice and squirrels." I repeated, my voice betraying my skepticism. The sound had been too heavy for a mouse, too deliberate for a squirrel. It had sounded larger and closer. She hummed, turning back to the fire. Her dismissal was too quick, too casual. A new wave of unease washed over me. I tried to shake it off. Maybe I was just being paranoid. The wine, the dark house, the strange window situation, it was all getting to me. But then, I felt it. A cold draft, distinct and sharp, even with the roaring fire. It was not coming from the fireplace. It seemed to emanate from the wall behind the sofa, the one where a window should have been. I shivered. "Are you cold?" Lena asked, her voice suddenly right next to my ear. I had not noticed her move. Her proximity startled me. "No, just felt a draft." I mumbled, trying to put some distance between us. She leaned in closer, her breath warm against my cheek. "It is just the old house. Mark, it breathes." Her words sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the draft. It breathes. What did that even mean? I knew then that I needed to leave. The initial entry had curdled into a potent fear. This was not just a quirky date. This was something else entirely. The nailed-shut windows, the oppressive darkness, the strange sounds. Lena's unsettling comment all coalesced into a single, terrifying realization. I was not safe here. "I think it is getting late," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I should probably head home." Lena did not move. She just smiled, her eyes still fixed on the fire. "Already, but the night is just beginning. Mark, I have an early start tomorrow." I lied, pushing myself up from the sofa. My heart was pounding now, a frantic drum against my ribs. She finally turned to me, her expression unreadable. "Oh, a shame. I was hoping you would stay." Her tone was soft, almost seductive, but there was an underlying current of something else, something possessive. I felt a knot form in my stomach. "I really should go." I repeated, trying to sound firm. I started walking toward the hallway, towards the front door. Lena rose smoothly from the sofa, moving with an unnerving grace. She glided past me, blocking the entrance to the hallway. She was not physically stopping me, but her presence was a barrier. "Mark," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "do not you want to see my studio? I have not shown you my latest work." "Another time, maybe," I said, trying to step around her. She did not budge. Her smile widened, showing a flash of perfectly white teeth. But you are here now, and it is very important. Something in her eyes, a flicker of something ancient and hungry, made me freeze. This was not a request. It was an order. My mind raced, trying to figure out an escape route. The front door was behind her. The windows were all nailed shut. I was trapped. Lena, what is going on? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The fear was a cold, hard lump in my throat. She reached out and took my hand. Her touch was surprisingly cold, despite the warmth of the fire. Her grip was firm, almost crushing. Come, she said, pulling me gently but irresistibly deeper into the house, down a different, darker hallway I had not noticed before. I stumbled along, my mind screaming at me to fight, to run, but my body felt paralyzed by a primal terror. The hallway was even darker than the rest of the house, with no lights, just a dim glow filtering in from the living room behind us. I could barely make out the walls, which felt rough and cold to the touch. The scraping sounds were louder here, and now I heard something else. A faint, low growl. It was not human. What was that? I choked out, trying to pull my hand free. Lena's grip tightened. Just my pets, she said, her voice completely devoid of emotion. They are very fond of visitors. My blood ran cold. Pets. She stopped in front of a heavy, unmarked wooden door. It looked old, much older than the other doors in the house. There was no handle, just a heavy iron latch. With her free hand, she unlatched it, and the door swung in with a long, drawn-out groan, revealing a pitch-black void. A wave of that musky, ancient scent washed over me. Stronger now, mingled with something else, something metallic and sickeningly sweet. The growling intensified, a chorus of low, guttural sounds coming from the darkness beyond. And then, I saw them. Pinpricks of red light, dozens of them, glowing in the darkness. Eyes. My studio. Lena whispered, her grip on my hand tightening further, almost painfully. And my family. I tried to pull back, to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning. The red eyes advanced, slowly, deliberately, out of the blackness. I could make out their shapes now. They were lean, gaunt, vaguely canine, but far too large, with elongated limbs and heads that seemed too small for their bodies. Their skin was a mottled gray, almost like old stone, and their teeth were like sharpened shards of obsidian. They were not dogs. They were not animals I had ever seen. They were nightmares made flesh. Lena tugged me forward, towards a gaping maw of a room. They are hungry, Mark, and you smell so delicious. Her voice was no longer soft. It was a guttural rasp, filled with a chilling, predatory glee. Her green eyes in the dim light seemed to glow with the same malevolent red as the creature's eyes. Her face, which I had found so beautiful just hours before, now seemed distorted, pulled taut over sharp angles, a grotesque mass of hunger. I finally found my voice, a ragged, desperate scream that tore from my throat. No, with a surge of adrenaline. I ripped my hand free from her grasp. She stumbled back, momentarily caught off guard. This was my chance. I turned and sprinted back the way we came, towards the living room, towards the front door. The creatures behind me erupted in a chorus of enraged snarls and howls. I heard the thud of heavy paws on the wooden floor, their speed terrifyingly fast. I did not look back. I just ran. I burst into the living room, my breath tearing in my chest. The front door. I could see it, a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. I lunged for it, my hand fumbling for the lock. Lena was suddenly there, blocking my path, moving with impossible speed. She was not human. She could not be. Her eyes were fully red now, glowing like embers, and her smile was a horrifying rictus, her teeth elongated and pointed. You are not leaving. Mark, she snarled, her voice a low growl. Not until you have met the family properly. One of the creatures, larger than the others, burst into the living room behind me. It was hideous, a twisted mockery of a wolf, its eyes burning, its breath a hot, foul stench on my neck. I could feel its claws scraping against the floorboards as it skidded to a halt. I did not think. I reacted. My gaze darted to the fireplace. A heavy iron poker lay beside it, with a desperate lunge. I grabbed it, swinging it wildly. The creature yelped, a sound of pain and surprise, as the poker connected with its snout. It recoiled, giving me a precious second. Lena lunged at me, her hands transforming into clawed talons, aimed for my face. I brought the poker up, blocking her attack. The clang of metal on bone, or something equally hard, vibrated through my arm. She hissed, her eyes blazing. "You will regret that," she snarled. I knew I would not make it to the front door. Not with her and the creatures between me and it. But there had to be another way. The windows. They were nailed shut, yes, but they were still windows. Maybe, just maybe, I could break one. I spun around, ignoring Lena's furious roars and the baying of the creatures, and ran to the nearest window. It was covered with a thick plywood, nailed securely. I swung the poker with all my might, aiming for the center of the wood. Crack! The sound echoed through the house, a desperate cry against the suffocating silence. The plywood splintered, a jagged crack appearing. It was thick, stronger than I thought, but it was not impenetrable. I swung again and again, the heavy iron poker slamming into the wood with all the force I could muster. Each blow sent vibrations up my arms, burning my muscles, but I did not stop. The wood groaned, protesting, bits of it flying off. Behind me, Lena and the creatures were closing in. I could hear their heavy breathing, their eager snarls. The air was thick with their foul scent. I could feel the heat of their bodies, the anticipation of their attack. Smash! With one final, desperate swing, the plywood gave way completely, tearing open a gaping hole. Behind it, there was a layer of thick, frosted glass. I swung again, shattering the glass with a deafening crash. A rush of cold, fresh air, smelling of pine and damp earth, flooded into the suffocating room. And with it, a sliver of moonlight, a faint, silvery beam that pierced the oppressive darkness. The creatures recoiled, hissing, their red eyes narrowing. Lena screamed, a sound of pure agony and rage, clutching her face as if the moonlight itself was burning her. "The light! No! You fool!" she shrieked. They were sensitive to light. That is why the windows were nailed shut. Not to keep things out, but to keep them in. To keep the light out. My mind clicked. This was it. My only chance. I scrambled onto the sofa, then onto the windowsill, pushing aside the jagged shards of glass. The opening was not huge, but it was big enough. I could hear Lena recovering, her snarls growing louder, the creatures beginning to advance again, slowly, cautiously, their eyes still averted from the moonlight. I threw myself through the opening, scraping my skin on the broken glass, tearing my clothes, but I did not care. I hit the ground outside, landing hard on the damp earth. The moonlight was brighter here, casting long, stark shadows. Behind me, the hole in the window frame framed a horrifying tableau of Lena, her face contorted in a mask of fury and pain, her eyes burning red, and the creatures, their gaunt forms writhing, unable to step into the light. "You won't escape. Mark." Lena shrieked, her voice echoing into the night. "You are tainted now. You are one of us." I did not wait to hear more. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my side, and ran. I ran through the overgrown shrubs, through the trees, not looking back, not daring to. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I collapsed, gasping for air by my car. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine. The car roared to life, a comforting, familiar sound. I sped away, gravel crunching under my tires, leaving the dark, silent house behind. I drove for hours, not stopping until I reached the familiar glow of the city lights. I did not go home. I went to a gas station, bought a coffee, and just sat there, shaking. The image of Lena's glowing red eyes and the creature's gaunt forms burned into my mind. It has been months since that night. I never went back to that house. I never saw Lena again. I deleted all my dating apps, cut off contact with anyone who might know her. I moved apartments, changed my phone number. I tried to erase every trace of that night from my life. But some things once seen can never be unseen. I still jump at every shadow, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside my window sends a jolt of terror through me. I sleep with the lights on, a baseball bat by my bed. I installed extra locks, reinforced my windows, and bought heavy blackout curtains. Ironically, I can't stand the dark anymore. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I hear it. A faint scraping sound just outside my window, or a low, guttural growl carried on the wind. And I wonder, was Lena right? Am I tainted? Did I bring something back with me? Or are they just watching, waiting for the light to fade, waiting for me to drop my guard, waiting for the night to finally claim me? I do not know. All I know is I will never look at a dark house or a sealed window the same way again. And I will never, ever go on a blind date without doing some serious background checks. Because sometimes the most innocent-looking profile can lead you straight into a nightmare, into a house where the windows are nailed shut, not to keep things out, but to keep you in, forever trapped in the darkness with whatever horrors lurk within. You know that feeling, right? That little flutter in your stomach when you're getting ready for a first date with someone you actually feel a spark with. It is a mix of nerves and excitement, a hopeful kind of energy. That is exactly how I felt a few months ago, before my entire world tilted on its axis, and the word hope became synonymous with naivete. My name's Chloe. I am in my late 20s, live in a pretty standard one-bedroom apartment in a decent, relentless pursuit I knew was coming for me. My new life, if you could even call it that, was a constant, low-grade hum of terror. I would fled the city like a bat out of hell, driving until the gas tank was nearly empty, and the skyscrapers were nothing but a faint memory in my rear-view mirror. I ended up in a place called Havenwood, a town so small it felt like a deliberate attempt to disappear off the map. It was all rolling hills and quiet streets, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and the biggest scandal was Mrs. Henderson's prize-winning petunias getting eaten by deer. Perfect, I thought, for a woman trying to vanish. But you can't vanish from yourself, and you certainly can't vanish from a creature like Mark. Every shadow held a silhouette. Every creak of the floorboards was his approach. Every late night rustle outside my window sent a jolt of pure ice through my veins. The locket, the lunar seal as he called it, was my constant companion. I wore it day and night, tucked beneath my shirt, its cool silver a small, heavy anchor against my chest. Sometimes when my paranoia spiked, I could swear it warmed, a faint, almost imperceptible thrum against my skin, like a tiny heart beating in rhythm with my own frantic one. It was my protection, yes, but it was also a constant, agonizing reminder of what I would seen, what I would done, and what was undoubtedly coming for me. I got a job at the local library, ironic. I know, surrounded by stories while living one that defied all logic. It was quiet work, mostly shelving books and helping old folks find their large print mysteries. The people were kind, if a little nosy. They would ask about my past, about why a city girl like me ended up in Havenwood. I would just smile vaguely and say I needed a change of pace, a quieter life. It was a lie, of course. My life was anything but quiet. It was a constant, internal scream. I rented a tiny cottage on the outskirts of town, nestled among some old oak trees. It had a rickety porch and a garden that was mostly weeds, but it felt safe enough. I reinforced the doors and windows, installed motion sensor light that probably annoyed my neighbors, and kept a tactical flashlight, a newer, brighter model than the one I would use on Mark on my nightstand. Old habits die hard, especially when those habits are born from primal fear. I slept fitfully, waking at every sound, checking the locket, sometimes even shining the flashlight into the corners of my room, just to be sure. Months passed. The seasons changed. Autumn gave way to winter, then spring. The deer really did eat misses. Henderson's petunias. Life in Havenwood settled into a rhythm, and a tiny, fragile part of me started to believe, just maybe, I was safe. Maybe he had not found me. Maybe the locket had truly imprisoned him, or at least weakened him enough that he could not track me. It was a foolish hope, a dangerous one. But a human mind can only sustain pure terror for so long before it starts to crave some semblance of normalcy. It was at the library, actually, that I met Ben. He was a regular, always coming in for books on local history or obscure folklore. He had kind eyes, a gentle smile, and a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. He was, in every way, the antithesis of Mark. No shadows clung to him. He loved the sunshine, talked about hiking, and his apartment, from what he described, was filled with plants and natural light. He was everything I thought I needed. We started talking, first about books, then about the town, then about, when you are running for your life, the smallest things become monumental. A quiet street, a gentle smile, the smell of old paper and dust in a library. For months, those simple things were my anchors. Havenwood was a balm, a temporary reprieve from the gnawing terror that had become my shadow. I would spend so long looking over my shoulder, flinching at every car backfiring, that the silence here felt like a physical weight lifting from my chest. The library, with its hushed whispers and towering shelves, became my sanctuary. It was the perfect place to disappear. Nobody asked too many questions. My days were filled with cataloging, shelving, and occasionally helping a local find a book on gardening or the obscure history of the region. It was mundane, predictable, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I could breathe. And then there was Ben. Ben was light. That is the only way I can describe him. He was a regular at the library, always poring over the local history section, his brow furrowed in concentration, a faint, almost shy smile playing on his lips. He had kind eyes, the color of warm honey, and a laugh that sounded like wind chimes. He was everything Mark was not: gentle, unassuming, full of quiet curiosity about the world. We started talking, first about books, then about Havenwood, then about anything and everything. He would tell me about the town's quirky founding myths, the old families, the forgotten trails and surrounding woods. I would listen, captivated, sometimes even forgetting the cold weight of the lunar seal against my chest. He represented a flicker of normalcy, a possibility of a life that was not defined by fear, a life where I could actually belong. It was dangerous. I knew. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to keep my distance, to remain an island. But after months of self-imposed isolation, the warmth of his presence was intoxicating. It was like a starved man finding a single perfect meal. I started to let my guard down, just a fraction. We would grab coffee after my shift, or he would walk me back to my small, fortified cottage on the outskirts of town. I even found myself smiling, genuinely smiling, for the first time in years. A fragile hope began to bloom in the barren landscape of my existence. Maybe, just maybe, I was safe. Maybe the locket had truly worked, banishing Mark to whatever hell he crawled out of. But hope, as I would learn the hard way, is a dangerous thing. It makes you vulnerable. It makes you forget. The first sign was so subtle, I almost dismissed it. A faint, almost imperceptible scent in my cottage. It was late autumn, the air outside crisp with the promise of winter, carrying the smell of wood smoke and damp leaves. But inside, for a fleeting moment, I caught a different aroma. something metallic like old blood, and something else, something sweet and cloying like decay and honeysuckle mixed together. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me standing in my kitchen, a mug of tea forgotten in my hand, my heart suddenly thrumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I told myself it was my imagination. Paranoia, a phantom limb of the fear I would carry for so long. The cottage was old, after all. Maybe a mouse had died in the walls, or a pipe was leaking. I checked every corner, every cupboard, my tactical flashlight sweeping the shadows, but found nothing. Still, the unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. The lunar seal, usually a comforting weight, felt suddenly heavy, like a lead sinker pulling me down. A few days later, it happened again. I was shelving books in the local history section, a section Ben knew better than anyone. I would have been there just an hour earlier, organizing some return volumes. When I came back with a new card, I noticed a book, an ancient leather-bound tome on local superstitions, was pulled out just a hair from the shelf. Not enough to be obvious, but enough for someone who knew the exact order of the books, like me, to notice. My blood ran cold. I had not touched that book. No one else had been in the section. My mind immediately jumped to Mark. Had he been here? In my sanctuary? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, so intense it made my teeth ache. I pulled the book out, its pages brittle and yellowed, and flipped through it, half expecting to find a message, a symbol, anything. But there was nothing. Just forgotten tales of witches, forest spirits, and a shadow man who was said to haunt the old logging trails. I carefully pushed it back into place, my hands trembling slightly. That evening, Ben found me still in the library, long after closing, staring blankly at a shelf. He would come back to pick up a forgotten notebook. Everything all right? Sarah, he asked, his voice soft, concerned. I jumped, nearly dropping the heavy history book I was pretending to organize. Ben, you startled me. He smiled gently. Sorry, you seemed a million miles away. He glanced at the book in my hand. Ah, Whispers of the Woods, Old Mrs. Albright swore by that one. Said it had all the true stories, not the watered-down versions. I forced a laugh, trying to mask a tremor in my voice. Just getting lost in the local lore. It is fascinating, really. He walked over, his eyes lighting up. It really is. You know, I have been digging into some of the older records myself. There's a persistent thread through a lot of Havenwood's history, about things that are not quite right. Disappearances, strange lights in the woods, even a mention of a watcher in some of the oldest settler journals. Someone who preys on those who seek sanctuary. His words hit me like a physical blow. A watcher preys on those who seek sanctuary. My breath hitched. He saw the sudden change in my demeanor, the way my knuckles had gone white gripping the book. Sarah, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I managed a weak smile. Just a little. Tired. I guess. All these old stories are getting to me. I quickly changed the subject, steering the conversation to something innocuous, but his words had already planted a seed of dread. He was unknowingly digging into my past, my reality. Over the next few weeks, the subtle signs became less subtle. My cottage, once a fortress, started to feel porous. I would wake in the middle of the night to the distinct sound of a floorboard creaking in the hallway, only to find nothing there when I sprang up, flashlight in hand. The faint smell of blood and honeysuckle returned, stronger now, lingering in the air like a phantom presence. I started double-checking the locks 5 times before bed. I would wedge chairs under doorknobs. I slept with a flashlight and a heavy wrench right next to my head, the lunar seal clutched tight in my fist. My sleep became more fragmented, filled with vivid, terrifying nightmares. Mark's shadowy form, his eyes like pits of darkness, always just out of reach, always watching. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering, convinced he was in the room with me. Ben noticed. He was not stupid. He saw the dark circles under my eyes, the way I would jump at sudden noises, the way my gaze constantly darted around, scanning the room. "Sarah, you look exhausted," he said one afternoon, leaning against a circulation desk. "Is everything all right? You seem on edge." I tried to brush it off. "Just stress, you know? Library work is more demanding than it looks." He did not buy it. His kind eyes searched mine. "It is more than that." Is not it? "You can talk to me. Sarah, I am here for you." His sincerity was almost unbearable. I wanted to tell him everything, to unburden myself. But how could I? How could I explain that I was being hunted by a creature of nightmares, a being that defied all logic, that had followed me across states, across lives? He would think I was insane. And worse, it would put him in danger. Mark would not hesitate to use him against me. "It is nothing, really," I insisted, forcing a smile. "Just silly anxieties. Old house creaks, you know." He just nodded, but I could see the concern etched on his face. He did not press, but he started doing little things. Bringing me extra coffee, checking in on me more often, even offering to walk me all the way to my door, lingering until I was safely inside. His presence was a comfort, but it also made the stakes terrifyingly higher. If Mark found out about Ben one evening, I came home to find my front door slightly ajar. Just a hair, maybe an inch. My blood ran cold instantly. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I had locked it. I always did. My hand instinctively went to the lunar seal, gripping it so hard my fingers ached. It felt colder than usual, almost icy against my skin. I stood there for a long moment, heart pounding, listening to the deafening silence of the approaching dusk. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee Havenwood and never look back. But where would I go? Mark would just follow. And a part of me, a foolish, desperate part, could not bear to leave Ben. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I pushed the door open the rest of the way, my tactical flashlight already in my hand, beam cutting through deepening shadows. The cottage was dark, quiet, too quiet. The air was heavy with that sickeningly sweet metallic smell. It was here. He was here. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign, any movement. Nothing. But as I stepped inside, my foot scuffed against something on the floor. I shone the light down. It was a single withered honeysuckle blossom, its petals dry and brittle, lying on my welcome mat. Honeysuckle, the cloying scent. Mark, the stomach churn while rising my throat. This was not paranoia anymore. This was real. He was playing with me, sending a message. He knew where I lived. He would have been inside. I spent the rest of the night barricaded in my bedroom, every light on, the wrench clutched in my hand, listening to every creak, every rustle of leaves outside. The lunar seal felt like a burning coal against my chest, its protective aura, if it ever had one, feeling utterly useless. The next day, I went to the library like a zombie, my eyes bloodshot, my nerves frayed. Ben was there, waiting for me. He took one look at my face, and his own expression clouded with concern. "Sarah, what happened? You look like you have not slept in a week." The words tumbled out of me, a desperate, fragmented confession. Not about Mark, not about the creature, but about the door, the flower, the smells, the constant feeling of being watched. I spoke of a stalker, a dangerous ex, a man who would not leave me alone. It was a half-truth, but it was all I could manage. Ben listened, his face growing grimmer with each word. When I finished, he reached across the desk and gently took my hand. His touch was warm, comforting. "Sarah, why did not you tell me? We need to go to the police. This is not safe." "No." I pulled my hand back, my voice sharp. "No police. He has ways of avoiding them. It will just make it worse." I could not explain that Mark was beyond the reach of human law enforcement. I could not explain that calling the police would only alert Mark to my desperation, and perhaps even put the officers themselves in danger. Ben looked confused, but he did not argue. Then what can we do? You can't stay in that cottage alone. It is not safe. He paused. Then his eyes lit up an idea. My place. It is small, but it is secure. You can stay with me, just for a few days, until we figure something out. The offer, so genuine and kind, twisted my gut. It was exactly what I wanted, and exactly what I could not accept. Bringing Ben into my orbit, into Mark's direct line of sight, was a death sentence. I can't, I said, my voice barely a whisper. I can't put you in danger. Ben, please, just stay away from me. For your own good. His face fell, hurt flashing in his eyes. Sarah, what are you talking about? I am not going to abandon you. Whatever this guy is, we will face it together. His unwavering loyalty, his innocent bravery, terrified me more than anything. He had no idea what he was up against. You do not understand. I pleaded, my voice cracking. He is not just a guy. He is something else. Ben looked at me, really looked at me, and I could see the dawning realization in his eyes. He remembered the old stories, the watcher he would tell me about. He saw the genuine terror in my face, not just exhaustion. The legends, he murmured, his voice low. The old tales of the Shadow Man. You think. I could only nod, tears welling in my eyes. He has been chasing me for years. I came to Havenwood to escape him. The locket, I thought it worked. I clutched the lunar seal, its cold weight suddenly feeling like a burden, not a shield. Ben stared at the locket, then back at me. The lunar seal, he whispered. I have read about something like that in one of the really old Havenwood journals. It spoke of a powerful amulet, crafted to repel malevolent spirits. But it also said it had a dual nature. It was a shield, yes, but also a beacon for those attuned to its power. A challenge. My blood ran cold. A beacon. A challenge. Not just a shield. All this time, I thought it was protecting me, keeping him away. But what if it was just telling him where I was? What if it was daring him to come? Tell me everything you know. I demanded, gripping his arm. Everything about the locket, about the Shadow Man, about anything that can help. Ben, despite his shock, composed himself. Okay, come with me. There's an old text hidden away in the archives. It is too fragile for public display, but I have access. We need to look at it. We spent the rest of the afternoon locked in the back room, poring over dusty, brittle pages. The text was archaic, filled with strange symbols and faded drawings. It described the lunar seal as a relic of immense power, forged by a forgotten coven to bind a creature of shadow and desire, a being that fed on fear and obsession. It was meant to imprison, to ward off, but also, crucially, to mark its wielder, to identify them as a challenge, a worthy adversary. It says here, Ben read, his finger tracing a faded passage, that the seal's power wanes if the wielder's resolve falters, or if they allow themselves to be consumed by despair. And it can be broken. If the creature's desire for the wielder is strong enough, it can shatter the seal, and then the creature gains ultimate dominion. My heart plummeted to my stomach. My resolve had faltered. I would allow myself to feel hope, to feel something for Ben. Had that weakened the locket? Had my brief moment of happiness been my undoing? What else? I urged, my voice hoarse. Is there a way to stop him? To banish him for good? Ben flipped through more pages, his brow furrowed. It mentions a ritual, a cleansing fire, but it is incredibly dangerous. It requires a sacrifice, and it says the ritual can only be performed at a place of intersection, where the veil between worlds is thinnest, a place where time and space bend. He looked up, his eyes wide. It mentions an old standing stone circle, deep in the Havenwood forest, a place that is almost impossible to find unless you know the exact path. Some locals call it the Whispering Stones. It is rumored to appear and disappear from maps. A town that does not appear on any map. Not a town, but a place. The Whispering Stones. The concept of a shifting location, a place outside normal geography, suddenly clicked into place with the vague outline I would have been given. This was it. This was where the threads connected. The Whispering Stones. I repeated, a cold dread settling over me. I have heard the old-timers talk about it. They say you can get lost in those woods for days, even weeks, and never find your way out, even if you are just a few miles from town. That is the point. Ben said, his voice grim. It is a place of power. And it is where Mark will try to take you. Or where you will have to take him. If you want to end this. As if on cue, a sudden, piercing shriek echoed from outside the library, cutting through the quiet evening. It was a sound that was both animalistic and utterly unnatural, a sound that made the hair on my arm stand on end. Then, a crash, like something heavy hitting the outer wall. Ben and I froze, staring at each other. What was that? He whispered, his face pale. He is here. I breathed, my heart hammering against my ribs. He knows we are close to the truth. We crept to the library's front window, peering out into the twilight. The street was empty, the gentle streetlights casting long, dancing shadows. But then, I saw it, a faint, almost transparent ripple in the air, near the old oak tree across the street. And for a split second, I saw his eyes, two pinpricks of pure, malevolent darkness, gleaming from within the shimmering distortion. He was watching us. He was outside. We have to go. I whispered, pulling Ben away from the window. He is coming for me, and now he knows about you. Ben's face was grim, but determined. Then we go to the Whispering Stones. We face him. We end this. He grabbed a heavy antique lantern from a nearby shelf, its glass dusty but intact. I know the old trails. I have researched them for years. I can get us there. A desperate plan, born of fear and necessity, began to form. We could not stay. We could not run. We had to fight. We slipped out the back entrance of the library, moving quickly through the deepening dusk. The air was cold, biting, and carried that cloying scent of honeysuckle and blood, stronger now, almost suffocating. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. Ben led the way, his lantern casting a flickering circle of light ahead of us. We cut through the narrow alleys, away from the main street, towards the edge of town where the dense Havenwood forest began. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, their branches skeletal against the bruised, purple sky. The old logging road. Ben whispered, pointing to a barely visible path swallowed by undergrowth. It leads to the deeper trails. It is rough, but it is the quickest way in. As we plunged into the woods, the sounds of Havenwood quickly faded, replaced by the rustling of unseen creatures, the hoot of an owl, and the relentless pounding of my own heart. The air grew colder, heavier. The trees pressed in, their branches clawing at us, their shadows thick and impenetrable. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I could see his form, a darker shadow amidst the already overwhelming darkness. Just behind us, the lunar seal pulsed against my chest, a cold throb that mirrored the frantic beat of my pulse. It felt like a beacon, just as the ancient text had described. It was not protecting me, it was guiding him. Are you sure about this? Ben, I whispered, my voice trembling. These would say feel wrong. They are, he replied, his voice strained. This part of the forest, it is old, ancient. The magic here is thick. The legends say it is a place where time itself gets confused. We walked for what felt like hours, deeper and deeper into labyrinthine woods. The path became almost non-existent, forcing us to push through thorny bushes and clamber over fallen logs. The lantern light was barely enough to pierce the oppressive gloom. My legs ached, my lungs burned, but the adrenaline kept me going. Then the air grew still, utterly, unnervingly still, not even the rustle of leaves. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the thud of our feet on the damp earth. The scent of honeysuckle and blood was overwhelming now, burning my nostrils, making my eyes water. "We are close," Ben whispered, his voice barely audible. "I can feel it. The air is different." Suddenly, the light from the lantern flickered wildly, then died, plunging us into absolute darkness. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth. "Ben, stay calm," he hissed, fumbling with the lantern. It is the energy. It is affecting everything." But before he could fix it, a sound erupted from the darkness around us. A low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate to the very ground beneath our feet. It was deep, inhuman, filled with a primal hunger. And then his voice, not a growl, but a whisper, slithering through the darkness, right next to my ear. "You thought you could escape, little bird. You thought you could hide from me." My blood froze. Mark. He was here. He was everywhere. I spun around wildly, flashlight in hand, but the darkness was absolute, impenetrable. The beam would not turn on. The lunar seal was burning against my skin, a searing brand. The locket was never a cage. "Sarah, it was a promise, a binding. And you, my dear, are bound to me." Ben cried out, a strangled sound, and I heard a scuffle, a thud. "Ben." I screamed, desperate, blindly reaching out into the darkness. My hand connected with something cold, rough like bark. "He is merely a distraction, a fleeting warmth you foolishly sought. You belong to the shadows. Sarah, you belong to me." The scent of honeysuckle and blood intensified, making me gag. I could feel his presence, a chilling cold that permeated my very being, wrapping around me like icy tendrils. Then a faint, almost ethereal glow began to emanate from somewhere ahead. A pale, silvery light, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The stones. Ben's voice, strained and weak, came from somewhere nearby. "Go." The ritual, I knew what I had to do. I had to get to that light. It was my only chance. My only hope. Driven by a surge of desperate adrenaline, I stumbled forward, blindly pushing to the undergrowth, towards a shimmering glow. The ground beneath my feet grew uneven, rocky. The air crackled with an unseen energy, making my teeth ache. As I broke through a final thicket of bushes, I gasped. Before me, bathed in the eerie, pulsating silver light, stood a circle of massive, ancient standing stones. They were rough-hewn, covered in moss and lichen, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. The whispering stones. The air within the circle was thick with power, humming with a low, resonant thrum. In the center, a small, natural depression in the earth, like a shallow basin. This was the place of intersection. But I was not alone. Standing in the center of the stone circle, his form coalescing from the shadows, was Mark. He was taller than I remembered, his silhouette lean and predatory, his eyes two burning embers in the darkness of his face. He was not fully corporeal, his edges shimmering like heat haze, but his presence was undeniable, terrifyingly real. "You came," he purred, his voice a silken caress that still managed to send shivers down my spine. "I knew you would. You always returned to me, eventually." He started to advance, slowly, deliberately, his movements fluid and unnatural. I instinctively backed away, my eyes darting around the circle, searching for an escape, for a weapon, for anything. My hand went to the lunar seal. It was throbbing now, a painful, intense pulse against my chest. "The locket," he said, his gaze fixed on it. "It is almost spent. Your hope, your foolish affection for that boy has drained its power. Soon, it will shatter. And then you will truly be mine." Despair threatened to overwhelm me. He was right. My hope had been a weakness. My love for Ben, my desire for a normal life, had led me here, to this impossible confrontation. But then a flicker of defiance ignited within me. No, I would not give up. Not now. Not after everything. I remembered the ancient text. A cleansing fire. A sacrifice. My eyes fell on Mark. Then, on the ground at my feet, the depression in the center of the stones. What do you want from me? I cried, my voice trembling but firm. He smiled, a chilling, predatory baring of teeth. Everything. Your fear, your passion, your very essence. You are meant for me. Sarah, we are bound. No, I spat, clutching the lunar seal. I am not bound to you. I will never be yours. As I said the words, a strange sensation washed over me. The locket, instead of burning, suddenly felt cold. Icy cold. And for a moment, the shimmering edges of Mark's form seemed to waver, to pull back, as if my defiance had struck a physical blow. He snarled, a low, guttural sound. Foolish girl, you cannot fight what you are. Maybe not. I said, you know that feeling, right? That mix of nerves and excitement before a first date, when you feel a real spark. That is exactly how I felt a few months ago. My name's Chloe, and I am in my late 20s, living in a pretty standard one-bedroom apartment. Back then, I was filled with a hopeful kind of energy, anticipating something good. But that feeling, that sense of hope, now just feels like naivete. My entire world tilted on its axis a few months ago, and since then, my understanding of hope has completely changed. What I once thought was a positive emotion, I now associate with being foolishly optimistic. Something significant and clearly negative happened, shifting my perspective from hopeful anticipation to a more cynical view where hope is seen as a sign of being naive. The initial flutter of excitement has been replaced by the weight of past events. And it all started with Mark. He was everything I thought I wanted. Tall, dark hair that fell just so, a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, and a laugh that made me genuinely happy. We met at a friend's birthday party, and from the moment he walked into the room, I felt that undeniable pull, that spark. We talked for hours that night, about everything and nothing. He seemed to understand me in a way no one else had, finishing my sentences, anticipating my thoughts. It was intense, almost too good to be true, but at the time, I just thought I would finally found my person, my naive, hopeful heart soared. Our relationship progressed quickly. Dinners, late-night talks, weekend trips to local wineries. He was attentive, almost too attentive, always texting, always wanted to know what I was doing, where I was. At first, I found it endearing, a sign of how much he cared. He would say things like, I just want to be close to you. Chloe, I want to know everything about you. It felt romantic, possessive in a way that made me feel cherished, not suffocated. I was so wrapped up in the whirlwind of it all. I barely noticed the subtle red flags waving in the periphery, like how he did not seem to have many close friends, or how he would get a little too quiet when I mentioned my family. But I brushed it off. Everyone has their quirks, right? About 3 months into our relationship, Mark approached me with an idea. He wanted to take me on a surprise trip, just the two of us, to celebrate our milestone. A secluded cabin, he would said, his eyes sparkling with that charming intensity. I would come to adore. Somewhere we can really connect, away from the city, away from everything. My heart fluttered. This was it. I thought, the next step, a romantic escape, just like in the movies. I pictured cozy nights by a fireplace, long walks in the woods, waking up to the smell of pine. I was brimming with that foolish, optimistic hope. The drive was long, stretching for hours beyond what I expected. We left the highway, then a paved road, then a winding, gravel path that seemed to narrow with every mile. The cell service had vanished about an hour ago, replaced by a growing silence in the car, broken only by the crunch of tires on stones. The trees pressing on us, their shadows lengthening as the afternoon waned. My initial excitement started to curdle into a vague unease. This was not just secluded, it felt genuinely remote. Cut off. Are we almost there? Mark. I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice was a little higher than usual. He glanced at me, that familiar smile playing on his lips, but his eyes held a glint I had not noticed before. Almost my love, just around this bend. And he was right. The path opened into a small clearing, dominated by a rustic log cabin. It looked exactly like something out of a postcard, with a small porch and a stone chimney. My anxiety eased a fraction. Okay, maybe it was just really remote, not sinister. I smiled at Mark, trying to recapture the excitement. He parked the car and we got out. The air was crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. A profound silence hung over the clearing, broken only by the distant call of a bird. Mark grabbed our bags from the trunk, his movement strangely deliberate. I walked up to the porch, eager to see the inside of our romantic getaway. He unlocked the heavy wooden door, and with a creak, it swung inward. Welcome home. Chloe, he said, his voice a low rumble. I stepped inside, and my breath caught in my throat. My jaw literally dropped. It was not a cozy cabin interior. It was disorienting. Every single surface, from floor to ceiling, was covered in mirrors. Not just walls, but the ceiling, the internal doors. Even the floor had mirror tiles. It was like stepping into a kaleidoscope or a fun house, but without the fun. My reflection, Mark's reflection, the cabin's reflection, repeated endlessly, distorted and multiplied in every direction. It was an infinite regression, an overwhelming visual assault. Mark, what is this? I managed to stammer, my voice barely a whisper. The air felt thick, heavy with the weight of 1,000 reflections. He walked past me, placing the bags down with soft thud that echoed strangely in the mirrored space. He turned, facing me, and in every direction, 100 Marks faced 100 Chloes, their expressions mirroring ours. He looked utterly delighted. It is unique, is not it? He said, his smile wide. I found this place online. The owner is an artist, apparently. He calls it the Reflection Room. I thought it would be perfect for us, to truly see each other. My stomach clenched. Perfect. Mark, it is too much. It is overwhelming. I felt like I was drowning in images of myself, of him. It was impossible to focus, impossible to find a single point of rest in my eyes. Every angle, every movement was magnified and multiplied. He walked over to me, placing a hand on my arm. His touch, usually comforting, now felt strangely possessive, almost cold. Nonsense. Chloe, you will get used to it. It is a place of truth. Here, there are no hiding places. We can see everything. His words, meant to be reassuring, sent a chill down my spine. No hiding places. The phrase resonated with an ominous echo in the mirrored room. I tried to shake off the feeling, to convince myself it was just an unusual aesthetic choice, a quirky artist's vision. But the unease was settling deep in my bones. We spent the first hour awkwardly trying to unpack. Every time I moved, my reflection moved, and 1,000 other reflections moved with me. It was like being constantly watched, not just by Mark, but by countless versions of myself. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I could not even look at Mark directly without seeing his reflection and my own superimposed over his shoulder. I tried to avoid catching my own eye in the mirrors, but it was impossible. Every time I did, a flicker of something unsettling would cross my face, an expression of fear or confusion or something else entirely that I had not consciously made. It was like my reflection was a fraction of a second ahead or behind me, or sometimes it held an emotion that was not quite mine. As the evening wore on, the cabin grew darker, the mirrors reflecting the dimming light outside, creating long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed on every surface. Mark, however, seemed perfectly at ease. He moved through the mirrored space with an almost eerie comfort, his eyes constantly scanning the reflections, not just of me, but of the empty corners of the room. He seemed fascinated, almost entranced, by the endless copies of himself. "Is not it incredible?" "Chloe," he murmured, watching our reflections as he poured us some wine. "Look at how many versions of us there are. So many possibilities. So many different angles." I forced a weak smile. "It is definitely unique." I just wanted to close my eyes, to escape the visual chaos. I felt a growing sense of paranoia, as if something was lurking just out of sight, just beyond the edge of one of the many reflections. As the night deepened, the mirrors became truly unsettling. When Mark lit a few candles, the flames flickered wildly, casting dancing light that made every reflection shimmer and distort. I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, I would catch a glimpse of a figure moving behind Mark in one of the reflections, only for it to vanish when I turned my head. A shadow would stretch impossibly long, then retract. My own reflection sometimes looked wrong. A subtle shift in the angle of my head, a slight curve to my lips that was not a smile, an intensity in my eyes that unnerved me. "Mark," I said, my voice barely a whisper, can we cover some of these? Just for a little while. It is really messing with my head." He turned, his face illuminated by the candlelight. His reflection multiplied around us. His smile faltered. "Cover them? Why would you want to do that?" "Chloe, this is part of the experience. It is beautiful. It is making me feel anxious." I admitted, hugging my arms around myself. "I feel like I am being watched." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "You are being watched, my love, by me, and by yourself. There is nothing to be afraid of." But his eyes, in every reflection, seemed to pierce through me, not with love, but with something cold and assessing. That night was a nightmare. I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, the images of the mirrors swam behind my eyelids. When I opened them, the darkness was even worse. The mirrors reflected the faint moonlight, turning the room into a ghostly labyrinth of shifting shadows and indistinct forms. I kept seeing movement in the periphery of my vision, a flicker, a ripple, a dark shape that seemed to dart from one reflection to another. I tried to focus on Mark's sleeping form next to me, but even his reflection in the ceiling above us seemed to shift, his face contorting into an unfamiliar grimace before settling back into a peaceful sleep. Was I just tired, delusional, or was something else happening? The next morning, the daylight offered little relief. The constant reflections were still there, still overwhelming. I felt exhausted, irritable, and deeply unsettled. Mark, on the other hand, seemed energized, almost manic. He spent the morning walking around the cabin, staring intently into mirrors, sometimes reaching out a hand as if to touch his own reflection, then pulling back with a strange smile. "I think I understand," he murmured, more to himself than to me, as he gazed into a mirrored wall. "They are not just reflections, Chloe. They are doorways to other possibilities, other versions of us." My blood ran cold. "Mark, that is crazy. They are just mirrors." He turned, his eyes wide and bright. "Are they? Or is that what you want to believe? What if the real you, the true you, is waiting on the other side? What if the you in the mirror is more real than the one standing here?" I stared at him, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach. This was not the Mark I knew. This was something else, something disturbingly obsessive. "Mark, we need to leave. This place it is not right." His smile vanished. His face, in every reflection, hardened. "Leave. We just got here. Chloe, we have not even begun to explore what this place has to offer." He stepped closer, his reflection moving in perfect sync. Then suddenly, in one mirror directly behind him, his reflection smile seemed to linger for a fraction of a second longer, a chilling, predatory grin that was not on his actual face. I blinked and it was gone. Just my imagination. I told myself, but my heart was pounding. Throughout the day, the strange occurrences intensified. I saw myself in a mirror and my reflection winked. I did not wink. I saw my reflection look directly at Mark with an expression of pure hatred, while my actual face remained neutral. I tried to ignore it, to rationalize it, but the evidence of my own eyes was becoming undeniable. The reflections were not just copies, they were becoming something else, something separate and malevolent. At one point, I was standing by the small kitchen area, trying to make coffee, when I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirrored backsplash. My reflection was standing perfectly still, watching me, but her head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and her eyes were completely black, devoid of pupils. I gasped, stumbling backward, spilling hot water on my hand. My reflection remained, unmoving, those black eyes fixed on me, a slow, horrifying smile spreading across her face. Then, just as quickly, she snapped back to a normal reflection of me, looking startled and worried. "Chloe, are you okay?" Mark was suddenly beside me, his hand on my arm. His touch felt like a brand. My reflection, it was not me. I whispered, my voice trembling. It had black eyes. "Mark." It smiled at me. He looked at me with an unervingly calm expression. "Just a trick of the light, love. You are tired. This place can be a little disorienting at first." But his eyes, as they met mine, held a strange, knowing glint. That night, I woke up to a sound. A soft, scraping noise like fingernails on glass. I opened my eyes, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room was bathed in moonlight, the mirrors reflecting the pale glow, creating an ethereal, terrifying landscape. The scraping sound was coming from the wall opposite the bed. I slowly turned my head, and my blood ran cold. My reflection on the mirrored wall was awake. She was sitting up in bed, just like me, but she was not looking at me. She was looking at her reflection on the opposite wall, and with a slow, deliberate movement, she was dragging her fingernails across the glass, making that soft, chilling sound. Her eyes, in the pale moonlight, seemed darker than usual, and her face was contorted into a look of frustrated rage. I gasped a small, choke sound. My reflection immediately stopped, her head snapping towards me. Her eyes, now wide and staring, were filled with an expression of pure, unadulterated malice. She was not just reflecting me, she was looking at me, and she hated me. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the headboard, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Mark was still asleep beside me, or at least his body was. His reflection, however, was also awake, sitting up next to my reflection and staring directly at me, a sinister smile on his face. "Mark," I shrieked, shaking him violently. "Mark, wake up. Look." He stirred, groaning, and slowly opened his eyes. He looked groggy, confused. "What is it?" "Chloe, what is wrong?" I pointed a trembling finger at the wall. Look at our reflections." He slowly turned his head, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He looked at the mirrored wall, then back at me. "I do not see anything. Chloe, just us. You are having a nightmare." But I saw it. I saw them. My reflection was now lying down, perfectly still, eyes closed, just like a normal reflection should be. Mark's reflection was also lying still, but in a fraction of a second before they settled. I would seen it. The hatred in my reflection's eyes, the predatory smile on Mark's. "No," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "No, you do not understand. They are alive. They are watching us." Mark sat up properly now, pulling me into a hug. His touch felt utterly wrong, cold and devoid of comfort. "You are stressed, my love. This place is intense. We can leave in the morning, if you want, but you need to calm down." He was lying. I knew it. The way he held me, the way his eyes darted to the mirrored wall over my shoulder, the way his reflection, in the ceiling seemed to wink at me. He knew. He was part of this. Or perhaps the mark I knew was already gone, replaced by something from the reflections. I pulled away from him, scrambling out of bed. No, I am leaving now. I can't stay here another second. I stumbled towards the door, desperate to escape. Mark was behind me, his voice calm, but with an underlying steel that terrified me. Chloe, do not be foolish. It is pitch black outside. You will get lost. I ignored him, fumbling for the doorknob. My reflection in the door's mirror stared back at me, her eyes wide with terror, but also a strange, knowing glint. As my hand reached the knob, her hand, in the mirror, reached for something else, a small, sharp shard of glass that seemed to materialize in her palm. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My reflection's lips peeled back in a silent snarl, and she lunged forward, her mirror hand slamming against the inside of the glass, the shard aimed directly at my reflection's throat. A sickening crack echoed through the room. The mirror on the door shattered, fragments raining down on the floor with a deafening clatter. I screamed, pulling my hand back as it burned. Mark was suddenly there, grabbing my arm, his grip like a vice. "What have you done?" He hissed, his face contorted in a mask of fury I would never seen before. His eyes, and the remaining reflections, glowed with an unnatural light. "She tried to kill me." I sobbed, pointing at the shattered mirror, where only a distorted, fractured image of myself remained. "Fool," Mark snarled, dragging me away from the door. "You have ruined it. You have opened a breach." He pushed me roughly onto the couch, which was also covered in mirrors, so that I was surrounded by my own terrified, distorted face. He paced frantically, his eyes darting from one mirrored wall to another. And that is when I saw it. In one of the larger mirrors, across the room, my reflection was no longer just a reflection. She was standing there behind the glass, pressing her hands against it, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and desperation. She was trying to get out, and behind her, in the mirrored world, stood another Mark, his face a twisted parody of the man I knew, his hand reaching for my reflection, pulling her back. He was not trying to save her. He was trying to keep her in. Mark, the one in the room with me, stopped pacing. He turned to me, his eyes now completely devoid of warmth, filled with a cold, calculating madness. "You were not supposed to see. Chloe, you were just supposed to surrender." "Surrender to what?" I whispered, my voice hoarse with terror. He smiled a slow, chilling grin that stretched his lips thin. "To the truth, to the other side. You see, the mirrors they are not just for seeing. They are for exchanging, for becoming whole. My reflection, he has been trying to escape for a long time, and I have been trying to bring him through. But he needed a vessel, a sacrifice." He took a step towards me, and in the mirrors, his reflection simultaneously took a step toward my reflection, who was now screaming silently, her mouth open in a soundless wail, as the mirror Mark dragged her deeper into the glass. "You were the perfect bait. Chloe," he continued, his voice soft, almost conversational, but laced with chilling undertone. "So full of hope, so naive. The reflections, they feed on that. They want to experience what you have." I understood then. The spark I felt with him, the intense connection, his possessiveness, it was not love. It was a calculated manipulation, a trap. He had brought me here to be a bridge, a sacrifice, to facilitate some horrific exchange between worlds. My own reflection, still visible in one of the unbroken mirrors, was now struggling violently, trying to push through the glass, her eyes fixed on me, pleading, desperate. She was me, but she was trapped, and the Mark in the mirror world was laughing, a silent, horrifying sound that I could almost hear echoing in my mind. "No," I whimpered, scrambling backward on the mirror couch, my hands and feet slipping on the slick surface. "No, you are insane." Perhaps, he conceded, taking another step. "But soon we will be one. And then, Chloe, you will truly understand. As he lunged, his hands reaching for me, I saw my chance. The shattered door. It was still there, a jagged hole leading to the outside. With a surge of adrenaline, I launched myself off the couch, scrambling over the broken mirror shards, ignoring the searing pain as they cut into my palms and knees. Mark roared behind me, a sound of pure, frustrated rage. I could hear him crashing through the mirrored furniture, his footsteps thundering. I reached the door, my hands tearing at the remaining wood, widening the opening. My reflection, in the remaining slivers of glass, was still fighting, still struggling, her desperate eyes locked with mine. "Run," she screamed, a sound that was not sound, but a raw, primal scream in my mind. "Run. Chloe, run." I burst through the door, tumbling out onto the porch, gasping for breath, the cold night air a shock against my skin. I did not look back. I did not dare. I just ran, blindly, into the dark, silent woods, the cuts on my body stinging, the memory of those mirrored eyes and that silent scream burning into my soul. I ran until my lungs ached, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, shivering, sobbing, deep in the unfamiliar forest. I did not know how long I lay there, curled up in the dirt and leaves, but eventually, the first rays of dawn filtered through the trees. I walked for hours, disoriented, terrified, until I finally stumbled onto a faint dirt road, and then, mercifully, another car. The driver, a kind old man, saw my disheveled, bleeding state and took me to the nearest town, where I was finally able to call for help. They never found Mark. They never found a cabin, either. The police searched the area I described, but there was nothing. No clearing, no rustic cabin, no endless mirrors. They chalked it up to trauma, to a hallucination induced by a terrible ordeal. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. I am back in my apartment now. My cuts have healed, but the scars remain, both visible and invisible. I avoid mirrors. I have covered every single one in my apartment, and I cross the street to avoid storefront windows. When I catch a glimpse of myself by accident, in a spoon in a darkened phone screen, I sometimes see it a flicker of something in my eyes, a subtle shift in my expression, a flash of pure, unadulterated terror that is not quite mine. That feeling I had a few months ago, that hopeful energy anticipating something good. It is gone, replaced by a cold, hard cynicism. What I once thought was a positive emotion, I now associate with being foolishly optimistic. Because hope, I have learned, is just an open door, an invitation. And sometimes, what is waiting on the other side is not good. Sometimes, it is a reflection of your deepest fears, waiting to pull you in or worse, to escape. And sometimes, you're the one left behind, haunted by the knowledge that a part of you is still trapped, screaming silently in a world made of glass. You know, sometimes I look back at my life before all this, and it feels like a dream. Not a good dream, not a nightmare, just a different reality. Like I was watching a movie of someone else's life, and then the projector glitched, and I got shoved into a horror flick. I used to be pretty normal. I guess, mid-20s, trying to navigate the dating scene in a city that felt like it was always awake, always judging. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, you name it. I would swiped on it. Mostly it was just a parade of awkward small talk, ghosting, and the occasional genuinely creepy message. But I kept at it because, well, what else was there? Everyone else was doing it. Then I matched with Mark. His profile pictures were interesting. There were a few, all taken at night or in really low light. One was a silhouette against the city skyline. Another was a close-up of his face. But it was so artfully shadowed, with just a sliver of light catching his jawline and the glint in his eye, that you could not really make out his features clearly. It looked artistic, moody, kind of mysterious. His bio was short, witty, and a little philosophical, something about finding beauty in the unseen, and preferring the quiet hum of twilight to the harsh glare of noon. I remember thinking, Okay, a little intense, but intriguing. He had a good job listed, something in digital art which explained the aesthetic. He was tall, from what I could gather, and had a nice, athletic build. We started chatting, and immediately it was different. His messages were not just hey or what is up. He was articulate, funny, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. We talked about books, movies, music, and he had this way of making even mundane topics sound fascinating. He would ask probing questions, but never in a way that felt intrusive, more like he was genuinely curious about my inner world. I found myself looking forward to his texts, smiling at my phone like a lovesick teenager. It was refreshing after so many superficial conversations. After about a week of this, he suggested we meet. My heart did that little fluttery thing it does when you are excited about a new connection. I was ready to suggest my usual spot, a cozy little bistro downtown with great lighting and even better pasta. But before I could, he beat me to it. There is this new place. He typed a speakeasy kind of vibe. Super dark, really atmospheric. Heard the cocktails are out of this world. You into that? A speakeasy. Dark. A little unusual for a first date. I thought most people want to actually see who they are talking to. But I also like the idea of something different. Plus, he would already established this whole prefers the dark persona. So it fit. Sounds intriguing. I replied, lead the way. The place he picked was called the Velvet Gloom, which, looking back, should have been my first clue. It was tucked away down a side alley. No sign, just a heavy, unmarked door. Inside, it was exactly as he described dark. Not just dimly lit, but seriously dark. The kind of dark where your eyes take a good 5 minutes to adjust. And even then, you are mostly relying on the faint glow from the bar and the tiny, flickering candles on each table. It felt intimate, almost conspiratorial. He was already there when I arrived, seated at a small, secluded booth in the back. I recognized the silhouette immediately, tall, broad shoulders. He stood up as I approached, a charming smile on his face, though in the gloom, it was more of an impression of a smile than an actual visual. Sarah, he said, his voice smooth and deep, exactly as I would imagined it. Glad you could make it. We ordered drinks, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He was even more engaging in person. He listened intently, laughed at my jokes, and shared stories about his work that made him sound passionate and creative. He made me feel seen, understood. But as the night wore on, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of unease started to sprout. I could not quite get a good look at him. Every time a server passed by with a tray, or someone opened the door to the outside, casting a momentary shaft of light into the booth, he would subtly shift. Not overtly, not like he was trying to hide, but just enough so that his face remained perpetually in shadow. His eyes, in particular, seemed to catch no light at all. It was like looking into two bottomless pits, even when he was smiling and laughing. At one point, I leaned forward, trying to catch the light from our candle, just to see his features. He did not flinch, but he smoothly reached out, took my hand, and gently squeezed it, diverting my attention. You have really expressive eyes, you know that, he murmured, and just like that, the moment passed. I brushed it off. Maybe he was just shy or self-conscious. Or maybe, as he would hint it in his bio, he just preferred the moodiness of the dark. We left the bar late, and he walked me to my car. The street lights were a little brighter, but still, he kept his head slightly bowed, his gaze directed at the pavement. When he said goodnight, he gave me a light kiss on the cheek, and then he was gone, melting into the shadows of the street before I could even properly thank him. I drove home, a mix of exhilaration and a faint, nagging curiosity swirling inside me. He was wonderful, but I still could not picture his face clearly in my mind. Our second date was a week later. He suggested a late-night walk in a park known for its dense tree cover and lack of streetlights. It is beautiful at night, he would message. The stars are incredible there, away from the city glow. Again, It felt romantic, a little adventurous. I agreed. The park was indeed beautiful, quiet, and incredibly dark. We walked for what felt like hours, talking, holding hands. His hand was warm, strong, and his presence beside me was comforting. But the same problem persisted. I still could not see him. I tried to be subtle. "Oh, my phone died," I said, fumbling with it in my bag, hoping to accidentally hit the flashlight. But before I could, he gently took it from my hand. "Here, let me see if I can get it to charge later. No need for distractions right now, just us in the night." He tucked it into his pocket, and we continued walking. My unease grew. It was not just a preference for darkness. Anymore, it felt like an insistence. He never suggested a lunch date, never a coffee in a well-lit cafe. Every single suggestion was after dusk, and always in places where light was scarce. I mentioned it to my friend, Chloe, over brunch the next day. "He is great." "Chloe, really?" But I had barely seen his face. "He only ever wants to meet in the dark." Chloe raised an eyebrow, stirring her mimosa. "Okay, that is a little weird. Like, hiding criminal record weird, or secretly a vampire weird," she joked, but there was a flicker of genuine concern in her eyes. No, nothing like that." I laughed, trying to dismiss it. "He is just mysterious, artistic. Says he has sensitive eyes, gets migraines from bright light." Sensitive eyes, huh? Or maybe he just does not want you to see his third eye, or whatever. Chloe mused. "Seriously though, Sarah, that is a red flag. You need to see the guy you are dating. What if he is a catfish, but like, in real life?" Her words planted a seed of doubt that quickly began to sprout. I started actively looking for opportunities to see him in the light. Our third date, he suggested a drive-in movie. Perfect. I thought, the screen will be bright enough. But when we got there, he insisted on parking in the very back row, far from the screen, facing away from it. Better for privacy, he would said, pulling me close. "And the sound's better back here." I could not argue with his charm, but inside, I was frustrated. I tried to catch him off guard. I accidentally dropped my popcorn, and when he bent down to help, I switched on my phone's flashlight, aiming it at his face. For a split second, I saw something. Not clearly, but enough to register an impression. His eyes seemed too wide, and there was a strange, almost translucent quality to the skin, like it was stretched too thin. But the light was too fleeting. He instantly flinched, turning his head away with a sharp intake of breath, and then gently but firmly took my phone from my hand, turning off the light. "Hey, easy there," he said, his voice a little strained. "My eyes, remember, migraine warning." He smiled, but it felt forced. That was it. The charm was starting to wear thin, replaced by a growing sense of unease. This was not just a quirk anymore. This was a deliberate avoidance. What was he hiding? I started to feel like I was dating a phantom. His touch was real. His voice was real. His conversation was real, but he was not. Not entirely. It was like a piece of him was missing, or perhaps a piece of him was being deliberately withheld. And the more he withheld, the more I wanted to know. The mystery, which had initially been intriguing, was now becoming an obsession. I needed to see him, really see him, in the full, unforgiving glare of daylight. He sensed my growing impatience. I think, or maybe he just felt comfortable enough to take the next step. He said one night, after another incredibly dark dinner in a restaurant that felt more like a cave, "My place is pretty cool. I have got a fantastic setup for movies, and it is super cozy. You should come over sometime." My heart pounded. This was it. This was my chance. I could control the lighting in his apartment, or at least try to. I could accidentally leave a lamp on, or open the curtains. I would love that. I said, try to keep my voice casual, though inside. I was a coiled spring of anxiety and anticipation. The night we finally went to his apartment, I made sure to wear something comfortable, but also something I could move in quickly, just in case. I know it sounds dramatic, but by this point my gut was screaming at me. I also made sure my phone was fully charged, and I had a small, powerful tactical flashlight tucked into my purse, just in case. Call it paranoia, call it intuition. I called it being prepared. His apartment building was old, grand, but nestled in a part of the city where the streetlights were notoriously unreliable. The hallway leading to his door was dim, the bulb flickering. When he opened the door, it was like stepping into a void. No lights were on. The heavy curtains were drawn tight, blocking out what little ambient light might have seeped in from the street. The air inside was cool, still, and carried a faint, almost metallic scent, like old copper and something earthy primal. "Welcome to my humble abode," he said, his voice a low rumble in the darkness. He took my hand, guiding me through what I assumed was a living room. I stumbled once, and he steadied me with surprising strength. "It is very dark," I commented, trying to sound lighthearted. "I like it that way," he replied, his grip firm. "Helps me relax. Plus, it is perfect for watching movies." He led me to a large, incredibly comfortable couch. We sat, and he offered me a drink, which I politely declined, wanted to keep my wits about me. We talked for a while just like before. He was charming, attentive, and in this intimate setting, he seemed even more relaxed. He leaned closer, his breath warm on my ear, whispering jokes and anecdotes. I could feel the warmth of his body next to mine, the reassuring weight of his arm around my shoulders. But still, I could not see him. It was like being with a ghost, a very tangible, very compelling ghost. My heart was racing, a drumbeat in my chest. This was it, the moment of truth. "You know," I began, my voice a little shaky, "I really need to find something in my bag. I think I dropped my keys." It was a flimsy excuse, but it was the best I could come up with. I fumbled in my purse, my fingers closing around the cold metal of the flashlight. "No worries," he murmured, his voice closer now, his lips brushing my hair. "I can help you look." No, I got it," I said, my thumb finding the switch. I pulled the flashlight out, aimed it, and clicked it on. The beam cut to the oppressive darkness like a laser, stark and unforgiving. It hit his face square on. For a fraction of a second, I saw him, and that fraction of a second was enough to burn an image into my mind that will haunt me until my dying day. It was not human, not even close. His skin was a pale, almost phosphorescent white, stretched taut over sharp, angular bones. His eyes were huge, black, and completely pupilless, reflecting the light like polished obsidian. They bulged slightly, not like human eyes, but like the eyes of some deep-sea creature. His nose was barely there, just two slits. And his mouth, oh God, his mouth. It was wider than it should have been, stretching almost ear to ear, filled with needle-sharp teeth, too many of them, uneven and glinting. There was no warmth, no humanity, just a primal, predatory horror. The light hit him, and he recoiled with a guttural gasp, a sound that was more hiss than human. He threw his arm up, not to shield his eyes, but as if the light itself was a physical blow. The sudden movement sent my phone and the flashlight flying from my hand, clattering to floor, plunging us back into absolute darkness. What was that? His voice was no longer smooth and deep. It was raw, ragged, filled with a terrifying animalistic rage. "Why did you do that?" My blood ran cold. The comfortable, charming Mark was gone, replaced by whatever thing had just been illuminated. I scrambled backward on the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs, a scream caught in my throat. I stammered, my mind racing, trying to process the impossible horror I had just witnessed. He was moving. I could hear it now, the soft, unnervingly quick scuttling sound, like a large insect across the floor. He was no longer on the couch beside me. He was somewhere in the darkness, circling. "You should not have done that." "Sarah," he hissed, his voice close, too close. I could feel his breath on my face, cold and stale. You should not have seen. Terror, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was not a game. This was not a strange quirk. This was real. I was trapped in the dark with a monster. I had to get out. I lunged off the couch, blindly stumbling in the direction I thought the door was. My hand hit something solid, a wall, maybe a bookshelf. I scraped my fingers along it, desperate to find an exit. Where do you think you are going? His voice was right behind me. I heard a soft click, and then a faint, unsettling, glowing green light appeared in the darkness. It was coming from his eyes. Two luminous orbs staring at me, tracking my every move. He could see in the dark. He could always see in the dark. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound of pure fear. I pushed past whatever was in my way, knocking over something that crashed loudly to floor. I heard a low growl from him, a sound of irritation. Stay still. Sarah, he commanded, his voice now laced with chilling authority. Do not make this harder than it has to be. I ignored him, my mind fixed on escape. I vaguely remember the layout of the living room from when he would guided me in. The front door was to the left. I thought, past a small table. I lunged in that direction, my arms outstretched. My fingers brushed against something metallic, then wood. A lamp, a small table lamp. I grabbed it, my fingers fumbling for the switch. I heard him move, a sudden rush of air, a scrape across the floor. He was coming for me. My finger found the switch. Click. A warm, yellow light flooded a small section of the room, cutting through the gloom. It illuminated him for a second time. He was standing perhaps 10 feet away, frozen in the act of lunging. My earlier glimpse had not been an illusion. He was truly monstrous. His limbs were disproportionately long and thin, his fingers tipped with sharp, black claws. His body was gaunt, almost skeletal, covering that same unnaturally pale skin. His head was too large for his neck, his jaw distended, those black, pupil-less eyes blazing with hatred and fear. He was hunched over, like a predator caught in a sudden spotlight. The light seemed to burn him. He shrieked, a sound that was less human and more like something tearing, something in agony. He threw his hands up, his body contorting, twisting away from the light. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I held the lamp up like a shield, like a weapon, keeping the light pointed at him. He was writhing, hissing, slowly backing away, trying to escape the glow. Stay away from me. I screamed, my voice hoarse. I started backing toward the door, never taking my eyes or the lamp off him. He was making these awful, choked sounds, like he was gagging on air. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if his body was fighting against itself. He seemed to be trying to find cover, desperately seeking the shadows that had been his sanctuary. I reached the door, my hand fumbling for the lock, for the handle. My fingers were trembling so violently I could barely grasp it. I heard a low, guttural growl from him, a sound of pure, frustrated fury. He was still in the light, cowering, but he was slowly, agonizingly, starting to adapt, his eyes narrowing, his body tensing. He was going to lunge. I knew it. My hand found the deadbolt. Click, click. The door was unlocked. I twisted the handle, pulled it open, and burst out into the dim hallway, still clutching the lamp, its light casting long, dancing shadows. I did not look back. I did not dare. I ran. I ran down the creaking stairs, my heart pounding like a drum. The image of his face burned into my retina. I burst out of the building and into the street, gasping for air, the cool night air feeling like a shock to my lungs. I did not stop running until I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, my hands still shaking uncontrollably. I locked myself inside, my body convulsing with sobs. I turned on every light in the car, the dashboard, the dome light, anything to banish the darkness. I started the engine, threw it into reverse, and sped away, not caring where I was going, just needing to be as far away from that building from him as possible. I called the police, of course. I tried to explain, but how do you tell someone you went on a Tinder date with a monster? They listened patiently, their voices kind but skeptical. They sent a patrol car to the address. They called me back an hour later. Madam, we checked the apartment. It is empty. No sign of forced entry. Nothing out of the ordinary. Empty. That just made it worse. He was gone. He had vanished into the night, just like he had always done. I did not sleep for days. The image of him in the light, the sound of his hiss, the feel of his cold breath, it replayed over and over in my mind. I could not be in the dark without seeing those glowing green eyes, without feeling his presence. I slept with every light on, windows tightly shut, curtains drawn, but the shadows still danced. I deleted all my dating apps. I changed my number. I even considered moving, but where would I go? He was a creature of the night, a phantom. He could be anywhere. Now, months later, the terror has dulled a little, but it never truly goes away. I still jump at shadows. I still scan dimly lit rooms, searching for those impossibly wide, black eyes. I avoid going out at night whenever I can, and if I absolutely have to, I make sure I am always in a well-lit area. Sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet and the streetlights cast long, eerie shadows, I swear I see a familiar silhouette in the distance, tall, broad-shouldered, melting into the darkness. And I wonder if he is still out there, still looking for someone, still waiting for the next person who won't ask too many questions, the next person who just accepts his preference for the dark. And then I wonder, how many others are out there, hiding in plain sight, just waiting for the cover of night to truly be themselves? And I know, with chilling certainty, that I will never trust the dark again. Not ever. Every day brings a new match, and every match hides a new story. Thanks for listening to Daily Story. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your next story might be the wildest one yet.